You gotta love when you pull up. It's every time I know this now. Every time I update my computer, which I did last night, it just hit my head. My trends take like 2 or 3, maybe 4 times, and then I'm like, okay, here's what's going on. That's what's happening. So I have to come over here, and it was set on this guy.
Default. But see, what the fuck that should be working still? Man, see, then I switch it to this guy, or
this is the one I always use. Sexy time. How you doing in there? Anyway, whatever. Stupid OBS. And then am I loud enough today? Yeah, I'm probably just loud enough. Because now when I go back and do Zooms with you guys, and raise your hand if you have this issue when you do one-on-ones with me, you can hear me, but you can't hear me. I'm like this, or when I'm on the TTP live. I'm a lot more quiet. I'm not like right now. So like I have to go. It's all the different livey. It's from OBS to Zoom, EV Mux, and there was another one I used when I went live with the Wolf Trading people. Anywho, yeah, yes, you know how to read lips good. Louis was going along the whole time. He didn't have to notify me. He was like, "Oh, that's what Josh is saying." Oh, yes, I agree, Josh. Yes, very much so, very much so. All right, let's go to WhatsApp. All right, guys, let's go to some live alerts here. It's not a lot going on in Smallcast, so I'm just going to give a couple of today. BIF is your top gainer right now with 185 support. We are running up a trend line right now currently. It's a beautiful trend line, and you know, old Josh was like, watch for a trend line to VWAP crack, and then we'll head down to 160 and then down to 140, and I would take the 40-cent trade because I know I'd go down to 140, 150 like a fucking, just a snap of my fingers. We're not getting those as much. Now, hopefully we'll get back to that. I know we will at some point. But we have the trend line. My trend line's right at 182. Blink 182. Under 180, which is the support from resistance before we spiked to 2, right? So 180 support. Below that, we have support right around the 170 area. Then again 160. And then again 145. And I think this does what ATPC does all the way back to GXEIs of the world in the last 2 weeks where we just chop around and channel all day. Go from 2, back down to 160, bounce back up to 2, come down, go all the way down to 145 this time, like we did with ATPC yesterday, and went to that low area that I was waiting for a bounce play, and we had traders take it at that $5 mark, and that was at lunch, and it bounced at it multiple times before spiking back up to 580, and held that mark really pretty much till now, right around the $5 mark, went a little bit below it. So I think we do that today with BIF. Now, if we get over to Yahoo. This is a play I've seen multiple times. I guarantee if we could scroll back, I wish there was like a little bookkeeper that could be like, hey AI, how many times in my morning alerts did I have mentioned BIF? Hi Josh, you have mentioned BIF 14 times in your morning alerts. Over pre-market high, watch for a spike up to around 225 to 235. Over that for a move to 250. Over 250 to 250 strong. Over that, then to 280, 270. Essentially a 25-cent mover on the way up to 3. I doubt we get it. I would put money on if I was in Vegas, prop bet, saying this channel's around all day. Maybe we make one more new high of day, but that's it. Other than that, keep your eye on PRZO. It could pop back on up. It's got that 150 double top resistance looking sexy. If we do get over 150 for PRZO, watch for a move up and 150 strong from past chart history into 160. Over that, then we see strong resistance at 175 into 180. And then over that at 190 for PRZO. Now, if you're looking back down for a bounce play, it's sitting there written all over for you at 125. Other new movers, ELPW, this was that crazy back a few Fridays ago, late January now, so about a month and a half ago when this play went from 50 cents to $15. No, that was the one I banked about 4K on. I got in around 8 and took it up to literally scaled out almost at high of day, almost at 15. Now on the way up today, strong resistance comes pouring in right around 530 to the 550 area, and you can see even in pre-market having that trouble, which we did spike and got over to around 570. I would imagine there's going to be some trouble in that area as we move up again today. 530, 550, 570. Over that, then we see 585 resistance in after hours, and over that, then we run to 630. I just think, again, with this play. Now, I would put in play of plays today, if there's one that's going to do something, it's ELPW, because, again, what it did on that one Friday, and here we go again on another Friday. But it popped up in after hours, and how many times have I said this, and I've just been the trend, what plays we see in after hours pop do not do much the next day. Now, if we get over 630, all we're going to do is go back in time and see where we could spike up to. And this play has been reverse split to Kingdom Come already. So this is probably another reason why it's been reverse split. So that spike you see back in January now shows it going to 1,200. It doesn't even show the 50-cent move anymore. It shows it going from 38 to like 1,200. You gotta love these junk trash plays. Again, over 630, 40 area, watch for a spike up to 7 area to 720. Over that, we have resistance at 8. Over 8, that's where gangbusters could come in this play, and the roof and the lid comes off. Now below support. Main support this morning is right around 450. 450, and below that, around 435. And then we're just going to do past chart history movers here. Watch for, there's devs this morning. Keep that one on watch. It's probably going to chop and stay channeled around from 125 back down to 90 cents. If it cracks 90 cents, see you later, Gator. If over 125 cents, again, like a lot of these plays, watch for a pop possibly to 150. There is AGRZ from yesterday potentially here. Keep that one on watch. But back under 70 cents, she dies out. Back over 90 cents. Watch for the pop up to yesterday's high of day of around 115 to 125. Yet again with that play, if it gets over that, and we have continuation multi-day runner to 150 possibly today. ATPC, this could be a hangover play. Back under 485, but then we're running into Wednesday and Tuesday's chart. I just don't like a lot of these tickers again today. The main ticker for me is going to be BIF at this point to see if we get a bounce play. I like down low, like ATPC yesterday, and just put an order in at 145. Lower VWAP band is there. That's my play heading into the day, and just sit there and wait for that all day long. Anyway, what's up, Trick TV? Louis, Daza, Andre, Max, Nath, Louis, Mike. The Aussie chicken chat today. We got Mike. And then Civilized Citizen, if you're still up in Melbourne, Australia. Hope you guys are having a good day. All right, let's go over to, I'm going to load a futures play for once. NQ. So watch for NQ in these futures. We are in a very beautiful downtrend from Wednesday side to Thursday side to Friday. Here we go, right? If we get through, we'll call this on NQ. If we get through 24,737, watch for a spike up to 27. We'll call it, I should say 24.8. 24.8. Over 24.8, watch for move to 24.835. And over that, then we go to 24.860. Over 24.860, watch for move up to 24.900. And if we get over that, she's going up to 2500. On the way down today, major support for a bounce play. Well, it's written all over on Friday's low there. And Lilu, I know you've been wanting to do this all morning, but honey boo boo, I am working. Down at 24,400. 24,400. That low that was created there right there in early on in pre-market in the morning. The other bounce play at 24,500. Those would be the two plays I like the most for a bounce play. We have a lot of support down low, right around that, that 24. Anything, if you see anything around 24.4 to 24.350, that's bounce play written all over. I think we break this downtrend and squeeze up today is what I'd be calling for here on NQ and the Qs and the futures. I'll start throwing those in every once in a while for futures traders too as well. I'm sure they'll love that. SPY. What looks good is going to get alerted. If it doesn't, it's out. It's out. Let's go to SPY. All right, here we go. All right, over to large caps and SPY. I'll give this today as always, even though it's blah. On the way up today, again, watch for the downtrend break because we're trying to move up here in the large cap sector from Tuesday's high to Wednesday to Thursday, pre-market high, into Friday. Here we go. Downtrend, baby. If we get through 671, over 671 today, watch for a pop to 672 to 672.10. Over that, we go to 673.50 for your normal high of day. That's Wednesday's low. Over that, we run to Tuesday's low and pre-market or after hours low on Monday, which is 674.65. over 674.65. Watch for another good barn burner move up to somewhere between last Thursday's low, last Friday's high, right around 676, maybe a hair over it. On the way down today, major support would come in right around the 677 mark. 677.20. Under that, watch for a crack down to 665.60. That'll be your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day, watch for a banger-anger back on down to pre-market low of 662.65. Apple 2 areas to watch for the long or short. Over 256.80. Over 256.80 is going to be your long potential here. The only thing is you're running back into last Tuesday's lows. So I would watch for 257 to break. Over 257, you go to 257.50. Then over that to 258. 258 to 258.20, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes to 258.75. Ultimately to Wednesday's low of 259.50 area. On the way down, the bounce play. Yesterday's low, pre-market low. We'll call it 254.50 area, maybe a tad lower. Watch for a bounce there, and if it breaks that, we're going down to Monday's low at 253.65. Although today it seems like what? We're running hand in hand already here into the opening bell. SPY does look a little better. Apple is getting that pullback though. So 254.50 cracks. Watch for move to Monday's low right around 253.60. Normal low of day there. 252.35 in the panic sell-off from Sunday. Ultimate lows. AMD, be careful of this for the long side. Over 200 is the long, but you might get shoved down at 275, then 201.35. Over that, we run to 202.35 for the normal high of day there. Ultimate goes back up to Wednesday's low of 203.50. On the way down, major support. Yesterday's low into pre-market low, 196.60 down to 196. 196.60 support first, then 196. 196 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes back to last Thursday's low of day of 194.85. We are flying, my friends. App, only trade I like here is back under pre-market low. If we get a dumperooski today, watch this back under 445 for the move down to 437 area. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day for a move down below 430. Could be a crackaroony fest here about below that pre-market low. So that's the only trade I like here is back under that 445.50, 445 mark. Someone be ugly, yeah. Google, absolutely ugly. Too choppy in a range overall. Watch for double tops, triple tops, double bottoms as well. Like we created a double bottom yesterday's low of day and pre-market low, right? So watch for a fail up top. We're running a lot of resistance. Wednesday or Tuesday's high, yesterday's high. That 875 rule. I bet we channel and chop around today. All right, let's keep this boat moving here on along through the choppy waters. Meta, woo, nasty. Meta's falling behind in AI models. Its loss could be Google's gains. Report just coming out. So a couple of reports this morning. I guess Google not doing so great in the AI biz. Zuckerberg needs to go on and step it up. We're finally cracking below, and this is a day trade I'd want to have. This is what Meta does about half the time. You get how many times I've been alerted, wait for this to get back under 630, 628 area, and she is just dying off right here into the opening bell. So Meta, holy shit, sideways on a sticky bun. Down to 620 would be next support under 620. Watch for move down today to 618.75. I'll go normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day goes down to 615. This could even see all the way down below 610. Whoa, Meta. Yeah, Meta, holy shit. Hang on, team. Damn, what a fucking shit fest this is. Already out of the gate. A 5-point banger right there. God bless America. God, what a move. You little shit. Damn, I missed that one. That was a good one. Woo. Coin must be blasting. Maybe Bitcoin as well. Had a breakout level here of 143.75 for MSTR. MSTR squeezing like a mofo right here. Out of the gates. Watch for move up right now to 146.50, and we're about to hit it. Over 46.50, we go to 48. Over 48, which is normal high of day, we go to 49.50. Back down below, watch for bounce plays off of 143.85, 142.80, and 142 are your support plays down below. Please be ugly, NVDA. Please be ugly, NVDA. Yeah. NVDA, ugly, ugly, ugly. Again, choppy, choppy sideways channel. Kind of reminds me of Google running back in resistance from Tuesday and then Wednesday. Really short opportunity at Wednesday's high of 87.50. I'd watch for range-bound movement. Bounce play back at 184 is beautiful. Even sexier at pre-market and pre-market and yesterday's low at 182. 182 is a very key level for NVDA. Bop, 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 bop. PLTR channel bound, PLTR channel bound. 155.50 resistance into 156.50. On the way down, major support at 149.40, 149.50. All right, let's zippity doodah, zippity day over to QQQ. Even though I gave some futures earlier within Q, still, what the hey, I'll give you some futures on this. Again, watch for a break over 602. That would be the high here from pre-market over 602. Watch for a squeeze of Rooney up to 604. Over 604, we get a Wednesday's low of 605. Normal high of day there. Maybe a tad over that, which would be Tuesday's low of 605.50. Over that, we go to 606.40. Over 606.40. Watch for move somewhere close to 608. Ultimate high of day. Now on the way down here, we do have 598 support. 597.60-ish area. On the way down below that, watch for a crackdown to 590. I should say 597. 597. Well, 596.50 as well, but 597.50, then 596.50 area. Normal low of day of 96.50. Ultimate low of day pre-market low 94. Last but not least here, the beast that is Tesla. Do I like or do I not like today? And do not like at all. Very good. Just overall gross. Really big range-bound chart here from around 420 down to around 380. Just building up a sideways channel like choppity doodah. This actually did this forever ago when it was in the 180s up to 200. And yeah, that's forever ago. I should have invested in this ugly, choppy company. Just don't trust the man that runs it. I guess runs it, whatever. Let's go down. Support, right? Actually bouncing off a line this morning. I have it at 96.50. Under 96.50, watch for a move down to 95.50 into around 95. Under that, we go down to 94. Normal low of day at 394. Ultimate low of day, which is also, by the way, last Friday's low of day, is pre-market low. Under that, watch for a move down to 393. And under that, then we go down to 391. Ultimate low of day there. On the way up here, we got strong resistance right around this morning 460 cents, but then we have that big reversal yesterday in the middle of the day at 401. 401's the breakout, but it's not going to take you far, I don't think, to 401.50, then to 402.35. 02.35 normal high of day, 40.50 or 405.50 to 406 ultimate high. Woo! Woo! All right. There you go. There's a speed fest. You might have to slow that down there, which you can do, by the way. You can control the playback speed, if I'm not mistaken, I think. And slow me down to half speed. Want to get those out today. Don't really like anything too much at the bell. Meta was great. Had a big dump of Ruski. Spy sideways, but one thing I do like out of the gate here was that downtrend break like on NQ. Watch for maybe a good long play up and out. Yippity doodah, yippity day. There's your Friday. Alrighty. Yeah, Meta, nasty there from Meta. Nasty from Meta. All the way down to 617.50 there. Starting to slowly kind of channel back out. Looking like it could crack for maybe one more level down. Need some refresher there. Spy, choppy sideways. We are getting a little bit of a pop here from ELPW again. To have a play to pop today, it's going to be ELPW. It is most definitely going to be it. Now look at this old trend line here, team. What do we say? Old support equals new resistance. Old support equals new resistance. I haven't yet. I'm going to see how it runs, see if it's going to be one of those TPCs from yesterday. And so I'm going to put orders at 145. I'm going to put orders down here in this area looking for a bounce play. Just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. At least out of the gate so far today and what we have. Lightning, PLTR getting it's just kind of chopped in that channel. A lot of plays are running into that resistance, whether it's the downtrend in the SPY, whatever it is. Here we go. Come on. We got BIF, BIAF. The float on it is around 4 mil. ELPW is around 1 mil. Those are the top plays to look for the day. We at least have a couple of low floaters. Devs is low flow. DVS, it's just not doing much. And dead, as you can see, Devs typically doesn't pop either. This play is going to have trouble into the twos. Upper V, this, again, just reminds me of all the plays we've seen for the past, 7, 8 days now since last Thursday. We saw really the week of the 8th. Well, we saw it in February. Let's just be honest. Saw it a lot in February. and really big time kicking into this last week plus. We're really just not getting the big all day runner. We essentially cap ourselves off, and like I said, maybe make one more new high of day is exactly what I said, and then we start to channel around and just chop around for the rest of the day. Any questions, any stocks you guys want to go over, let me know. NQ, right off that downtrend, beautiful reversal there. Never candlestick confirmed over. That's why I like using that 15-minute time frame. If you're going to trade NQ in these large cap tickers, you're going to wait for some confirmation. You're going to wait to see if we're breaks, that is. Once you get a break, usually in the 15-minute, you're going to continue to climb. You can always add back in on the break level if it does have a pullback. Because, again, old resistance, new support. Right now, failing right off of that downtrend beautifully. SPY as well, not really being able to get the takeoff and the legs. Meta was the best move at the opening bell. Had some bad news this morning in the catch up. We're falling behind and they need to do some catch up. I guess too much mustard mayo for Meta. Need to get some catch up going on there in the AI business and race. Now, if this play can't run, we can see pullbacks today for the most part. Let's just do some math. 170 down to 150. We'll call it 185 down to 160. So about 20 cents, 25 cents, right? $1 or $2 down to 180. So we know 20 cents the pullback area. This gets to 220. Then $2 does become the pullback zone. Now, again, we want it to hold up. As you can see, the pullbacks take what? 5-10 minutes minimum, if not 20 minutes, maybe possibly, for it to come down to the bounce area. We don't want this to run to 220 and immediately reverse right back on down. We want this to hold, go and hold and go, right? Get your ass up there and hold up here for a few minutes. Then 2 becomes the bounce play. Firing a million miles an hour today. Hopefully you guys are having a great day. Do have the dual stream Friday coming up with the futures trader. Another reason why I put that in the tag today for the live stream. Just looking at it more often. I know there's so many people that trade futures. I even talked about this yesterday to see if it does build up more views just out of the gate. It's not like I can't chart and trade anything. I've had people forever say, Josh, you should go to one of these prop firms and trade futures. If you chart the way you chart, although you're gonna kill futures. You can chart. Well, yeah, I'll just have small caps and large caps have been where it was killing it. Now, let's slow down a little bit. Large caps have been completely chop ass for the most part. Ugly. Small caps have actually finally slowed down here because it was just small cap finally heaven there from September through January. Now we've got to slow down. So there's a chance to where I can start looking at futures and, make that a possibility. We will have a girl that does trade. She's just started streaming and has a Discord going here recently. And so we will have her on to talk futures, talk her struggles and her journey, what's helped for her, what hasn't helped for her, all that good stuff. Again, the main thing is struggles. Here we go. Could be looking for a break. SPY finally popping up. The key area, 671. Here we got 24,735. This upper shadow is your breakout point. You have to wait on this right here. Otherwise, you could get slapped right in the face. Merlin says, let me come on in, Dad, and talk some stocks with these peeps. What's up, brother? How you doing? What's up, King Lion 2, by the way? Dude, where have I been, man? You're dabbling in futures. Well, just TB, there's that, just real quickly. About, if you're still listening, TB, of why I am looking at futures today. It's just been slower. People have been asking about it for years. You go over to YouTube, and that's where all the views are at. And people are going over and want futures information and where to trade and how to trade them. Well, today, you sit back and wait. If you aren't that good at futures, you sit back and wait for bounce plays down low, or you wait for this breakout up high. If you want to go a little more risk, you're shorting heavy into this downtrend for the reversal back off of it yet again. Speaking of reversals, if you like shorting the top, now TTP may not get 10 cents out of it, and you have to on TTP. Your one prop firm that we can trade, which I love, Trade the Pool, and short small caps, any of them. It doesn't matter what it is. There's no locate fees. You just go short, which is fucking money. But you got to get 10 cents in every trader. It doesn't count. So 120, 125 would be a resistance area. Target back down to around 110, so you might get 10 out of it possibly. Bounce plays, again, now if you're looking for a good one, I actually like devs back at 1 if we can find the one dip. If you're risky biscuits here, Tornado Crickets, try the $2 area. I like the 180 mark the most right now. It's a great sandwich that was built in. Old resistance became new support right here. It's beautiful. This is what I like the most for the first bounce play, and the second one is just going down low, right? So you find the middle ground, your 50 retracement area, and then you find the true low ground, your main dip area from below. We have the lower VWAP band support. What's that lower VWAP band indicating? We're not going lower than that. You can pull up ATPC from yesterday, which I'll go over here. I'll pull up ATPC from yesterday so you guys can take a look at this. It's beautiful stuff. I love the upper and lower VWAP band. Boom, shakalaka, bam to bam. Boom, and bam. Now, do we go a little bit below it? Sure. Should that stop you out? It shouldn't. If it did, sorry. But again, if you would have held it like you should have, look at the return back on this. Now, let's go. That's on Wednesday. Let's go to Thursday right here. Actually, that was Tuesday. Let's go to Thursday. We flatten up finally. Bouncing off of it, can't really go much lower than that band, especially once we flatten out. What I mean by flattening out, take a look at yesterday. And this is what I feel today is going to happen on BIAF. When this band right here, about 30 minutes after the opening bell, flattens, and I called this on the TTP live stream yesterday, this play will not get higher than most likely 640 all day and won't get lower than this $5 mark. And sure enough, here we come right down to this $5 area, bounce off of it, and hold it truly until after hours in the pre-market. And we're still trying to get in through that area now, back through it. But you can see it's just, and this is a line from yesterday I have in from previous history, and it was just barely built in from yesterday's support. Trying to hold that today. Looking like a little bit of a hangover play here, possibly. I think it'll be a slower hangover, more of a slower bleed. Main reason why, just running into a lot of charting. Well, you can just see here. We got this chart, this chart, this chart, into this chart. Might find its way down to 4.5 and end up being like a good 30, 40, 50 cent short. Anyone want to chat it up? Holy moly, it's like you guys have just completely, it's like nonstop talking in pre-market. No one's chatting it up right now. Where have you guys gone? Turn them timestamps on. Here comes Domino. All right, I'm going to let my dogs out real quickly. What do you guys got? Oh, here we go. Okay, if this goes to new high of day, I'm going to come back off of 2. I'm going to let my dogs out real quickly. Yeah, it's a slow day for sure. It's slower. Just got out of my meeting. I'm here. Cool T-Web. I'm going to let my pack out. J-Web, Microsoft making a nice little move. Microsoft. Oh, it is a nice little U-shape. Let me let my pack out. Hold on one sec. Here, I'm telling you, this is the play. NQ breakout's the play of the day. I'm telling you right now. Where did I put that in here earlier? There we go. I said this about, 30 minutes before the opening bell. That is the play. All right, pack time. Hold on a sec. I'll give you something to listen to, you know. Actually, you know, you can just listen to us. Hey, okay, all right. Oh, 240. All right, so BIAF trying to get it for us today. Let's go. All right, I'm going to put orders at 205 into 2. 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 There we go. All right, I see you. I see you. I see you. BIF. Okay. All right, cool. Let's see if we get a pull back into this little small sandwich area right here, up off the old trend line right there. So bounce play potential 220 up top, 205 to 2, and then 180. If you want to put orders and leave them in down at 145, go ahead and do it if you like. What's up, Delcor, Mr. Giovanni? Woo! There she is. There she is. Praise the Lord Almighty there. NQ and a downtrend break. Where's Miss Saline Girl? I don't know if she took it or not. Watch for this to continue. You can also add in back off this level. Wait for a dip buy into here. NQ just reeked of this downtrend break, team. This is coming in this morning. Beautiful downtrend. You can come in here too and put your support line at the bottom so you can see where to go for bounce plays. Absolutely gorgeous. This is what I say. Put your lines in and trade them. People just, I don't know. I don't know. I think you put your lines in, just need to figure out how to trade them. Need to figure out big pop up here. There's SPY through 471. We talked about that going to 472, which was the first target. Whammy. Oh yeah, let me go. I gotta let the rest of the dogs in. Hold on. There's Jack. All right, and we're done. El Pro. What's up, Mike? Yeah, Mike's good. That's good. Nice little squeeze right there. This is why, again, trend line cracks. God, they just aren't working anymore right now. Just not working like they were. Good squeezer Rooney out of the downtrend break there for NQ. ATPC ain't doing shit. El Pro, nice little pop up out of nowhere. El Pro, earnings. I'm so sick of this earnings bullshit. It's not a really pretty chart either, but it is up. It is up on the day. All right, so here we go. BIAF, nice, good continuation play. I'm going to leave my orders in off this $2 area, pre-market high. Always loves to see a good bounce play. Plus, we have the fail right there at the opening battle. That's what I'm looking at right now, team. We don't have really much else going. SVCO, is that another one? I can't believe LP whatever isn't going today. SVCO. Okay, well, that's at enough. And again, look. On earnings, and they build these. Well, some of the earnings plays have built good charts. This is ugly. That's an ugly chart right there. Nope. Not doing this. Go lay down. Nope, not doing this today. Queenie, come here. Queenie over here, right there. Merlin, lay down right there. Now, Rue up. Margot down. It's like a circus over here. It's like a circus. And if anyone that doesn't know, I have 14 dogs. Right now we have 1, 2, 3 Great Danes in here alone. And then we have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dogs in here. And there'll be more eventually that come in. Watch. There's some other little ones that'll definitely come in. SVCO, nice, good move there. Got to put it on the board. It's a lower float play too, about 11.5 mil. Never seen SVCO. It is up on earnings, though, today. Oh, let me get up real quick. Okay, is this dry yet? That's dry enough. Cleaned the carpets last night in here. They're dry. I didn't know if they're... Got to keep it clean. That's another thing, too, at the next house. No dogs in the office at the next house. It'll just be me... Maybe I'll let a dog up here and there, but I just want to be able to chill. It's funny because I was going over the live stream the other day, and I was showing an old video, whatever it was, me trading anyway, whatever it was, and it was an old, well, I say an old setup, but there wasn't as much in here. I miss those days because I had no dogs would come in here. Like this is back when they had all just stay in the living room. I don't know when and where. I don't know if it was the Groot situation when he had to have the surgery because of the leg and the cancer. And so he was always with me essentially after that point. I can't remember when it was, but there would be no dogs really that come in here. And now it's just like dog bed city. I mean, look at this. Dog bed, dogs. It's just, I like no floor space in here. And this one behind me doesn't sit in here at night. I do move it after the end of the day, but if I don't put it in here, then they'll just come in here and essentially stare right at me and say, hey, these guys have beds. I want a bed too. They're so spoiled. And that's another one. That's another Great Dane. She's wanting to come in, but she's like, there's no bed in here for me. So she's like, well, I'm like, oh yeah, you're fine. You slept in bed with me all night, Eleanor. Look, come here, right here. That's plenty of room. You're not a big Great Dane. Yeah, then go out there and sit on the couch. Y'all are way too spoiled now. I don't know what you guys have gone to spoiled city here. So now I'm being a little bit more of a. Finally have to be dad and dick sometimes. I'm like, what are we doing? Stop. Like, it just, and because I know we've done this to ourselves. So she doesn't work anymore. She's at home all the time. I'm always at home now. They like, where are you at? I gotta be with you. Where are you at? I want to be with you. Bounce play potential at 440. I like it lower at 420 though. 420 bounce play for SVCO if you're looking for a bounce play. Devs, I like the $1 mark. Lower VWAP band there as well. Watch for a move back up to 115. We talked about the reversal not being that big and you only getting 10 cents, and that's exactly what I was talking about on TTP. You're barely now in the profit, maybe to where you can actually take the green in the trade. The best play of the day so far is the downtrend break in the Qs, and again, the main reason why is because a chart was set up there. Other than BIAF, does have some news this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, does have some news this morning. Is this earnings too? I thought it had other news than just earnings. I'm not seeing the earnings thing down there. Okay, it did have news here recently. So it's kind of like a combo of earnings and some news recently. It's getting the Papa-Rooney here today. It's not very fast. We're not having a lot of fast trades anymore. It's been slow and steady when it comes to small caps, 100%. Large caps, some move down, move up. Point being right now, I'm seeing a lot of sideways consolidation from the big boys. Big boy consolidation. Big boy consolidation. We'll get my girl Ollie on here in just a little bit. About 40 minutes from now, I'll send her the link. Vion, like Dion the Neon. We got Vion rolling. Yeah, no, earnings. This is just, This is the new precedent. I never remember time after because earnings season, if you think about it, is when Meta and Tesla and everybody, NVIDIA has earnings, February. I have never seen a March where the earnings continue into the small caps and these mid caps like this ever. And you go back to the deck days, y'all remember deck would be like, oh, earnings, short, we're going to short this. This is not going to hold up. And usually, generally, we would I'd look for a string line crack or a shelf crack, whatever it was, and get the short. But yeah, I've never seen this many plays on earnings run as much as they have. I mean, this is one of the only. This is the first time I remember this, like ever. I never remember pretty much any play we look at is up. If it is up, it's up on earnings. It's blowing my mind a little bit. And I can still hear her walking around, so what I'm going to have to do is go out there. I'm going to get a cover and have to cover her up. And then she'll get all curled up, and that's our trick. Same with you guys. You want your dogs to calm down, or point being, if they're being bad, annoying, they won't sit down, they won't sit still. I don't know. There's multiple things, but we just put a cover over them. Like, sit down, they can tell the change of the tone, and then we just put a cover over them, and they just pass out. Woo! Vion, quick harsh pullback from 58.50 to 53.65. That means that level 2 and spread's got to be fucking nasty. Woo! Nasty here on Vion. Vion the Dion. It's not the best of days, but we do have BIAF. And I do like BIAF off this $2 mark here. So I'm going to leave my orders in at 2. I have them in at 207 and at 2 on the dot for a bounce play. And I may move the 1 on 2 on the dot up to like 201 or 202 just because you never know. You may not get straight to 2 on the dot. I like it down in that area. Other plays, again, where you can look for. We talked about the 220 area, which was old resistance here that became new support at 225. So there's a 5-cent corridor. Here's a 5-cent corridor. Down here's another little bit tighter, but 5-cent corridor, maybe 185 to down to 180, right? So that's nice. Nice and tight. I like 5-cent corridors. It gets a little worried when I have to go to 20, 30 cents, but I'm down with the 20. That's what we were doing in February, or January, I should say, and earlier. We had to spread it out. I'd be like at 27, 37, 47, maybe in 27 up to 57 spread out on orders because they were so volatile. You didn't know where you're going to get filled at. Complete opposite right now in the slowdown. Complete opposite right now. This is really, truly one of those market conditions. What item is out for delivery? What item I got out for delivery? Let me see here. What do I got out for delivery today? What? And maybe it's the thing that we got for Emilio. Yeah, no, it says arriving Monday still. Huh. It says shipped. It says UPS. This is okay. USPS. Huh. I don't think I have anything else that I can expect delivery for. Dang it! I've got that happens to me definitely before. We got a shirt for Emilio. Weird noise. Our long-haired Chihuahua. It's like we had one before. His name was Brody. Went everywhere. He lived at 18. He went everywhere with us. I mean, to California, any trip for the most part, we'd always take him with us. I'm trying to get Avery into golfing. We got clubs for her. We just got so busy, and then now I'm like, I want to get into golfing. You don't do much. You don't have a job anymore. You get to stay at home finally. You got what you wanted. I want to start getting into golfing. I want to see you out on the golf course so bad. Even if you don't have a pretty swing at first, you're still gonna be gorgeous to look at and get a tan, get some natural vitamin D. So anyway, we got some cute outfits for, for clothes, and then it was like, let's get something for almost keep saying Brody, but Emilio. I thought that's what it was his shirt, but it's not his shirt. It says on Amazon that it's not coming in still till Monday, and we have no other orders from Amazon, and I've gotten the stuff from TikTok Shop that I ordered. Did Avery order something? But I love this when I'm like, what's coming in today? I have no idea. And then I'll go to see tracking history. And it said, departed shipping partner facility, USPS awaiting up. So maybe it is that, and it just isn't updated from you. Maybe you, because that happens sometimes. UPS will drop stuff to the post office. I don't know, because then I'll go to like where it's come from, and it's coming from Little Rock. When I'm like, well, and then it says waiting item, and so it was yes, UPS Worldwide Forwarding. Ha ha. Okay, it might be his shirt. I think we're getting it today. Avery would love that. It's a cute little golf shirt. It's got to be that. Yes, she. Oh yeah, for sure, Aussie chick. Yeah, well that and she's long, So I don't know. I just think that hey, short compacted swing too for short, shorties. But she's just tall, long. Would love to see her on the course, tall, long. But then that swing, and I think we could get it going, and she could hit it pretty far, because she has some pretty good muscle tone. So not that that matters much, but she, anyway, oh yeah, I'd love to get her. Plus, yeah, just for her and that mental stress. I say stress, but the anxiety and just getting out. I think it would help her too, though, on that end of things as well. All right, bounce play for me. Back at 2, just waiting for a bounce play here. Nice, good breakout, continuation play there from BIAF. The only play this morning, in my opinion, that's worth a darn and scooting is BIAF. I got some great golf stories. God, I've got some great ones. I mean, I've got some stories. I mean, like when I did stupid shit on the golf course. Let's see, go back to early on journeys. When I worked at a golf course. I don't know what it was with me and fire. I'm going to tell you this story. You're going to be like, what, AK? I'm like, yeah, I did this. I'll listen. I'm going to tell you a story. Where like we had to take as cart boys, the dumpster that we had to dump the trash out at was down by where the maintenance shop was for all the grounds crew or the groundskeepers, whatever. The people that took care of the golf course, our dumpster for us up at the pro shop was way down the hill. And so to take out the trash, so like when our big trash cans were full, we literally had to tie them to the back of the cart. We would use where you put your golf clubs in, we would tie it in through the straps, each one of them, because it was like where it had the handles, and we had to take it down the hill. And it was, anyway. And I was like, whatever the dare was, we're in high school. I'm 18, 17. And I was like, I said, I don't, whatever, how it came about, but I was like, I was pissed off at him. I don't know. I was like, I'm going to set the dumpster on fire. Like, no, you won't. I was like, bet me. So they bet me I wouldn't, whatever the money was. And I was like, what cash you got on you right now? And so I started a fire in the dumpster. I mean, I'm not kidding you. No one ever said a damn thing. This is at night, getting close to the end of the day, right? You couldn't see the fire from the pro shop. Down there, it was huge. I fucking lit the dumpster on fire. I mean, okay, what? Because the dumpster luckily was like kind of like, it was luckily in the middle of like nowhere. Like it was dirt below. It was a gravel road where it was at. So there was nothing that could catch on fire. But what was in the dumpster? The dumpster would just flame until because the dumpster is made out of all that metal. So I'm like doing the math in my head, and I'm like, there's nothing that can happen here. The only thing that did happen, which is funny, the plastic doors that you're supposed to fold over, those melted off. No one said anything. I think they just thought some kid, because it's great. It was a golf course community. It had 2 golf courses. It's called Greystone. You could look up. There's one on the front end when you first pull in, you see the course. Houses all over. Then you go to the back, and then they put a back one back there. Front one's Mountain Springs. The back one's Cypress Creek. And so it's at the very back of all. So they probably just thought someone like me, but that lived in the neighborhood, and you can drive your carts around and do that shit. Some malicious kid came in and was like, "Oh, I'm gonna." So they no one said anything. We were all just like the next day, because the cart boys were like Derek, and they were just like, "Holy fuck," because it got big fast, and we were like up the hill, like, "Oh fuck." We got out of there. We were like, "Okay, what's gonna happen?" I got a little worried. Nothing ever happened. It was so funny. We were both like, honestly, we were both with the ones that found out about it. We were like, how did no one ever say anything? Roma. Oh, Roma! Is Roma Italian food back again? This darn play is so weird here, team. I'm going to put Devs off the watch, or over here now, but I'm going to put Roma. It is back on the top board here. It melted down yesterday. Talking about melted down, now that word's in my head. We'll put Devs over here. Fred, there's a player. Yeah, Fred. Yeah. Golf does not help with stress. Oh, yeah. Well, it depends on who you are. Like me, it does. See, like if you take it too seriously, Fred, we don't take things seriously. Like when I go golf with my dad, he truly is like the goofy one that says whoever loses the most ball wins. My dad has this thing like midline drop where he'd shank it out. Wouldn't even go look for the ball. I mean, he'd go find it, but he didn't want to. And he'd just throw it in the middle of the fairway. I'm like, all right, well, not in the middle of the fairway. Like, all right, here's where I wanted to hit it. I hit it over here, and he threw it like halfway in between, like somewhere in the. He didn't care. There's no stress when it comes, even for me anymore. Like I had a split moment of where but no, there's not a sport that stresses me out. Watching my team stresses me out, but playing sports never stressed me out. It was never I wasn't like that. I took it seriously because I wanted to play good, but I didn't take it seriously to where, because again, I know it wasn't Tiger Woods. Like I'm not Tiger. I'm not Sergio Garcia, or, back in the day when I played, when those were the top guys. I'm not Phil Mickelson. I'm not Ernie Els. I'm not the Big Easy. I probably could have got there. Even like the pro at the place, like the pro at the course I worked at was like, you could be so, like everyone's like, you could be so good. I just didn't care about being good. I don't know why. I wish I would have tried harder, to be honest. But everyone's like, dude, I could hit. Point being, I haven't talked about this much. Guess how far I could hit a 6-iron. A 6-iron. Let's just guess. Fred, I know you play golf in Aussie Check. I'll let you. How far do you think when I was 17, 18, 19, 20, how far do you think I could hit a 6-iron? And I'll never forget this great story. Again, another one on the golf course. 6-iron. How far, Fred? Aussie Chick, what's your guess for a 6-iron? 225. 225, not a lie. I could get Chris. I could call Chris Howell right now. So we're par 5. I smash it down the middle. I'm 225 out. I get a 6-iron. Crush it. I had graphite shafts. Crush it. Right of the green. Probably hit it about 225, 230. Because I was 225 out. I could have hit it a little further. It's about 225 though. Chris like, you couldn't try these with my Walmart clubs. Some steel shaft piece of fucking shit clubs from Walmart. Boof! Scud missile. His mouth was like. Same thing. I push it out to the right a little bit. Pretty much same spot where my other ball was, 225. I never forget this. I was in a tournament with Derek. The guy I was working with Derek, and the guy, Scotty. God, I forgot. It's another Scotty back in the day that was good, but I forgot the guy at North Little Rock that was really good. But we're all playing together. We're on number 9 at Cypress. It's a $160 out. And I'll already tell this one. I hit a pitching wedge, a $160. All these guys are at 8s. I think Bo Glover was his name. Bo Glover. He could smash drivers and 3-woods further than I could, but I'll never forget this. We're on 9. He was like, Josh, wait, ask him. He's like, what club do y'all think he's got? And they're like, 8, 9. He's fucking hitting a wedge. He's like, you're hitting a pitching wedge? I'm like, yeah. Boof. And I hit my irons so high. Like, it is nasty crazy. And I hated it because it was hard for me to control that early on. So on windy days, it sucked because I hit my irons just like, so my 6-iron shot, or my 4-iron shot. I hit my 4-iron about 455, 460. I would, usually my dad would always, he'd get so pissed. He's like, stop using your driver. I could hit my 4-iron 87% of the time, probably. Like about my trade percentage win rate. 85 to 90% of the time, I could hit my 4-iron straight as an arrow. Nice little draw. Got a little run out. Hit it about a 460, 450. Every time. He's like, why are you just hit that? I get it on par 5s. You want to hit a driver, but anyway. Yeah, it was awesome. Pitching wedge was 169, was about 150 to 169, got up to about a $170. 8-iron into about a $180, 85, maybe into 190 depending on when. 7-iron took me in around 205, 210. 6-iron was about 225. 5-iron was about 235. 4-iron was about 245, 250. I didn't hit the 3. I didn't like the 3. If I hit the 4, 250, 260, I might as well just go straight to the 3-wood. And crush it about 285. Bo Glover, I could hit my 3-wood only about 285, 300 at most. Bo Glover could hit a 3-wood like 330, 320. He hit his drive. I mean, I say that it was far. He hit his 3-wood about as far as he hit his driver, which was nuts. And he hit his 3-wood mostly. He could just hit it really low and get a lot of run out. Yeah, that's crazy good. I was hitting like what Tiger could hit. At 17 or 18, 19, I am hitting as far as Tiger hit his irons, which is nuts. I just didn't take it serious. I wish I would have. And I had such soft hands, like around the greens. I had such control, like, with like my short game. Like my dad was always, another thing he was, because my dad never cared, but he's like, my short game's stupid. Like, and I just pick I learned all this on my own. I had a coach, but I learned how to just be soft with that wedge, like the 56 degree, 54 degree, whatever it might be. And it was, I could really control that rollout or the spin on those balls, Hell, there was one time, par 5, it's like, I forgot how far it is. It's about 580, and I mean, multiple times at a par 5s, I was on in 2. I remember like another great one was a, what's it called? A scramble. And took my drive, and it was with my dad, and it was with his, the Buzz, whatever, his radio station had a tournament, and he would always want me on his team. It took my first 2 shots. So funny. Par 5, got to be minimum 550, 580. But the green is kind of, it's a dog leg left over a pond, and you can't really see the green where we're at. You can kind of see it. And I had guys lay up, and like, I'm just going to bust this 3-wood. We're about, still about 240, 250 out. And I didn't know if I get my 4-iron there. I was like, well, if anything, I'm going to go over the pond. We'll be over the green. We'll be in there too, just over the green. Because those greens, it's like one of those greens where all the greens are like 4,000, 5,000 square feet. They're fucking huge. And nail it, perfect draw, and we're all like, fuck, well, hopefully it's got to be good. So I think we may even had a guy up there. I think we may have. Anyway, I hit it stiff about 5-10 feet, something like that. We're on in 2. Couldn't even. But what's funny, we all missed the fucking putt. All missed the putt for the eagle. Oh, it would have been my own eagle. Oh, it sucked. All right, bounce plate potential here for NQ. Watch this around 2650 area. This 24,650. 24,650. Adding into around 24,630 here. Getting a reversal here. SPY as well. Got the pop up. Move right back on down. Does look like BIF is going to be our play for the day in small cap sector, and we're getting this 225 bounce now. That's what's holding up. So we can see here, and that's really unfortunately what's generally working today. And I try to tell you guys this all the time in the small cap sector. Find the trends within the trade. If your first pullback goes from we'll call it 175 to 145, that's 30 cents. Your second pullback goes from 185 to 160, 25 cents. Your third pullback goes from $2 down to 180, 20 cents. 20 to 30 cents is your pullback zone for the day. So if you go to new high of day of 250, you're probably only going to get a 20 or 30 cent bounce. And that's generally unfortunately what the frick we're getting, because I wanted to pull back down to 2, break that rule again, because it won't last all day. It'll last like the rules of 3 and 4 after 4, especially getting to 5. How much longer can this trend continue to push? Up XI, that's another former runner. UPXI. UPXI is another former runner here that's taken off today. Slow and steady as it goes, though. Yeah, those were the days. I love that, obviously, as a kid, when I was in there, like, when I could hit those irons that far. That was, trust me, that was a flex for sure as a kid. You're like, yeah, watch how far I can smush this iron. But just some of those things. That's where it goes back to the stock trading. Because again, I told this story. You guys probably forget when I got into this, and here I am again yesterday to my story. If you're listening to TTP, I'm in 2 years of my journey. August of 2015, I started my journey. Hey, let's give it a few months. Let's watch as many videos. I love stock trading. This is awesome. I worked overnight at radio station. I worked at Cumulus Media in Dallas, which had the ticket, had ESPN. So I'm reporting for the Cowboys, for the Mavs. TCU, I was their main TCU because that's like the biggest college in town. We have SMU, but SMU, let's just be honest, never that great at sports. At the time, TCU was going to like BCS games. They had Trevin Boykins. He was, I think, even up for maybe a Heisman that year in 2016, that they were undefeated throughout most of the year. It's a little toward the end, but anyway, it was great to cover them. Of course, I love purple, so now I get to wear all this purple and gear from them. But anyway, so I had to work overnights to get extra hours because as a reporter or a producer, you're just not getting about 20 to 25 a week. So that, hey, well, we got Friday and Saturday night overnights that need to get filled. I'm like, motherfuck. Well, imagine that. You got to go now your Friday and Saturday night, which wasn't bad when Saturdays, because I'd have to go do during the fall, because I would go but during the spring sucked. A lot of the time, if your basketball game was early in the day for TCU, well, now you're back and putting the audio in at say 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you got to come back to the station and work overnight. I like football season because generally what I would do is wait to get, like, hey, it depends on when the game was, but I love the late games because then I was like, hey, I got a game, I can't be there till a certain time. But anyway, so how to fill in the overnights? Well, I came across, like a lot of you guys did back in the day, Tim Sykes. And what was he preaching and teaching? Penny stocks. And he was on actually a show called Below Deck that's on Bravo. I've talked about this multiple times. Me and Avery, she loves that show. Doesn't really watch it anymore, but she loved it back then anyway. Watch it. It's a rerun. We're watching it again, and boy, here's this Tim Sykes guy, and we both are like, God, this guy's such a douche. What an asshole. The way he talks to him, and here's what you should be doing. You should be trading penny stocks. And anyway, and it takes like half the tip away from him. And I'm like, are you all right, jerk? I'm going to look into your penny stocks thing. I had nothing to do tonight for 8 hours. When I get in at 10, I didn't get off till 6 a.m. A lot of time to fill. And I got interested really quick. So I watch videos all the time, some during the week, definitely on Friday and Saturday overnights, but I'm trying to fill as much time as I can learning stocks. Saying, hey, January 1st, open an account, get into Sykes' room, let's trade. Well, getting to do that, well, there's no lead there. It's just a chat room full of dummies talking nothing. And I realized that. And then finally March comes around, and I finally am kind of trading, but not a lot, not making any money, not losing a lot of money, but just not doing shit. Got to get a job. Now I get a job at Rent-A-Center, work all the time, get another job. So I'm working nonstop. Got 3 jobs now. Did Uber Lyft at that time too for an extra job. let's fast forward to the end of that year, and I'm missing out. Finally quit Rent-A-Center. I only did that from April until end of October. Stopped that. Literally, it was so awesome. I quit, and we went out to, I'll never forget this. We took a trip out to Vegas, and I was like, I'm done. After this, I'm out of here. I'm proposing to my wife, and I'm done. I need to move on and up in my life. I can't be engaged in just, I'm sorry. My head's, like, that's where I start to stress. I'm like, Josh, you went to school for this. You are a smart person. You do not need to be engaged in this beautiful, hardworking badass that's now a regional manager, and you work at Rent-A-Center. It just ain't happening. You're not going to be that dud. You're going to be a stud. So I've worked my schedule around to like, Josh, you're going to start looking at socks again. And where I can look at them pretty much throughout the portion of the day. Pre-market into closing bell, and then you go to jobs after that. And I luckily worked that into about February of 2017. So you got to think, April of 16 to February of 17, I'm not looking at stocks. I can kind of in the background, and I know I'm missing out. I'm seeing a lot of spikes, the shipper craziness in late November, December of 16. So I'm missing, and I know that. So I'm like, I've got to get back to this. Well, I go back to it in February, and I'm struggling, going from paper, and then I'll go real. And then even when I'm doing that, I'm barely trading. I'm too scared to trade. Well, when I do trade, it's here and there. It's not that bad, but it's not that great. Until finally in August of 2017, I chased a third halt up and just looking for 10 cent, looking for a quick scalp. Let me max out this trade, go as big as I can. And I did go as big as I could. Oh, man, we almost down to 420. 420 was sexy, didn't quite get it. And BIF just looks like it's just going to keep doing these small pullbacks of 25 cents and not give us a good traditional one. I'm going to wait and get the traditional one. Just get a nice, good, true pullback. These are called dip buys. These are dips. Dips and rips, right? You want a bounce play. That's August of 2017. So when that happened, and it was point being, I chased a third halt up. It opens like right beside it, small gap down, and shoots straight into a halt down before I can even, because it's one of those halt up, halt up, halt up. It's like, it's live for 10, 20 seconds, if that. I can't get out quick enough. I'm just deer in the headlights. The one time that was where I was a deer in the headlights, the fast as you can see as I talk and I am as a person and a human, boy, I was shocked. And then I'm yelling and freaking out and pissed off. Avery comes running in the room. What's wrong? What happened? And then I start yelling at her. So I got to start taking things seriously, and anyway, long story short, that was 2018. I know when we went out to, 2016, my bad. 2016. Why am I thinking 2018? I was engaged there. 2016. 2016 was when I quit, obviously, Rent-A-Center. But I went out there for her 30th birthday. It was her 30th birthday. Went out to Vegas for her. Because we went out for my 30th birthday, and then in 16 was her 30th birthday, which is crazy. She turns 40 this year, and she is gorgeous as can be, and doesn't even look close to 40. Can't believe we're 40. Anyway, and so I was like, I got to get this going. And then, as in back to the Rent-A-Center and quitting, I'm like, I want to be a successful trader. But point being, after that happened, and in this time period, I'm like, okay, I've been doing this for, I said 2 years, but I know I took but Josh, if you put the time in from August to that February when you did try, and then from this last February till now, it's been about a year's worth of time. But what I do, I'd come in here and go, yeah, cool. What up, Avery? Okay, Instagram, TikTok, whatever, Snapchat, Facebook, in and out. I wasn't trying to truly take this seriously again, and it fucking hit me in the head so hard. I'm like, Josh, here you go. Let's go back to sports. Baseball, you were pretty damn good. You could hit I had a great eye for the ball. You have great hand-eye coordination. And then I started playing basketball, and I was always a starter. Played AAU basketball here in Little Rock. Well, I moved to Cabot, and then they suck at basketball, just a bunch of white boys. Now, white boys can be good, depending on where, but boy, here in Cabot, Arkansas, we sucked at basketball. But what we were good at, we won 7 out of 8 state championships in golf. Well, that was while I was in the middle part of that run. We went for 7th in a row. My junior year, we lost it. So we had 6 in a row. Could have been 7 in a row. We lost it in a crazy playoff against us in Conway. And then we came back and won in our senior year. Right? So we went 7 of 8. Our football team, when I got here, had just entered 3 straight highest classification state championship games. Or 3 or 4. We won, or it was like 4 or 5. Point being, we won it in 2000. I got here in 98. So in 98, or 97, I got here. 97, I played basketball in 98 and 99. I was like, okay, done taking the trip to Little Rock for AAU. This is getting annoying. We suck here in Cabot. I'm done with basketball. I'll go to football. We're really fucking good. So I joined that in 98 and, of course, in 8th grade. And did that onward. And then I realized golf. And I always loved golf. I was already golfing. So I quit basketball. But then I stay with football, but then I'm with golf. Then I quit football. I'm like, I'm going to really do golf. But then I didn't really do golf. I was always just kind of like half-assing it. I was always a starter, but I never fucking really tried. I was like, well, fucking, and then I get into architecture for school. So I go to University of Arkansas for architecture. I stop it within half a semester. This is too hard for me. They were right. boy, you're not going to have a good life doing this in college. You're going to be here all day, every day. No going to the games, no tailgate, no partying. Man, this is hard shit. And no lie, I came in, this is like our second, I think it was a second project, whatever. I come in and the School of Architecture at the University of Arkansas is the old library. So it's a beautiful, big-ass old building. And the freshmen are all in the basement. It was crazy. And I forgot what they called it, the dungeon, I forgot. And so you'd go down there, anyways, really tall walls. It was really pretty, though. Regardless, you went in there, and on the wall, they had string, all in one square yard. I think it was 1 square yard. And it was string, it was like perfect square, right? And it was just, in the square was this bamboo and the leaves. Like, how'd they even get this up there? Is it just up there all the time? I can't remember anymore. But the project was, we had a certain square that we were given, and we had to draw what was in that square. Okay, cool, I'm down with that. But then they said, the only way we move on to the next project, and we will not move on, and they did not, because I stopped, because I tried it like once or twice, and we did not move on. I'm like, they're fucking being for real here. Every square, when we went up there with our picture, it had to look just like it, to the dot, but for a reason. Because if our bamboo and leaves and whatever went to the next one, and it didn't match up perfectly with the other person's, and we're talking like 40, 50 fucking students. So your 40, 50 squares, all of them have to match. And so I go to draw them. I'm like, well, we should be able to get this down. We're first time, we weren't even fucking, I say close, but we weren't that close. Second time around, we got pretty close, and we were closer, but I'm like, this is fucking nuts. Like, I'm done. Me and my buddy Andrew, we're still friends. Andrew Gaskell, still friends on Facebook. We both at the same time were like, deuces. Like, I can't do this. I am not even about that life. BIF, nice. What's up, Mike? Been scalping BIF since the pre. Oh, nice. Yeah, little scalps here and there. That's all it is, yeah. Trying to get the bounce play like I talked about right here. We're trying here on the futures. I like it. Scalping AIFF now, yeah. It's a slower day. Up XI is not bad. It's popping a little bit. Dev's not doing anything for the day. It's really slow. Hey, buddy. What's up, man? Yeah, there's not another bad one. AIFF. So I'm going to get rid of SVCO. It's starting to die off a little bit. AIFF, this ran here, in the last month or two? When did we pop up? Oh, yeah, just overall in the last couple of weeks. I've wondered why we've been seeing this play. And right here, we got the resistance really strong right around 220, 225. If it gets over that mark, that'd be a great bounce opportunity. Like, we get back up to 240 mark. Again, not a lot of profitability zone today. The only one I do like some profitability zone is back down at 2 here for the bounce play on BIF. I have my orders in. I'm going to leave them in all day long. I do have Dual Stream Friday coming up here with the futures trader. In about 35 minutes, I will get the link out to her very soon, so she knows to join. Been a slow day. Oh, it's slow. Yeah, it's a slower one. It's slow. It's going to be that way into next week as of right now. Man, they all look the same. OCGN is very similar to AIFF. I mean, that looks very similar chart right there. You seem to have an eye for that chart, my friend. You seem to have an eye for that chart. Now, bounce play on AIFF. Once this gets to 225, 205 to 2, just like BIAF. So Aussie chick, I know a lot of you guys, I'm not big into these small, slow movers here. BIF is as slow as I can get. But AIFF, if you're looking for a trade, A, reversal at 225, or B, watch for the 205 to $2 bounce play. Team, we are in a day with small gains. We're not out here trying to make banger moves today. It's not going to happen at all. Just not happening. So don't push the envelope on days like today. It just isn't going to be there for you. Good alert there, boss. Good alert, good alert, good alert, good alert, good alert, good alert, good alert. BIF, I'm not, like I said, just want to do one trade here for the trade the pool challenge, for the prop firm challenge, and growing the account. Looking back down at 2 to 205. 2 to 205. I'm loaded up all over there you go. Aussie chick, love it. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, she got that lower volume OCGN does. It's all right, though. I mean, it's what we're dealing with. I mean, bounce play for OCGN back down around 250 area. I'd say call it 255, to be honest. 255. Again, it's only up about 25 cents on the day. 14%, 13.5% gainer. I'm going to get my next AKNR going here soon, team. So again, I'm going to put these links out there. I always forget to put these links out there to start the day. I don't know how I always forget to start the day doing this, but boy, oh, I do. So here's my Instagram. Here is my X and my YouTube page. Non-stop putting out some great information for you guys, at least as much as I can, multiple times a week. So there's my Instagram, there's my X, and then here is my YouTube. So again, you're looking for stock trading information, large cap, small cap. I'm going to start adding futures into that too as well. Pay attention. Here is, you want one-on-one time, I do lessons with traders. We trade live together. I mean, speaking of Aussie Chick, the last 2 times we traded, we went short on PLTR, short in the top, and then we just took a bounce play here recently on a great bounce play back up that was actually, we got 1.5 points at a PLTR, and on the small cap trade that we took on TURB Turbo, the energy company, I got just over $1 out of that bounce play. So we're talking going long, we're talking going short, we're small capping it, we're large capping it, and then eventually we're going to start getting those futures going. You want to be part of this daily live stream and getting these morning alerts like you just got today, where to go long, where to go short, pointing out the downtrend break for you, pointing out the bounce potential right there for you. Where is Saline Girl at? I know Saline's got to be around today. I don't know if she actually took my bounce alert, but it's working right now. It's absolutely a banger play right now. NQ working out as called. Perfect. Not only a long, now we're getting 50 points right here. Saline, where's Saline Girl? All the futures traders, where's Blowing Glass Trader? Boom, shakalaka, bam to bam. You come over. It doesn't matter what chart you give me. It's like a doctor. I like that saying yesterday, TB, Coach TB, where he was like, going to the doctor and they're reading the chart and he has no idea what that. He's like, what does this even mean? He doesn't know. It's like, you give me a stock trading chart. Yeah, I think that's the links. We got one more out there. Yeah, it's good enough. Got the morning alerts right there. And literally, the morning, like, no lie, that I have a guy, this is nuts. This is nuts. Check this out from back in December when he sent me this. I'm still just, it makes my heart happy every time I see this from old Rick C. Hopefully Rick C will come back soon. Check it out right here. Got this in back in December. Hey, Josh, because he canceled his morning alerts, and so I say, guessing since you canceled, you've either made enough to, or it's time for another vacation off of them. Hey, Josh, just one, as in because he's taken multiple vacations and he's canceled once because he went to Europe for 3 months off of the profits he made from my morning alerts. And that's why I was jokingly saying, did you make money off of them so you're canceling them? So sure enough. Hey, Josh, want to take a train to Levels. Notice the new name of our sailboat? It's Levels. 950K account to 4.3 mil self-admitted IRS better. So essentially he turned one account to this and he did some trading on his own. And so that means he's made millions upon millions upon millions with a 92% win rate. And there's his badass boat named Levels. If you need anyone to trade Levels or help you with Levels, do one-on-ones with me. Come over to my live stream. Get my morning alerts. That's $30 a month. He's paid about $500-ish in morning alerts. $30 a month. He's had them for less than 2 years. $500 investment has turned into $5 mil plus. Bang-a-rang, baby. Nope. T-Brown, they do not do futures. If I do futures, I'll probably be going over, I'll figure out, I'll have to do some investigating to see which prop firm I like the best. But yes, no. Just equities and stocks. I'm not going to one-stop prop, bro. Hell no. I'd be going to Apex. I'm going to one of the better ones. I ain't going to one-stop prop. Hell to the nah. Hell nah. I'd be going over to Apex or... Let's see, I'd like to hear that conversation. What conversation? What conversation, T. Brown? The one with me and Mike Tyson? It was a great interview. Mike, it's hard to understand him sometimes. What conversation are we talking about? Which one? But yeah, I would go to probably like not one stop prop, but like Apex. They've been around for a while. Could even go to, what's that other one called? Top step. I'm like, one stop prop. That's a load of you get fucked. No offense, but one stop prop is just you were not going to pat. You were there just no. And thanks to I already know that, but then when CR Trader did some investigating for us, CR Trader was like, yeah, that there. Hell no, ain't no one stop prop. I'd rather go back to trade zero and trade small caps with trade zero. Props for futures. Yes. Lucid is good for futures. Prop from Sailing Girl. Did you take my bounce play? Did you not take my bounce play, Sailing Girl? Did you not take it? There you are. Look at this. Who called it out? I told you. I just want to come over. I'm gonna do this for about a week. And once I am, right now I'm 1 for 1 100%. If by next Friday I'm like 4 for 5 or whatever, or 3 for, I'm gonna start trading futures. I called this out. I'm really 2 for 2. Actually, today I'm 2 for 2. I called the breakout, then I called where the bounce play was going to be. Right fucking here. On the dot. I'm switching to coffee. I'm about to get weird. Okay, cool. I love it. Switching to coffee. Imagine all this on just a little bit of water. Oh, yeah, and I know. Well, because they have the one-stop prop guy over there. It's the one guy. The Braden Staff guy. And I've had so many people. Oh, even Kevin Avery. So Kevin Avery that I stream live with me right on Trade the Pool was like, we're always talking. And he was like, they reached out to me here recently about going over with them. I was like, who? And he was like, I was like, one stop prop? And he's like, yeah. And he was talking, and how or whatever he said, and finally I was like, Braden Staff? He's like, yeah, that's his name. I was like, yeah, that dude reached out. Yeah, like, no, do not. He's like, oh, I'm not. He's like, that just seems sketchy as can be. I was like, yeah, it's fuck yeah. Like, that's just a load of crap. Like, they're fucking the worst. No one would go to them. Let's see here. Louis, one-stop prop was the deck promo. Yes, they are scammy as hell. Yes, exactly. I would never go to them. I would go to Apex or I'd go to Top Step to start off with, just because they're the ones that everyone goes to. Hey, good play from AIFF. And again, I like 205. It may only bounce at 225. This area now back down here becomes super sexy because look at the profitability zone. We're really moving. Body moving. I still like the $2 area. I'm going to keep orders, like I said, all day long. Taste of the water. I wouldn't trade MNQ. I would just trade NQ, just so you know. Listen, I'm big boy. I like the big barn burner. Did you see TCGL? I got 100 points out of a small cap. I got 100 points out of a small cap play. I mean, let's just go this. I trade this. If I can trade that, bring on NQ. Bring it on. Bring it. I ain't scared of you. I ain't scared of no stock. It's a chart. That's all it is. What you scared of? Trade the chart. Chart it, trade it. Yeah, AFF's nice. Oh, look at that. Look at the line. Put the lines in and trade them. That's what I'm talking about. No offense. I'm going to say it. I'm going to toot my own horn. I'm one of the best charters I've ever seen, baby. When's this line in? Probably from when it ran here recently in pre-market. Oh, from last year. April the 10th of 2025, mother suckers. April the 10th, 2025. Put your lines in and trade them. Yeah, I'm scared of the price of things. Oh, the price, yeah. I don't look at the price, though. See, I never look at the price. I stopped doing that. I just trade the chart. I mean, because point being, back to TCGL, I don't think I can go back far enough now. Oh, you can't. You have to do, like, hourly. You have to go to the 4 hour. You can't even do the 1 hour. Anyway, I mean, you got to think about what, like, when I first started trading, when this play is already up. Look, what's the low? Low's 890. Open 890, right? I got in at 17. You better believe 1768. When I first started trading, you know how fucking scared. Oh God, yep, nope. Get out of here. Get out of my dreams. Get in the backseat. Ooh, look at the reversal here. But I would have been taking profit heavy into this, into that. So would have gotten probably about 70 to 60 points minimum out of this trade, right? 50, 60, 70. And now I'm eating grass, and probably would have stopped out once it cracked back below these upper shadows. But we're 2 for 2 so far. Did the trades last long? No. But it doesn't seem like a lot of the time in futures they do. I would not be, at least when I first start trading futures, I will be in and out of that once I get my 50, 60, 80, 100 point move, I'm out of it. I will be out of it. Now what I would do if I'm looking to trade the futures, I would be waiting to see if we get a bounce play at 24.5 and then especially 24.4. And that's it. I would just wait for that for the rest of the day. I wouldn't trade anything else. Wouldn't trade anything else. You're a fucking maniac. I appreciate it, bro. I just want to grow. I want to push myself. There are way better traders and charters out there. I know. I don't know all the good. I don't follow a lot of people. I just don't. So I know there's a lot of great traders out there. But just the ones I've seen. I just know overall, if I can go from $1 play all the way up to $25,000 plays, damn. It's just charts. And it's not like, damn, it's just like, this is what I'm supposed to do. That's what I've said for the longest time. Like, if I could find that clip, I don't know if I could find it anymore. Let's see if I can find this clip. I'll see if I can find it. I put Noller. I should have probably put Nolan. I put Noller. I don't know where. I remember when I know I've seen it. It's not like it doesn't exist. I think it was a 40 Minutes of Hell documentary. Yeah. I think it was a 40 Minutes of Hell documentary. So can I find that? Can I go to YouTube? Come on. 40 Minutes of Hell documentary. Please tell me they have it on here. Nope. Damn it. Where is this at? Point being, it was the 40 Minutes of Hell documentary that they did on the Hogs on ESPN back, that all those little documentaries, 30 for 30 things, all the shit that they do. Anyway, so they play Kentucky, and they're both ranked. They're both ranked, and, they're not supposed to beat Kentucky. And they beat Kentucky at Kentucky. And they're all hyped up, and Nolan comes in the locker room, and he's like, no, see, now I'll get quiet. If you know who Nolan Richardson is, he's got a hell of a presence. He's like, no. He's like, that's what you're supposed to do. See, this is exactly, I forgot. Of course, you hear him, and I get goosebumps even thinking about it now. He's like, that's what you're exactly supposed to do. He's like, this is what you're supposed to do. You were supposed to come in, you play the way you're supposed to play. You play like a team. You're supposed to win. You're that good. You can win. This is you. That's the year they won the championship game against Duke, and they beat Duke. They beat Kentucky that year. They beat Duke that year. They beat studs. They beat North Carolina. They beat you name it. They beat them. Anywho, but yeah, that was Nolan kind of, grounding them and saying, listen, stop hooting and hollering like you just beat Kentucky and you're, Arkansas Southern University and you've never played even Kentucky in your life. You play high school teams essentially, Okay, yeah, then you can go back like, wow, I can't believe No, you're the top ranked team. This is what you're supposed to do. Stop acting like this right now. Remember this. Remember this feeling. Anyway. But that's me as a trader. His name was Rapid Financial. He was over it was deckmartrades.com, the Tradecaster, but his name was Rapid Financial. He would be calling out stuff and levels, and you just like, there's no way it's going to happen. There's no way it's going to get to there. Right? Just calling out stuff way ahead of time. Small cap, large cap, going long, going short. It just blows your mind. He was doing no one was really doing futures back then. He was doing small caps and large caps, and then also trading options. He was trying to get me into options. It just he had 7-figure days. 7 figures. 7-figure days, team. This is 2020 when he was it was crazy in 2020. But he showed me the bigger picture, and he would always say, Josh, you could be a much better trader. I remember him always kind of pushing me. And so it was one of those things where, having that kind of mentor, so to speak, really helped out of, trying to see the bigger picture on what's, potentially possible for the day. There's that ATP, like I said, finally getting down to 4-5. Slow and steady hangover play, nothing too great there. Large cap plays, big reversal out of the gate on some of them. Okay, the NVIDIA is working its way back on down. I'm going to start looking at large cap plays in a minute. Oh, I do have the dual stream Friday coming up. I want to get that link sent over and make sure last week, she's like, I forgot to set an alarm. She's on the West Coast. So I gave her a little credit. I said, it's okay. I understand. I don't see how you guys on the West Coast get up that early anyway. Yeah, it's definitely. Well, Mike, it's going to be slow today. It's going to be slow next week, in my opinion, too, as well. BIAF again, team. I like this at that $1 or $2 area for a dip buy, and then AIFF 225 sketchy. I say sketchy, a little more risky at 225. I love the 205 into 2 a lot more. Mike. Yep, used to stream live. I was over. It was deckmarktrades.com. It was 2017 when I finally, like I said, when I went to get back into that, I knew how to join a real chat room, and the like Ross Cameron Warrior Trading had free. It was like free chat Wednesday or free chat Tuesday. They always would have free chat days where you could go to these different people's live streams and join them. And I just like Dex Energy, and he was around a lot of the day too as well. And he did lessons, and at first, to me, especially more so at first when he was younger, it was a little bit better in my opinion, for sure. He was a better trader. He's better. He definitely did lessons and wasn't promoting and all that kind of stuff. And anyway, so I joined him to stay with him. And there was a lot of good, like Rapid Financial, and then there was Yama, and then there was Iggy, and there were the traders that you could tell that were pretty decent. And they were teaching me things to do, like eventually down the line, like, getting rid of my P&L. Like, don't have your P&L up there. Just have your average price or your position size. Start tracking and journaling, all that key stuff that I've now preach and teach all day, every day to you guys. Stop looking at your P&L. Don't trade your P&L. Get it off the screen. Put your lines in and trade them. Track and journal, track and journal, track. Anywho, but yeah, throughout the years, anyway, in the 2020, I turned like a top trader, like a moderator in 2019, 2020. He asked me to start going live for him on Fridays. He takes Friday off completely, actually, at that point, come June of 2020. And I'm live streaming in his lobby at Tradecaster, and it's just me on Friday. He'd had 4 days, and I had Friday all to myself, which was really cool. And it was so crazy hot in 2020, around December. He's like, all right, missing a lot of action. I've had my 3-day weekends for, half a year now. I'm going to get Friday back. You go live after me. And so I'm logging in. I'm going live in his lobby, blah, 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 blah. Point being, come October, because he had a lobbies pet tab, and he was trying to become, like the Twitch of stock trading, he kept saying. And so in October 2021, he gave me my first my lobby, and I was the only one that had a lobby beside him. And then we come up with the deal, and I start streaming live at lunch to fill that little void. So now I'm Monday through Thursday at lunch, Friday all day long. He's paying me to stream live, and he keeps up on my pay. I fill in for him days he wants to take off. I'd fill in for him and stream live for him, like on Thursday afternoon or whatever it might be. Anywho, yeah, so it was nice. And we built up streamers and so on and so forth. But then it had a peak in 23 into 24. I don't know what happened toward the end of 24 into 25. We had a boot camp in August of 24 where we had a lot of, the streamers do a little boot camp. Lasted all month long, where I went for 3 days, they went for 3 days, they went for 3 days. I don't know what happened into 25, and then a lot of those streamers left. I think a lot of them because they maybe weren't getting paid or as much as they wanted to get paid. Well, you just started. So regardless, I don't know why they didn't stick around. Anyway, and then Dex kept cutting my pay to where he didn't. Then in June of last year, stopped paying everybody. Pretty much just said, hey, stream live for free, but then kind of booted us out and deleted all of our stuff. And now he's trying to sell Tradecaster, has been. He's tried to sell it a few times at least over the last couple of years. So I don't know. I think he's maybe done doing the streaming thing and just wants to take his money and run, so to speak, and then I'm sure he'll still do some stuff and stock trading, but just be done with Tradecaster. Yes, there's my journey, Mike. So, Mike, yes, I was a nobody, sucked. And I'll never forget this. Is another story I always talk about where I was one day when I did alert, I was just, there was nothing I liked because it was feedback I got. And someone said, hey, they tagged and said, is there anything you do like? This was 2017. And they hit me because everything was negative. Oh, that looks like shit. Don't trade that. No, don't blah, blah, blah. And what it was I saw people trading. I was too scared to trade. They're making money. I'm not making money. And so I'm like, I don't want anybody to make money. I got to that point where I'm like, fuck this. I'm tired of people making profit. It's starting to, it used to be motivating, and now it's not even close to that anymore. It's making me mad. And then I got rid of that thought process. And like I said, finally August 2017 came where that big hit came, and then I got to learn what to do, and I taught myself what to do. Everything I've learned to do, I did on my own when it comes to stock trading. And yeah, became I would say a moderator, and sometime late 2018 into 2019 as just being the bounce trader, the Haltmeister. They also called me. I knew when a play was going to halt, what time it was going to come live. I alerted that, yada, yada, yada. I was really good at reading the open price because back then you didn't have a Cobra Light Speed. But I'm not kidding you. Think or Swim, you could look at their level 2, and when the play was halted, it would kind of go back and forth. Now it'll be like all over the place. It'll be like $30. It'll just be stupid. I'm not kidding you. Back then, I'm like, guys, it's going to go live probably right around 247. They're like, how are you getting that? I'm like, well, I'm already in the level 2. It keeps jumping. And Think or Swim actually had one of those level 2s that Lightspeed or Cobra or Trade Zero has, where it's showing you pretty much where it's going to resume at. So I was really good at that. And then anyway, that led into 2020, where now I'm really becoming known as a bounce trader. Now I've got the halt strategy, going live for deck, which was awesome. Finally getting into shorting, doing trend line and shelf cracks, teaching candlestick confirmation. Yeah, really growing. We at one point, probably had, I'm sure, over 1,000 people over at Tradecaster. On free days, the viewers would show up to, 2,000-3,000 viewers over there. On YouTube alone, I used to get like 1,000 views on a day. Like that one, my main on YouTube, you go to my page, and that first video that shows is just because it has like the most views on my live stream. So if you go to my page and go to the live, well, I thought it was there on my homepage. Oh, probably because I'm live, it's not. But point being, it's like from a live stream I used to get like 500, 700 views easy every time I went live on YouTube, if not over 1,000. But yeah, it's just those numbers slowly dwindled too as well over at Tradecaster, and that was the other reason why him stopped paying me so much, because I was definitely taking a hit out of his pocket. Merlin, nope, there's no need to get up right now out of nowhere. Lay down, buddy, lay down. Yeah, I don't know why you do that. Just like, what's the point to get up just to come annoy me so I do that, and you get in trouble-ish. Let's see. Yeah, that was shady. What he did. It's odd. It just is shady because he could have let me know ahead of time. And then the timing of it all. The first time he cut my pay was literally a week after Beers passed, and he knew that I took a week off from trading in 2023 in September, and he cut my pay then. I'm like, why couldn't you have let me know like weeks ago? Like this just came up today out of nowhere, just out of your ass now. And then same back with May of last year when Groot was passing. I'm like, motherfucker, you've got to be kidding me. Like, how much I've been going through over the past 8-9 months with Groot. Fucking $20,000-$30,000 in bills, and fucking how many emergency room trips I've made. You just gonna pull this shit out of nowhere, and then a month later just dump us? I mean, that's fine. It's business, but it's like, just let me know ahead of time. Just be a man. Not too much prior, in March of last year, we're supposed to be doing a get together, and everyone has this Tradecaster chat. That, yeah, okay, let's get together in October of this year, and we're gonna have the biggest trader meetup of all time. He's talking about, and then 2 months after that, it's weird. It's like, what the hell? Log in one day, Tradecaster, no AK icon. Yeah, everyone's like, where's the AK deck? Yeah, exactly, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what also sucked, too, how he just would ignore that. He did that throughout the years, though. I mean, he's always done that. I don't get it. Like I said, I was talking about the other day, where he would do those sales. Like, I never get this one sale in 21 or 22, where he did a sale in August, because he always does those August boot camps, and he was like, if you don't sign up for this sale, you won't have access come Monday to the boot camp. And even I was like, and he kept saying it that way. People in chat are nonstop freaking out. Dak, I just got a membership. What? I just signed up for 6 months. Hold on, blah, 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 blah. He just ignored them all until finally I'm like, Dak, you might want to say something, because I got people now texting me about this. Oh, and then Friday comes out and I was like, oh, no, I didn't mean that. And so he gives those money grabs. So Monday through Thursday, he's saying one thing. Then Friday comes out and says, oh, no, you'll have access. He turned to that kind of person. And Rapid called it out in 2018, actually, which is crazy. Go back to my boy Rapid Financial. Was like, man, he's turning into Sykes, because Deck gave away trips, and I know the person he gave away a trip to Vegas. He talked about one time giving away a car, but he was giving away trips to Vegas, and one guy couldn't go, and he reached out to me when I was at Tradecaster. I know him, he follows me on Instagram, and he was like, man, what should I do? I told him I couldn't go back then, and he said, oh, just let me know when you can go. You're good. No, he's not. He never got to go to Vegas. And this is in 2024, and I'm like, first off, I'm not trying to be rude. You're not going to Vegas on his number, on his money. It ain't happening, I was like, secondly, if you want to try, just keep, continuously being persistent, reaching out and being as nice as you can. Let's see. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's all good, though. Yep, Mike's still there. There's the story. There's your story. There's your story, the background essentially from myself, and then the Deckmar trade, the Tradecaster days or whatever. Yeah, it was a fun journey though. I mean, that's why there's no regret. I don't have any ill will against him. Honestly, it is what it is. He helped me grow. He helped me promote. But I was doing that to help him too. He's like, well, I helped you with your website. I'm like, motherfucker, I did that to help people at Tradecaster. You think my business came from Google? No. You think my business came from people randomly on Instagram? No. 97% of the clientele, I would say minimum 95%, 90% of the people I did one-on-ones with on my website were people at Tradecaster. I wasn't stealing anybody away from you, motherfucker. That's where I would want to have an like what's that? That's where I have the tiff from. Like, shut the fuck up with that. Yeah, I made money, but because I wanted more money streaming. Because you put a post out in December of 2021, said, come stream a Tradecaster. And this is when I did lunch. This is right before when I started doing lunch and I did Fridays. And he said, point being, he put a post out and said, if you average 100 people in your lobby a month, I'm going to give you 90% of the profit. You'll make $9,000 in a month. This is when I had 400 or 500. I'm literally like, I'm thinking I'm about to start making crazy money. I'm like, damn, he really is making good money off of this stream. And I'm about to be making crazy money now. And then I reach out to him, you know, like I'm like, let me just build the viewers up. Let some time pass. I know he's gonna up my pay already at the beginning of the new year. I remember reaching out to him after a few weeks of me averaging well over 100, and he was like, no, you have to bring in 100 new people. I'm like, you didn't say that in the motherfucking post. Go find the post. You won't find it now. It's been deleted. I'm like, that's not what you said in the post. You just said if I average this many people in a lobby, and I screenshot it video wise. I'm like, no, that's not what you said. No. I'm like, motherfuck. I thought I was about to start banking. And so that's where, right after that, that's where I really started doing more one-on-ones. I'm like, no, you said this. Now I'm not getting it. So I want to try to make a little more income from me being here because I feel like my worth is a little more because I'm keeping a lot of people around that come over my lobby every day after you're done. So I'm keeping butts in the seats, bro. You know, I know you're the first half act, but I'm the second half act keeping people's asses in the seats. They're not going to go, you know, they might have a quick little admission or whatever and go get some popcorn and some coffee, whatever, but they're coming right back for me. And they're getting what I'm hearing, and I don't want to tell you, and I know you're probably hearing it because you did get to hear it. You're taking them to third grade, and then you're dropping the kids off at third grade from kindergarten and saying, all right, here, welcome to sixth grade. Here you go. Here's middle school. I got to go back and pick up some more kindergartners. And I'm the one that they're telling me I'm taking them to high school and graduating. It's not into college, bro. Well, anyway. So don't be going back to your website. I'm like, yeah, I did that, though, to help people. Because I wanted that when I first started. There's no one doing one-on-ones. You aren't doing them. You got the time to. You aren't doing them. I'll do them then. I'll help people in one-on-ones. Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, that was the other thing he got throughout the years while you guys would always come to me. You were like, well, he said he was going to do a shorting boot camp and blah, 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 and then he never shorted. And I'm like, well, yeah, I'm the shorter in Tradecaster. Yeah, he would do this small account challenge. Now I'm doing, yeah, I know. It's all about bringing, that was about bringing traders in. And I get it. I didn't mind that. I had one goal. Help you guys with small caps until I got the large caps. That was it. Help you. That's all I ever for trading. Once I got good enough, and actually just saw my pictures the other day from when I did my first one in Dallas. I sent a picture to Avery. I was at outside. There was a Jimmy John's or something behind me. I know it was a Starbucks though. But he hit me up on Instagram and wanted to do a one on. This is 2019. I'm just a bounce trader. I'm still like a nobody. But in deckmartraders.com, I'm a pretty good damn trader to a lot of people. And this dude was like, I'm in Dallas too. Let's meet up, dude. And he paid me $100 an hour back in 2019 when we were there for 2 hours. I was like, damn, there's a future in this. Let me get better. Because I looked, like I said, 2016, 2017. I remember, I never forget going to like Googling it. Live stock trading streams, live stock trading one on whatever it was I was Googling. And I only ran across a couple. And every time they would do them, they were like, it was like a Saturday. They were a few $100s and that's it. I'm like, I need to talk to you when the market's moving, at least after the market. I want it. And you could just tell it was going to be like it could have been a damn played video for all I knew. I never paid for them. But I was like, I could have paid for it and show up, and it's just like he pressed play, and I don't even get to talk to nobody. I just got to sit back and watch. Like I paid for Tim Sykes DVDs that he used to sell for thousands of dollars. Mr. Gaffney, what's up, Cheryl? You were awesome. I quit when he jacked up the price. So, I forgot that. Yeah, that turned a lot of traders away. They're like, I'm not paying for all these extra guys. I just want deck, or I just want you, and now I got to pay $175 a month. I have no control over any of that. Told you there was a reversal here. I'm telling you. Try 20. I like the 24.5 mark. If you want to be safe Sally, as I call it, 24.4. This is it. I like the downtrend break. We got the fake out breakout. We did get the bounce off the area I talked about. We're talking about almost a 75 from lows here, almost 100-point move back on up, right? So good bounce play, could not maintain. What do you get? Fake out, breakout. This is why I don't like trading downtrend breaks across the fucking board. And this will probably stay this way in futures when I get to trade them. Again, I'm just now looking at them. I've seen them for years. People said for years, Josh, go trade futures. I'm about to have a dual stream Friday with the girl that trades futures daily. She has a live stream. She's still going through to get to that funded account phase. So we're going to talk about her journey, her trials and tribulations, where she's had success, and of course where she's had her troubles. But I don't like downtrend breaks. From small caps to large caps, and now it looks like with futures, you get too many fake out breakouts. Mike Dyer, yeah. Smoke tuna! Oh yeah, I like the newsletter. That's a lot. Dude, just you doing all that extra work for a lot of trade. Unless, is AI typing all that out? If AI's typing it out, then other way. I'm like, who's typing all that out? My point being, if you do all that, then man, that's fucking awesome. That's a lot of work, regardless. It's AI. Okay, I was wondering. I figured it was AI. I was like, gee, mini crickets, man. That's some work, brother. That's some work. Oh, Robert, good morning. I've been traveling a lot. Where's love shipping to you? I have no idea. My man. I have no idea, Robert. Like I said, I'm not kidding you. I don't keep up with other people. When you have 20 animals, and you stream live and you do one-on-ones, I'm not kidding you. Every day at 7:00, it's straight to stocks. Let the dogs out, morning alerts, getting into one-on-ones, TTP live stream. By the time 11 to noon comes around, let me take a small little, let me recharge the battery. A lot of energy's been used. Don't do shit usually. Maybe run errands if I have to, right? Then it's back to one-on-one, streaming live again. So by the time 4:00 my time rolls around, I'm definitely kaput for the day. I don't want to do anything else when it comes to stocks. I am stocked out. I don't want to talk stocks. I do not, honestly. I'm not one of those people. I'm far removed from my first journey where I was stocks. Nah, let's talk food. Let's talk cars. Let me go for a drive like yesterday, which will show 0 to 60 X5M competition. Aussie Chicks knows the fastest time, and so does Fred. Guess how fast an X5M competition is stock, 0 to 60. I was surprised, to be honest. And I had fun yesterday on a beautiful day, 55 degrees out, nothing but sunny, clear skies. So I got to feed the dogs. I want to have some fun in the BMW. I got to walk the dogs, get on the Peloton. After I did, then it's a physical workout, whether it's weight loaded or whatever, after I get off the bike. Then I got to feed the pack. I'm home alone without Avery. Taking care. It's 6 to 7 every day by the time I'm done, And so then at that point, it's Josh time. It is. I'm getting on the steering wheel. I'm going to go then back because I love cars. I love racing. I get on my my module, my little simulator, my gaming simulator. With my wheel, my steering wheel, and my pedals. Play some Gran Turismo on the 85-inch TV. Have me a drink or 2 or 4. You smoke me a couple of bowls. Get that edge off. Chill. Get the sleep mode on with a couple of those drinks and the smoke. I sleep like a rock. Back at it the next, and then when Saturday comes, when I wake up, I mean, usually it's either Saturday or Sunday I'm zombie. One of the days I'll be a zombie. One of the days I wake up in this, I have to, I'm cleaning, I'm doing the fucking floors, I'm fucking doing the dishes from the night before that I didn't do. The other day I'm just like, I wake up and I'm like, and Avery's like, she hates those days because I'm an ass. It's funny. Yeah, but yeah, and then the sports, drive, clean, mow, errands. And then I do feel bad sometimes, I feel like maybe I should just text people more often. Hey, how you doing? Just want to keep, and maybe that, maybe build more of a camaraderie ship with a lot of other humans out there. I just feel like I'm doing that already when I'm on the live stream. I'm already communicating with you guys. So anyway, and then I get that, oh, you don't follow this person, you know who that is? I'm like, no, I don't really know any streamers or traders. I just don't. What do you got? CSTE random. Yeah, nice little random pop out of nowhere. Good alert there. Mike. Good one. Fred, when do you see the next bounce on PLTR? I already took 152. Let's go to PLTR. Here. Let's go to SPY right here, actually, real quickly, because SPY is getting a good meltdown. Let's go to PLTR. And are we hand in hand, though? Well, see, we're hand in hand. So we're hand in hand today. Look, let's just go to the trade tab, go to the active trader. We'll go to PLTR right here. Look, you can tell the last time I traded on this with options was with Google on February. Somewhere in February. Let's go to PLTR down here. When I see this, comboed together Mr. Frederica. That's 2 PLT. I was literally like, that was about to freak me out. But we're relatively similar, right? So let's just go to the same candles right here. Overall, we're at 24. So let's go to right there. Well, we're pretty much there. So it's pretty similar action right here from down, right? So we're down at 33. We're down at 33. Down more at 39. Down, not quite yet, but more at 42 for PLTR, right? So the true question, honestly, Fred, is where's the bounce in the SPY? Is there a bounce in the SPY? Is there a bounce in the futures? Because that's what's going to move this PLTR play back on up, in my opinion. Now, if I had to base it just off PLTR, go back to the 15-15, well, it's right here. It's 150, 49-30, 20 area. I talked about this in the channel. It's got to bounce here. If it doesn't bounce here, why is it not bouncing there? It should bounce there, but it doesn't matter really in the end. Why? Because what are the futures doing? What is the SPY doing? That's where days like today, I don't like days like today, honestly. Everything's moving essentially in the same pattern, the same boat right now. So where the SPY bounces, PLTR is going to bounce. Where PLTR should bounce is at the low in the channel, which we're at right now. So will it do it? It should. Does it? I wouldn't give you a 100% guarantee. And the main reason why is what are the futures, what SPY do? Do we continue to, get dragged down, so to speak? Baby, can't you hear me? It's fast. You just need to remember the amount of camera correctly. Oh, yeah, for sure. I did after the first run. The first run, I was just so excited. I was like, yeah, I love doing it, It's fast. You just need to remember the... Oh, yeah, I hear you. I got 4 dogs, and I think it's a lot, but you're a bunch of... Oh, yeah. Well, wait, imagine 4 Great Danes. Imagine 4 Great Danes. So imagine you have 4 dogs, and they're just Great Danes. Imagine picking up that shit and how often they do shit. Imagine how much food you go through, which I can tell you right now. You know how much food they go through? The Great Danes alone, they go through a 40-pound bag every 7 days. So 40 pounds times 4. 40, 80, 120, 160 pounds of dog food a month. 160 pounds. Like when I was on the live stream one day, Kevin was like, man, they eat me a month. They eat a Kevin a month. Kevin weighs, about $160, I guess. But yeah, it's just one of those things where it's just hard for me too. And so I say hard, but I've never been that way. I've said that since I was in high school. Like I just worried about what I did, and I had more fun that way too. I'm just not building that drama in with what everyone else is up to. Some wobbly pops. I think I might have a drink tonight. Ain't had one in 7 days. I think it's time for a drink tonight. There we go. The crow cheers. Bong. Oh, hit us. There we go. Bong hit us. We love it. My man, let's see. I think I might take. There we go. Devil's lettuce. Yes. The Bergen a buck. There she goes. 100. I'll see you right back. Man, I'm way behind in chat. Holy freckles. I need to concentrate. Rambling and rant. It's all good. It's one of those days. Today's trade in Hando by Algos. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That is truly it. Got it. Thanks. Got it, Fred. My man, AIFF. Cool. Bounce hard. Yeah, we're at very hard bounce off that 230 area. It didn't quite get to that after hour or pre-market high. But that is why I like BIF at 2. That pre-market high almost always sees a bounce play. Right around it anyway. You need a part-time job to feed them. Yeah. Because every 2 weeks to get dog food. And I get 2 40-pound bags for the large breed dogs, or giant breed, whatever you call them. And then I get 1 40-pound bag for the medium to small dogs. So the 40-pound dog will last how many is that? The 10. So we have 7 little dogs and 3 mediums. We have a shepherd, a lab, a pit, and 7 littles. Then 4 Great Danes. Essentially those 10 dogs eat 40 pounds every 2 weeks. The Great Danes eat 40 pounds every week, just to show you that. And so essentially I have to go get 120 pounds of dog food every 2 weeks. So do the math. That's 240 pounds of dog food a month, my friends and family, which comes out to be about $300. Not bad. It's not bad. We get Diamond. We don't get the high-end stuff anymore. Diamond's good enough. It's here in the United States. It's family-owned. I could get stuff that costs $70, $80 a bag. We used to get that stuff when we'd get it over at Hollywood Feed because you'd get it for half off, or you'd get some bags for free. Like she had 5 to 6 bag vouchers she'd get a month. All you have to do is pay tax on them. So yeah, it's crazy. Josh, I had a short at 251 on BIF, taking forever to get to 2. Let's see, BIF at 251. Oh, there we go. Okay, at 251. Are you in that right now? I would say it's going to be most likely holding up for a while. This looks like a play that wants to hold that VWAP. and kind of do what BIF did and really hold up for quite a while. Kogu, what's up, brother? How we doing? Come on over. Go back to PLTR. Are we bouncing there, Fred? Are we getting a small bounce off that area? No, yeah, we're barely holding there, Freda. We're barely holding there, Freddy. How about this, Fred? Do your kids poke fun or have fun or like the movie Five Nights at Freddy's? Nah, I know you're Fred, but I mean, here as American, Fred is Freddy to me. Your kids ever like, oh, Dad, let's go see your movie, Five Nights at Freddy's. We just saw the second one a couple weeks ago. The one that just came out this last year. Oh, man, yeah, I forgot. Hold on a sec here. All right, cool. Let me send her the link. I forgot about that. All right, at the top of the hour. She was probably like thought I was going to forget this week. Merlin, no. Merlin, quit. Merlin, lay down, you little butthole. Let's go. Lay down, Merlin. Lay down, Merlin. No. Lay down. Lay. I'll be done in about 30, 45 minutes at most or something like that. And then I'll take a break. Go outside. We'll enjoy the outdoors. I know it's a little warmer today. It's beautiful yet again. Getting this sent over to her. Any questions you guys want to go over at all? Anything at all you want to go over? Let me know. I'm here for you guys 100%. I have no idea why this is acting weird right now. Whatever. Copy link. Compose. Sweet. She got the email. That email came through quick. My kiddo likes it. Yes, that's funny. That's awesome. It's a good movie. They're pretty fun. Go on, get Merlin. Yeah, right. Oh, he's just a goober. Got in that small bounce already outside. Okay, cool. Yep. That's the area. If you're going to get a bounce play, Frederico, that's it, man. That's their bounce. And if that doesn't bounce, you just leave that alone as it may die off for the rest of the day. All right, let's join the meeting here. All righty. Don't need that. There we go. Boom.
Hey.
Girl, you better show your face.
I'm coming.
And you're here. What's up? Let's put you on the stream here. Oh, futures are getting a bounce. Okay, we're getting a little bounce here. We're looking at futures today, by the way. How are you doing?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
Amazing. Of course, I'm showing my face on the live stream versus here on the Zoom, but...
what about me?
You're like, no, I want to be able to see you. That's what it is. So everyone wants to see this face. They're like, where's Josh at? There we go. We'll do it this way then. There you go. Now you can see me. What's up? So, I'm going to get this recording. How we doing, girl? How we doing today? Of course, Dual Stream Friday. Haven't ever done one with a female trader or someone that trades futures. So, today's a little bit new.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm currently in a short, and I'm managing the trade as I'm on this live, and I was going to get out, but I don't know. I don't know if it's going to hold this level, but to me it looks pretty bearish, and I wanted to... What I'm looking for is a profit target of below London lows to... I know I may be asking for too much, but I want to see 24 190s.
You want to see what are you trading? Which one? Which actual future?
M and Q.
MNQ. It seems like everybody loves some MNQ. Some MNQ. All right, so yeah, you're wanting to see back down to that 23, what mark? 20 or 24.39. So essentially 24.4. What'd you say?
Are you on YouTube live?
Yes, I am on YouTube live. You are right now on YouTube. You are live. Say hi to
Send me
everyone.
the link. Hi, everybody.
Can I send you the link? Do you not have it pulled up on your own? You're not watching me on YouTube? How dare you?
No.
How dare you? I'm about to trump you and say you're fired.
But I'm the guest. I want to send it to the Discord.
My Lord Almighty! How
They're
dare
waiting
you?
for me. They want to see me too. They want to see this face too, not just yours.
Well, my face is the one to watch. What are you talking about here? Come on.
It's a dual stream. Don't get greedy.
I want all the love. No, what are you talking about? All right, here we go. Boom. I just texted it to you. It should be
Thank
coming
you.
through. Should be coming through.
Gracias.
Yes. Ding, got out a little red there on AF. It's all good. I'm going to watch my BIAF over here as well to see if this can get the move back on down. And I will manage that trade if I get filled. So, back to your trade, love. You are in, again, back to MNQ, and you want to get MNQ down to where?
Oh, hold on. Oh, I can see myself now.
Oh, she can see herself. Good Lord, watch out. Watch out.
Let me close this one sec. I don't want to get distracted. I'm gonna close that out. I want to be present.
Okay.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's holding this level here at 520. I brought my risk into profit just in case, but I want to see. So I want to see it take out the London lows, right, at 24 400s, and then I want to see the previous lows from like a couple days ago, 24 313, 24 250, and then a drop all the way back down to 24 like 190s, 200, 24 200. It's my profit target.
How many contracts you playing over there?
6.
6. Oh, look at her in over there. That's not too big, though. It's not too big, not too small.
It's not too big. I wanted to add more, but I didn't get an opportunity. My entry is 665.
Not bad. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I was gonna scale in, but then like I didn't get enough confirmation to add.
Yeah, that massive reversal from high of day area, you're gonna get some of that buying power coming back in a lot of the time, obviously on any stock you look at. So patience on this one, young one, patience. So let's get into this though. So let's go back to your journey with futures. You know, you started futures journey. I want you to talk about it when you started it. You know, and talk about your process to where you're at now. You know, what prop firms you're using. Do you still use the same one, or is there certain different ones you like and don't like? So just tell us about your journey, and anything you don't fill in, I'll ask questions to fill in for me.
So I started futures 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago.
Okay.
And I started because I'm a personal trainer, so I have clients during the daytime. And even though I was trying to book my clients after 1 p.m., after New York, market close.
Right.
It's testing my risk. It's okay. I still like, I don't know, some clients still wanted to see me in the morning, so I forget who or what or how I came across this, but I heard about Apex. And I'm still trying to remember, like, how did I get into this? Like, I really don't remember. But I think it might have been either you guys or somebody in your chat or,
because that's when you were over at Tradecaster. So it could have been one of the guys that were over there because we had a couple futures traders. It was Caesar. Could have been, Buddy. Could have been one of them.
Yeah. And the shorting queen or the...
Yes. Yep.
Charting queen,
Charting
right?
queen, yep.
Yeah, so then I was like, oh, dude, like, I want to try that. So, I I took it serious. I thought it was like a real 50K until like I didn't realize that the drawdown and it's not real, you know?
Right.
And so, I mean, from there, I was going pretty big size, like because I'm like, oh, whatever, it's not real money, so it is what it is. But then I realized that I was blowing the accounts left and right, and since Apex is only like what, like I think sometimes it was like $20,
Right.
$40, $60. I'm like, God, it's not a big deal. Like whatever, it is what it is. But then they kept denying my payouts because they kept saying I was like I wasn't they didn't trust me. Like they didn't trust my entries, they didn't trust they like claimed me as a gambler. And I had over $30,000 in profits multiple times and they denied all of them. And so because I would try to follow their whatever rules, uh, I what the problem was that I was over trading. And and that's when I'm like, okay, well, everything happens for a reason, right? Why am I over trading? Why am I trading the way that I'm trading? So it would be like I would go in heavy and I would make, $3,000, $4,000, and then I wanted more, so I would go in again and then I would lose it all. And then I would revenge trade and I would triple my position, so then I would go in super super heavy and then I would lose it all. So then it would be like lose make, and so I would have over 60 trades in a day.
Woo! Woo! Smoking 6 pack
And
of
then
cigarettes. Girl, that's just, man, you a freight train over there.
yeah, so then I'm like, oh, okay. So they want to see like that I'm a good trader, right? A good trader doesn't overtrade. A good trader doesn't revenge trade. A good trader takes between 1 to 3 trades and they're
Are you talking about me?
solid.
Oh, you're talking about me. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you.
Well, I did learn from the best.
But
um,
but when you're going through that, let's just take it back to that real quickly. I mean, how did that feel to go back through every day and you're taking 60 trades? I mean, what's that like? The feeling of knowing that you're just, what's the point? Like, why are we doing this? Why do I have to feel
because
like
I didn't have an edge.
yeah.
I was just guessing, and I would be like, "Oh, it's getting rejected." And I remember one of the biggest flaws that I had was I would go in, like I could read the chart because it's been a 6 year journey, and when I first started, all I learned was support resistance, major areas of resistance, major areas of support. So I know how to read the chart as far as like ranges, highs, lows, bigger time frame because I started with options contract as a swinger. So I was very familiar with reading the levels and I just didn't know what to look for as far as an entry because with option contracts, your entry is much different than a futures entry. And Greeks are involved in options,
Right.
so as the trade is going your way, you're making your money. But with futures, I mean, if you don't have a good entry, especially on a prop firm account, you're gonna blow the account. So then I realized, okay, I need an edge, and I was watching the Short Bear. I don't know if you know him.
I've seen him before on YouTube. I think I'm pretty sure I've seen him on YouTube.
I mean, he's a legend. His trades are like $1 million trades, and if he can do it, I can do it. So I started following him, and then one of his interviews was um, he was talking about an edge, and I'm like, what the hell is an edge? Like, and so I studied him and I listened to the interview over and over and over, and then I was like, oh, your edge is your setup,
Yeah, your strategy. Yeah.
your strategy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck is my strategy? I like to short, I like the drop, I like the fast move. I'm like, so why don't I just focus on shorting? And then
Right.
that's when kind of you came in, and then you started teaching me the trend line cracks and how to find confirmation on a short. And pretty much now I have multiple sources of confirmation, but I now focus mainly like on ICT entries, which is an inversion of a order block, a double retest on a fair value gap, and I risk above the fair value gap or the previous highs after the sweep, and that's mainly what I do. And that's the trade that I took right now. If you look on the retest at 24,710, I waited for the retest up to 24,675. I entered with 5. I wanted another retest or another pop to add another 5, and I was scaling in, but I just didn't get an opportunity to add in more.
And
So
going back to that, what one word would I say all the time? Patience, right? Just to
I
have
know
patience.
patience. That was my biggest problem, right?
Yeah,
Patience.
right.
And
That's
so
what.
now, I mean, I'm much better, but I think I'm like my patience level when I was working with you to now, I would say 80% patient, and back then it was 30%. So I've increased a lot.
Yeah, right. And
You
I
know.
joked about that throughout the years, though. I say with my analogies, but you start like video games, like these arcade games, like or whatever, with the full life bar, and then when you get hit, it goes down, or whatever. It's the opposite in stock trading, where we start with nothing, no patience, no discipline. You've got to build that up, and you keep getting hits and knocked back, and so that's what like you were only at that time maybe like your patience was only at a certain percentage, but every time you move forward, you're going to take some steps back, but those big steps back at first happen a lot. Now you take smaller steps back, and you can move faster forward, and yeah, and then eventually you'll get to 100% confidence, 100% patient, but it's striving to get there, and it just takes a long time to get there.
Yeah, and I just think also it's like we nowadays we want everything now, right?
Right.
And
Yeah.
so when you have that bias and that bias comes in, you go, okay, I. It's almost like your ego is talking to you, and it's like, you want to know, get in now, and it's like you just want to confirm that you're right, and it's like your traits are just probabilities. It's not about being right or wrong. It's about how good is your edge enough to have the confluences that it's going to go your way, and what's the probability that it's going to go your way. And all trading is just probability. I mean, it's either going to go up or down or sideways.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, you got to take that fear out. Like, that's what's funny. Mike Dyer, one of the guys that said it. So I guess I am somewhat scared. Yeah, we all are at first. You're scared, that. And I've just tried to eliminate that in the emotions of saying, like what you essentially are saying is find your trade, find your setup, find your edge. Once it's there, the risk is going to be there. You're not going to be right all the time. So don't worry about trying to be right in every trade. Just have the right risk to reward and take the trade. Accept the risk, accept the reward, take the trade. And it's hard to get past that. Sailing Girl, which I do have another girl in chat that I do one-on-ones with now, and she trades futures. She asks, what confirmation do you wait for? And so we'll start with that. What confirmation do you wait for? And are you mainly shorting?
I said it earlier. I don't know if she heard me, but I wait for. So first of all, we have to determine the trend. So I'm not going to go against the trend. The trend is your friend, right?
Yes.
That was another big thing. So even if like we're in a range, let's say on the daily time frame we've been on a range, but if you go to a 4 hour, it'll show you if we are downtrending, right? It's really obvious. So if you know that you're downtrending and it hasn't given us confirmation that we have changed the structure, then you wait for pops to take shorts, and either you can ride the A plus setup like on a swing position for a hold for until the main level of support for a change of structure, or you just scalp the pops. And so mainly what I look for is I look at previous history to tell me what was the last set of candles that pushed the price higher before it broke it to go lower. And so I enter in at the inversion of that bearish order block after it creates a fair value gap, and I wait for the second retouch of the bearish fair value gap.
Do you want to show your screen and show exactly what that is?
No.
That's not fair. Come on now. Okay, then she says, and what confluences work best for you? What confluences there?
I need a second touch. Like I need a rejection. I'll show you. I can show you. Do I just share it on my Zoom?
Yeah, press the share screen. So press share screen on the Zoom. Now press share screen again, and it's going to ask you what you want to share, and then share the goods, baby.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so go ahead and break her on down there for us. Break her down. Breaker one. Breaker one. What do you got there?
Okay. So on the 4 hour time frame, this is pretty much, I have everything mapped out already. So like I only trade MNQ because I need to know where my levels are and or what it's doing, right? So that I know what I'm looking for. So in this case, I have my major fair value gaps up there and my major fair value gaps down here. So I know where my resistance is versus where my support is. On the 1 hour time frame, I zoom in and I say, okay, what was the last set of candles that pushed the price higher before we went lower? And technically, it was pretty much this little set, right? I mean, it could be this set as well up here, but it's pretty similar, right? Uh, it could also be this up here, but to me, this doesn't really help me with this trade down here. So based on this, I go, okay, well, is there a major fair value gap that I could use as resistance that could potentially help me? And in this case, there is one here, but this isn't going to help me. This is just confirming that we are a downtrend. So from there, I mean, it's very simple, guys. Like, you connect the dots, it's a downtrend. If the trend doesn't give you a change of direction on higher lows and a break and a retest, it's not going to go higher, right? It's going to go lower. So in that case, we look for shorts. And if we go to a 15-minute time frame, I want to just see that, okay, where is the last order block? Okay, so technically around this area is where there was a lot of support here, and support becomes resistance, and it became resistance right here. So then I go, okay, well, let me just get extra confirmation. Where is my major order block? And since we broke this structure, this level, this range, if you guys look closely here, there's a bearish fair value gap and it taps into it perfectly. Not only that, but we do have that order block, right? Which is the last set of candles that pushed the price higher before it broke it. Once it broke it, I wait for the retest and then I ride that short. Last night, we all took this and we banked. A lot of people made money with me on TikTok Live because I hop on TikTok Live. And then I told my team, I'm like, I don't know why, but I feel here it's going to hold. So if it does hold, I'm going to wait for a retest to take another short, and I'm going to look for the previous fair value gap and the previous order block to get extra confirmation. So I waited for that, and I usually start to like clean up the chart so that it doesn't become messy for me. So then I just looked at the major signals or indicators, right, that or confluences that were going to give me confidence and confirmation that it was going to continue to go lower. So in this case, I have this order block, which was the last set of candles that pushed the price higher before it went lower. With this set right here, it created a bearish fair value gap. You draw your fair value gap, and you wait for it to not touch once, but twice. You enter short at the retest. If we go into a 15-minute, you see how it perfectly taps into it and it doesn't close above it. That's confirmation that we're going to go lower. You go into a 5-minute, you look for your entry, look at that pop, and my entry was pretty much, I wanted my entry to be right there, but when I added, it brought my average down. So my entry was 5 at 653, and then I wanted to add more at 665, 670, but I just didn't get an opportunity. Plus, I wasn't trying to be too heavy on a live with you because I wanted to pay attention to you. And so now I'm aiming for these previous lows to previous lows to get taken out, which is about to go. If we close below those lows, it has it's a free fall back down to hit these lows. And the major area of liquidity, or major psychological area where I had one of the biggest runs, was in this area here. So it only makes sense to hold it for that area. It's not rocket science.
Well, to some people, it's harder than rocket science, I think.
Well, it only took me 5 years.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of, like you said, what people are doing is what? They are, unfortunately, doing one thing at first, and that's doing nothing. And that's the one thing, unfortunately.
Watching.
Yeah, you're like you just said, you don't have an edge. You don't know what you're even doing. And so people sit there for years doing that without having an edge, and that backfires. And it takes however long until it finally smacks you upside the head to go, oh, yeah, I don't even know what the hell I'm doing.
Yeah, totally. I mean, like, yeah, I had no idea what I was doing at all. Like when people would say, "Oh, what's your edge?" I would just say I just short at major resistance and I long at major support. But it's like you can do that, but where's your entry? And the thing that I love about futures and prop firms, especially, is because guys, if you're broke and you don't have money or you work a 9 to 5, kid you not, literally lock in for 1 month. Don't go out. Don't buy wine. Don't buy alcohol. Don't buy anything that you don't need. Sell a couple things. I know you guys have more than $100 or $200 to buy one of these prop firms. These prop firms have taught me how to have perfect entries, because if you don't have a good entry, you're going to get stopped out as it's not going your way because of the drawdown. So this is a perfect way for you guys to get your feet wet in the market. And at the end of the day, if you fail or blow a couple accounts, give yourself a limit. Like, okay, this month, if I don't pass it, I'm only gonna be risking $500 of my paycheck, right? Or whatever it is. I mean, I have blown so many accounts, but it is what it is. What I've made versus what I've paid is totally worth it, right? And at the end of the day, if you really want this, I mean, there's no reason why you can't get there, right? If I can do it, I'm Mexican, I'm not good at math, I have ADHD sometimes, I'm impatient, I'm greedy, right? But guys, like I've wanted this. This is the only thing that I want. And it's not that, oh, I want to become a day trader. No, no, no. I don't, that's not my passion. My passion is to have financial freedom, to not be able to work for anybody, to not clock in, right? Why am I here to live someone else's dream? If that's what you want to do, that's fine, but that's not what I want to do. So if you want to also fulfill that dream, you have to do whatever it takes. Somebody asked me on my Discord the other day, how many hours do you put in the chart? How many hours do I not put on the chart is the question. I don't scroll on TikTok. I don't scroll on Instagram. I'm only there to post my content and to probably engage and interact. But that's it. I don't waste time, right? It's sleep, trade, gym, repeat. And
Okay.
I rarely sleep now.
You got your new GLT or whatever, Gym Tan Laundry, DTL, Gym Tan Laundry. Yeah, it's like that, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Love it, girl. That's good stuff. Good quality information today, and especially on top of the fact, showing you've made the progress of learning how to become your own trader. How does it feel? How does that honestly feel to know that you can just sit back and you're going to find your own trades?
I was telling my team the other day, I'm like, what would it feel like if you guys were already there and everybody had to choose an emotion and my emotion was powerful? So I feel fucking powerful.
That's awesome.
I feel like a boss bitch.
It's good. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, man. So I love it. I get information there. Yeah, the people are loving you. Again, that's why I love getting a lady on. Like, oh, who isn't gonna love a pretty girl on the live stream? It'll bring in a lot of new views. So yeah, good information too as well. Love to see the progress because just to see you grow as a trader where you really didn't have much of a clue when we worked together. No offense, but you didn't have much of one. To now you have a lot more understanding of not only the market, but like even just hearing you verbalize the way you were just talking. Wow, you sound like you know what you're doing. Do you remember
when I would call you and be like, oh, like, do you really think I'm gonna get there? And you're like, girl, just keep going. Don't give up. Like, you got this. Just focus on you. Just do you, boo. Just do you, boo.
Many of phone calls.
Do you, boo. That should be my slogan.
Yeah. Many things. Yeah. Many phone calls too. That's why I always tell you guys that have my number. Like, hey, if you need to comment, I remember one time you were complaining about this stuff going on in your life, bitching about stock trading. I was cleaning the house. I'm like, have you on speakerphone? And I remember I was in my master bathroom cleaning. I'm just like, just letting you, hey, just get it out. Come on and vent, But yeah, exactly. But you've figured it out, which I love. And it's a process, which people think it's going to, and they see that every once in a while. They'll see a trader that gets it in 6 months or maybe gets it in a year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, the other day when I was live, I came to a realization. I'm like, guys, I think I may be a better coach than a trader. Well, and then this hater was like, Right, tell us more. Like pretty much like talking shit, you know? And then I was like, well, it's because like, guys, I come from a, I don't know if there's any Mexican viewers, I can't see your chat, but I come from a Mexican household. I got beat when I was a child, okay? I did not get love from my parents, and I have daddy issues. My dad was not there, right? So my grandparents to me are my parents. So I went through a shitload and developed so much trauma that that trauma appears on the fucking charts, believe it or not. Whether it's fear, greed, FOMO, whatever it is, but I'm like, I have done my fair share of healing and mental work, hypnotherapy, neuroscience, neuro reprogramming, meditation, um, uh, chakra clearing, I mean, everything, right? And I said, if I didn't have that, like, if, I mean, obviously it shapes me who I am now, and I'm not, I don't know, you know, it is what it is. That's my journey. But you guys have to understand, part of trading is being able to face your fears, your ego, your trauma, and it will appear on the charts. And the moment that you realize that and you reach out to somebody about clearing that, literally it's like the fog clears up, the doors start opening. And one day I was like, you know, I want to be financially free to the point where I can just wake up and decide I don't have to do anything today. And like now I can proudly say I can do that. And it fucking took years of mental work, of struggling like mentally, emotionally. Guys, I would cry almost every day. I would literally cry for like the whole shower.
The whole shower.
And then I'd be like, okay, don't be a bitch. Just go meditate for 10 minutes. Clear that shit out. Don't carry this throughout your day and just move forward, right? There's a reel on Instagram that I saw one day, and it's a professor holding a cup, and he's like, he's asking the class, how heavy do you guys think this is? And the class goes, you know, 6 ounces, 12 ounces. Oh, this much heavier, whatever, you know. They were telling their answers, and then he's like, okay, how much heavier do you think it would be if I held it for an hour? And then everyone's like, it's gonna be pretty heavy. And they're like, think of this as the stress you're carrying.
The longer you carry it, the harder it gets.
Yeah, and then I'm like, oh, just let that shit go. And I always think of Frozen, right? Let it go, let it go.
Girl, and who said that? I've been saying that for years. This is like, I want to be like J Trades and like always said, I told you, I've said this. This is the stuff. This is the stuff I've been teaching and preaching you all the way back when you came to me in 2023. Is that, I mean, I live that way. You know that. I don't have for the most part, I don't stress. I mean, I've gotten to where I've gotten to in life, you know, and you have to start understanding these things. Things are going to happen, you know, and you have to start letting things go. You have to put them to the side or address them. Like you can't. Avery's bad at that too. Again, I think it's not just a women thing. Men do this way as much as women do. They just don't want to talk about it. But men, if you go through that same issue, if you're holding on to something and you need to talk about it, you need to confront it. You know, you need to address it. You need to put it behind you. And the only way you can do that is if you do confront it, you do address it. And it's good because it makes you a stronger person. I mean, that's why I think like Avery's like, you're the strongest person I've ever, like, the stuff I've been through, yada, yada, yada. She says that all the time. Like, you're one of the strongest people I've ever met. Mentally, I am. But I think a lot of it comes back to just who I am. Just naturally, luckily, I got that. But you go back, and I've always said this, I think a lot of it has to go back through, which, unlike you, which I did get spanked and some paddles broke over my ass. Don't worry, I had that. But I had growing up, maybe not as much of that negative mindset because I got to watch people like Optimus Prime and Transformers Always Win. I got to see Michael Jordan and his mindset. I watched, you know, shows like MacGyver, if you know who MacGyver is. He's always winning. He's going to die, but next thing you know, he gets a pin clip and some bubble gum, makes a bomb, and everyone's, you know, is okay. But everything was always okay, right? Everything always finished okay. My teams were always winning. Whatever sport I was watching, the Bulls and the, you know, and MJ. Arkansas Razorbacks basketball team was really good in the 90s. So as a kid, I'm just watching winning. You never lose. You're never going to give up. And so that just almost is ingrained into my brain as a human, you know. So I am lucky in that facet that I had that early on in my life. So that just was built into me. Or like you know, you may not have that a lot early on. And so then you get, you know, suppressed a little bit by the time you're 20 and now 25 and then essentially get into your 30s or so. now you're that human, and you have to start understanding, like you said, you've been holding that cup and that glass for however many years now, and it's fucking heavy.
Yeah.
I get rid of shit right away. I address it. I want to cry it out. I want to get it over with and move on. Where if you hold on to that stuff, it makes other things that you go through and you do in your life even harder because you're holding on to that glass like you're talking about still.
Right. Well, the crazy thing is that sometimes you don't even know we're holding it. And that was my thing, right? I had no idea until I was just like so depressed to the point where I'm like, I hate everybody and I'm always sad. And like, even though I could put up a front, like, and I was very strong, right? I knew in my heart that it was closed, it was heavy. And I mean, that's a whole, other journey and story, but how does the saying go? When the student is ready, the teacher appears.
Yeah.
And so you just have to make a decision. Like, do you really want to be successful? Are you willing to do whatever it takes? And how bad do you want it? And one day I was just like, I want it so bad to the point where I don't know if, people are religious or not, but I'd be like, God, I am ready. I'm ready. Just give it to me all. Like, I'm willing to do whatever it takes. And it was so hard for me to even say that because I'm like, oh, I don't know if I'm really willing to do whatever it takes. But you have to make that decision.
Yeah. Because
if you don't, then you're just not ready. You're not ready. And it's not a bad thing. Everybody has their own journey. Like, I wish, some people on my chat are 18, 20, and I'm just like, fuck, like, imagine if I started this when I was 18, This was only
but you have to have the mindset you have now, which, no offense, and I say that to myself, but I wouldn't have had that mindset. I didn't.
Exactly.
I would have been blowing money after blowing accounts.
Exactly.
And that's why it's patience. Patience. You have to wait for things to come to you. Good things come to those who wait. That's life, Now, yes, you get your 1%ers out there that you just get gold and silver or platinum, whatever spoons given to them, and they get it lucky early on for whatever reason, whether they get it, handed to them or they come across something where they're just very smart, whatever it might be. But we see that, like, your $1 million a day guy, and you go, listen, you said that can be attainable, but I need to do me. If I can worry about what I'm doing every day, then maybe down the line that can be possible. But you have to worry about what you're doing each and every day. I love to see your growth in your journey. It's been awesome to see here and to see where you might be even years from now, which you got to think about that. Right. And I know you do. Like, man, imagine where I'm at now. I'm
going to be like the short bear. I'm going to be taking $1 million trades.
All right. Well, hey, if that ends up being the case, you better come back to me and take me on some sort of trip. That's all I got to say.
We'll see.
Okay. All right. I see how it is. And here you go. Look at your trade two coming to full fruition. And I'm hoping, and I thought it would, and that's what I was telling you earlier, kind of getting a little worried when we first started. I said, patience, it's coming. And here you go, sweeping out the lows. Just as you take a sip of your tea over there like you're a badass mama.
Is it tea, though?
It is.
You saw this trade.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
It's Friday.
Yeah, I saw. I was like, that's
tea. It's a hot toddy.
Yeah. I love it. Real quickly, before I let you go here, Kogu asked a little bit ago. Kogu says, what was one good trade which worked in your favor that you were proud of, and why did it work? So think of one in your past, or it can be even like today's trade, but what trade there, and not even think about that maybe kind of started changing your journey when you started realizing early on, wow, this strategy is working. My eyes are opening. I should just do this every single day. Do you have one in mind?
Oh,
or was it, and it might be just like an accumulation of trades of you just doing it, the repetition of that.
No, I remember. Okay, it was 3 different scenarios. The first one was when I blew my first Express account. And actually, yeah. So on Apex, I had $38,000. And I requested a payout and they denied it. And I got so pissed off that I started revenge trading. And I got that account up to $70,000. And they still denied my payout. So I was like, why? Like, why? What is going on? And it was obviously over trading, right? Because I was just like gambling it out. So I ended up losing all that. And it was literally last year, January. So that month was probably one of the hardest months my whole life. A lot happened that month. A lot. I don't want to mention anything on the live, but
Oh, come
you
on.
already
Let's
know
just
what.
get it all off. You've been talking about crying in the shower.
No, I'm not going to. Let's just say no. Bad breakup. Let's just say that. And that month, I was like, okay, well, we just have to. I blew it, right? So I'm like, okay, we just have to do it again. If we did it once, we could do it again. And so I kept trying and trying and trying. And so it took me a couple months for me to be grounded and grounded and centered again and focused. So finally, I funded a couple accounts. I had 3 Copy Express accounts, and that was the moment. That was the month that I had one of the biggest payouts. And I said, "Fuck yeah, this is it! Like, this is it. I'm a shorter. I make most of my money shorting, so I'm just gonna wait for the setup every time." And I got really confident, like too confident, like cocky confident, and I went in pretty heavy one day, and I kept adding and adding and adding to lower my average, to realize that I was adding to the wrong position. I was going the wrong way.
Nice.
And
Whoopsies.
I ended up blowing all accounts. So that was the moment that I was like, all right, well, I mean, I cried it out. Maybe I cried it out the whole day. I was depressed the whole day. And then I'm like, what needs to change? Like, what needs to change? And it was, why do you want it? Why do you want it? Like, why do you want more? Why did you want more? And then I realized when you want more and when you get greedy, it's because you're telling the universe that you don't have it. So I'm like, okay. So then this is when I started studying my own trades. And every single day, I would take a trade and I would study it and I would see where I entered, why I entered, and I would write it down and I would journal it down. So then I realized that every single trade, if I just waited for the second touch, I was always in a winning trade. So that was the moment that did it for me. It was, you have your edge, you have your setup, but now if you are not patient, you are not going to have a good entry, and you're either going to be under drawdown or you're going to have fear or emotions come up and it's going to take your confidence away. So I said, I'd rather miss a trade than to go in early and not wait for that second touch. And I haven't missed a trade. I mean, I may miss the opportunity to add, but the only difference between making 2,400 right now versus 8,000 or 10,000 is just my size. There's nothing different, guys, right? I could literally close out my position right now if I had 6 minis instead of 6 micros,
Right.
and that would be I don't know, probably $10,000 trade right there.
Mental side of things, it's all mental. I mean, this is once you learn.
It's all mental.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much that you have to overcome, early on, and then that kind of stuff too as well. It's a combo. You've got it, but it's all in the brain. I mean, you got to figure out who you are as a trader. You got to figure out what you are trading. And you got to figure out the charts. But it all comes back to mental. Your brain's figuring this stuff out. Can you challenge yourself, like you said, to push yourself hard enough and far enough to get to that level? So much props and love to you. We got a couple last questions here for you. You already answered it, but why do you trade futures? Go ahead and answer that. Why do you trade futures? Versus like stocks, shares, options, equities, whatever.
I thank you for the reminder. I forgot I'm in option contracts as well.
Okay. All right.
Let me just check that position really quick. Okay. We're up 20%. It's not bad. I trade futures because I feel like you can make much, much more without using your capital. And for me, I don't know, it just gives me a peace of mind that I can make thousands of dollars without risking my capital. And
Love
so imagine you're it's almost like you found this pot of gold and you already have some gold. Like, I want to secure and protect that gold so that I can keep digging for more. And as I make and generate this gold here, I'm just gonna keep putting it in the treasure box and continue to grow that. And my goal is to fund like $100,000 account for futures, like a cash account, and just trade futures like on a futures broker, so that I don't. I mean, I'm always gonna use prop firms. I mean, it's just like I feel like it's just like free money, you know.
Right, right.
Like you pay $200 and. You know, like if I hit my profit target, guys, I'm gonna make 5,500, and I only invested $300. Like,
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
like what?
Yeah. And that answer is Louis asked that. He said you're going to go back to a non-prop firm. And I can answer that. Yeah, she might, but I promise you she'll always have a prop firm, just like I'll always use Trade the Pool just because it's free. You get free money to use. I mean, it's kind of like, why wouldn't you? All right, last question right here. In your years of trading, have there been market shifts that cause you to trade in a different time of the day? Or do you have like kind of that certain time of the day? Is there certain things that happen where you change your time frames, or doesn't really matter? You're just waiting for that setup in the chart regardless of what time it is.
That's it. I'm just waiting for the setup regardless of the time. Sometimes I'd be up at 3 a.m.
Well, back to Saline. What do I say? Wait for your trades to come to you, Miss Saline girl. She knows all this, and I hopefully hear reiterating it you nonstop, and you being a former student. Now, again, you learned all this on your own. You know, I gave you the basics, and then you finally realized, oh yeah, these things started clicking off in your head. I don't have an edge. I had to have patience. All these things. I'm like, yeah, how long? Let it go. You know, you're finally understanding as a human to do these on your own. I love it. It's good, very good. So again, girl, go ahead. What?
One thing that I could say is, if you're looking for the setup, you're already like trying too hard. You have to wait for the setup to call you. So if you're like this
morning, hey, hold on. Hey, hold on. I got a setup calling me. Oh, hey, what's up, Bounce Play? How you doing? Oh, really? Okay. I'll see you there. I'll see you there about 2:30.
No, but what I mean is, like, I woke up this morning and I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna take a trade. I literally said that I'm not gonna take a trade because I want to be focused on the live. And I'm like, no, it would be cool to be in a trade and be confident enough, like a fucking badass, and be on a live at the same time, right?
Right.
Multitask. And then I'm like, fuck it. Let me just, because yesterday it didn't hit the low that I wanted, which is the lows it's about to hit right now after it sweeps the London lows. And I'm like, I'm looking at my 15-minute here on Webull, because my first broker is Webull, so I'm so used to looking at Webull charts, and I love the Webull charts. They're so clean. And I'm like, wait, it's giving us a lower high on a 15-minute time frame, and it never broke and continued to give us higher lows, so we haven't had a break of structure. I'm like, nah, I don't believe this is bullish still. I mean, yeah, I had a nice bounce from last night, but nah, I'm gonna look for that rejection. Now I was on the phone with one of my students, and I'm I'm looking for a setup right now, and I'm waiting for confirmation. And then I'm like, I'm getting it. I think I'm gonna get in. I'm like, okay, I'm in. I'm in. And so that's when I was like, okay, I'm gonna go in with 5, and then I'll add. You know, I wanted 10, but the setup was calling me, right? It was like, hey, I'm getting ready for you. So I was literally just waiting patiently for that second retest, and I entered in, and no hesitation, no doubt, no nothing. It was just there. It was just there, and I wasn't forcing. I wasn't like, oh, let me see if I can take a trade so that I could be in a trade, you know, while I'm on the live. No, it's Friday, guys. Like, I didn't even want to take a trade. I wanted to just enjoy my morning, you know. And
yep.
I mean, I am enjoying the morning.
Yep. That's what my goofy analogy I always say. If you walk into you're going out and you're going in with all your girls out to a bar, and you see me at the bar, and you go, oh, he's hot. I'm just kidding, but you get my point. You go to a bar, you know who's attractive. You can't help it. You're a single person, and even if you're not single, when you see something that you're attracted to, you go, damn, that's a pretty nice ass, or damn, she's got a pretty smile.
Your analogies. Are you serious right now?
Well, that's true. I mean, you can't help it when you see something that you like, or like say you're fucking hungry and you see a cheeseburger and you go, oh, yeah. Fuck. That's what I'm talking about. So when you see a chart set up and you go, oh shit, that's a nice ass. That's a nice ass. You go trade it. You know, oh damn, I'm hungry for a cheeseburger. Well, where is a good looking cheeseburger? You wait for it to come, right? That's my point. Like when you see, like me when I trade, when I see something, like when I alert stuff, I can't help but alert it. Like I said the other day, I got my live stream going, and I said I alert bounce plays. I can't help but see they're created. The chart's already created. And then Nath in my chat was like, how about resistance for some shorters? Like, well, I got to go find it first. I got to go back and look and see where that's going to be at. but I couldn't help but alert. Why? Because the bounce plays were right there. I saw where they were. I was like, here's where here's where your bounces are gonna be at. And yeah, I love to hear that from you, that you're doing the exact same thing. When the chart shows itself, you go trade the chart. It's fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, girl. I'm going to end the live here, or the recording here, I should say. You can still chat it up. But again, thank you. I have a two-parter here now built in. 2 parts, 1 minute, or both of them 20 minutes long. And I'll put it out on YouTube. Thank you for joining me, baby girl. And talking to futures in your journey. We'll get you on again.
Thank you for having me. I'm grateful for you. And thanks, everybody, for tuning in and listening to my story. Happy Friday!
There you go. Boom. Got that recorded right there. And I will post that for sure. It'll be 2 parts. Part 1, more about how you're trading, which is awesome. And then part 2 was really about a lot of mental stuff there in that last 20 minutes. And the reason why, because on Instagram, you can only put 20-minute videos up anymore. So I'll put that on. Yep. Yeah. It's fucking weird, right?
Oh.
Yeah. So I've been splitting those up into, into 20 minutes. Any last questions on chat? Let's see. Carrie might be the funniest analogy I've heard. Well, it's true, though. You walk into a bar and you see something you like, whether it's food or a hot person, you go, okay, that's pretty attractive. What's up here? Just look, E+ setups. Got to look for those. Let's see what. Thank you for everyone. Cosmic Rays, yes, Cosmic Rays, Kogu, Saline, King Lion, F Carry. You're getting a lot of love over on the YouTube if you're not seeing that. So they definitely appreciate.
I see it. Yeah.
They're loving it. Thank you, for Saline, Mike. Appreciate you coming over. Lone Wolf. Hey, Lone Wolf. And my man's single. He's ready to mingle over there in Florida. We got Cali, and we got the coast. We got the coast, baby. He's over in Jacksonville. You get a little. Hey, I want to go to Florida and see my Florida boyfriend and go to the Florida coast. But anyway, Wolf's loving that. But hey, he's single.
Yeah, I guess I can have a boyfriend in different area codes.
There you go. Yeah. Hey, Florida's not bad either. Having one on the beach, so you go out there. Next thing you know, you're on the beach. He's a good man. Take care of you. He makes good food. He knows how to cook.
I'm really picky, guys. I'm sorry.
Well, again, like you said, you went through a tough breakup. It's like going through a tough trade. So now you're gonna kind of sit back. You're like, oh shit, I'm a little on edge right now. I want to make sure the next one's gonna be a good one, because that last one did not treat me well, and I'm not in a good mood about it.
Yeah.
So
it's gonna take some time.
Yep. Yeah. Daytona, in Jacksonville, Daytona. I knew you were Daytona Beach. Yeah, he's in Daytona. So he's in Daytona Beach, baby. So there you go. But yeah, Mike, thank you for coming on over. Appreciate it. And yeah, any last words that you would tell any of these traders that are still struggling? Like Kogu said, it's always good to hear from traders that went from the struggle level to now they're starting to get it. It's starting to click level. Yeah, so you've given great tidbits, but let's just end it on this. If you could give one big bit of advice for traders that are struggling or maybe have started, what would it be?
I would say number 1, don't do it alone. Like, that's one of the worst things you could do, because you're just gonna eat your emotions away every day. And don't share this journey with anybody that doubts you, because if they're doubting you, they are projecting their own insecurity, and you don't need that. So you need somebody that can support you in what you do. Like, I have a friend that wants nothing to do with trading, but she supports me. She supports me 100%, and she doesn't want to hear about trading at all. She doesn't believe in trading, but she believes in me and my trading journey. So that's a good emotional friend, right? Emotional support. Number 2, you have to ask yourself why you want to do this. If you don't have a strong enough why, you're always going to find an excuse and a reason not to study, a reason not to lock in, a reason not to put the time on the charts. There's always going to be an excuse. So if you can commit to locking in and going through that self-development phase, there's literally nothing in this world that you can't do. And you should not allow anybody to define who you are, especially their opinion about you.
Love it. Back to more mental stuff right there. I love it. Good. Well, very successful dual live stream. Not only for you coming here and, of course, all you've taught and preached and give the listeners and the people in chat something to go back and rewatch and learn from in futures and how you're trading. But you took a banger trade, baby girl, and it's working out so beautifully right now.
Yes.
Well, what's your plans? Let's just say this, okay? We'll end it on this. What's your plans here for the rest of the Friday into the weekend? Now that you're ending it on a great trade.
Well, let's see. Um, I'm getting my nails done at noon, so I might just go to the gym and get a nice workout and then go get my nails done and enjoy the Friday. I'm gonna do a market live recap with my team at 7:30 p.m. Pacific, and then I'm gonna go live on TikTok at 8:30 because apparently that's my new hangout spot. It's hella fun. It's so
Yeah.
entertaining.
Oh yeah. TikTok or sometimes on X. That's you get, especially on TikTok anymore. Going live, you just get all these random people and then build up some new followers too. I mean, you're just getting on there to see how many people can. And yeah, TikTok. I've been on some of those lives, and it definitely can be entertaining for sure. So
Yeah,
where can
yeah.
they find you at? Where can they find you at on TikTok? Where can they find your information?
My username is Alejandra Trades.
So your name plus
Mm,
trades.
yeah,
Very
simple.
simple. Very simple. Love it, Boo. Well, have a good weekend. I'll try to join you tonight. I'll pop on there on my phone. We usually do one. Actually, me and Kevin Avery do kind of one of those same things on Friday night. So maybe we'll pop onto yours, and you know what I mean, while we're on our own live, because we get drinks. We call it Traders Anonymous. We get some
Oh.
drinks out. Get the bourbon, the whiskey, the tequila. Have some drinks.
Mm,
Talk some stocks. What trades we have
mm,
for the week. What do we see for the next week? Just have a good hour and a half just talking it up. So that's what I want you to join sometime. I know you do your own, but
yeah,
never have any
I'm down.
ladies join. So you can one Friday night you want to do that with us for even if it's just for 10, 15, 20 minutes. Love to have you on.
Yeah, I'm down. Let me know.
All right, sounds good, Boo. Love you. I
Mm,
do. Have a good rest of your
love you.
weekend. I'll talk to you soon. Take care, Boo.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, good stuff there, huh? Told you would love it. I knew you guys would like today. Pretty girl, sweet girl, love her to death. Such a sweetheart. And yeah, you see that. Been through the ringer. And her own trading journey, right? Did it to herself. I did it to myself. You do it to yourself, King Lion will say, oh, we all do it to ourselves. For whatever reason, we don't lay out the plan early on. I don't know why, what we think we're doing. We think we're doing it right. We're not. And it just takes one of those couple of punches to the face and maybe a punch to the balls or something for the men. And then finally, like me, I talked about it earlier, that $1,000 loss I took on my $3,000 account chasing the third halt up, and just kind of one of those aha moments. That's a inverse aha moment of fuck, whoops, what am I doing? You're not doing anything right. Yeah, and it's cool to see that. We were doing one-on-ones and where she was at now, and just to listen to her talk and her, like I said, just listening to her, I was like, wow, she has grown as a trader. She's already a grown woman. She already knows all that. I knew you guys were loving it though. Got pretty tuned up last night. Yeah. We get pretty wasted. I'm definitely blessed to have her, but she is not the norm for sure. Oh, okay, got you. Talking about your girlfriend. You talking about your girl? Yeah. Well, I love my. Yeah. I mean, I got a good girl when I'm at. She anyway. I'm helping. She's still in the store setup. Avery was. And she was there by herself anyway, blah, 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 I'm helping her. I got to go into Fogo to show that night and, do my weighting thing. And so she always works during the day, and then I had to go to work at night. So to see her, I'd go to whatever store she was at in DFW working that day, doing store setup, because it was store setup. Store's not open. They're just getting it ready. And so I'd go hang out with her just because wouldn't get to see her because she's has to leave at 8, doesn't get home till 4 or 5. At that point, at some point around there, I'm already in or going into Fogo because they open up at, I think back then, maybe they've always been open. I think that's what it was. I'm thinking a lot of those restaurants that close at lunch. I think they did close at lunch when I first started. Now I don't remember. Any freaking way. I just remember I had to go in for the evening shift, and Avery was like, call in and quit. She's like, you really love the stock trading thing. I believe in you. I'm about to get because she literally that day or somewhere around there had gotten you're going to be a regional. They were promoting Avery to be a regional manager. So we knew kind of the basis of how much more money she was going to make. And then potential of getting mileage, but bonuses and getting paid mileage. And so I was going to make more money. So, it was definitely going to supplement me leaving Fogo essentially. And yeah, I'll never forget, I was literally at Hollywood Feed. I think it was the Frisco location, if not Mountain. I can't remember what location it was in DFW. And she said, call in and quit. I was like, man, I didn't want to because I'm not that person. I'm gonna put my 2 weeks in. I can't. I was like, really? It was so hard for me because I'm like, I get to quit. Fuck yeah, right? But I was like, it was so hard for me to call in because I'm just not that person to say, hey, Alejandro. It was what's funny, Alejandro, but Alejandro was the name of the manager there. And I was like, man, you know, things come up. I made it sound like stuff was going good for me. And I was like, it just came out of nowhere. Like, I hate to leave you guys, but I'm you know, he's like, oh, it's okay, you know, because they're Fogo. They're going to be rocking and roll. They're not going to worry about missing Josh. Such a sweet guy. And he had a high pitched voice. Oh, it's okay, man. You do you. I love it. You know, you take care of you and the family and the wife or whatever. You know, your girl. You know, whatever. You know. He's such a sweet guy. And even to the fact that me and Avery in 2021, years after I worked at Fogo, we're in Philadelphia. First get there. Any city we go to is a big thing for us. We love Fogo. We love Fogo. Any city that has it will usually make that a dinner one night. We go for Valentine's Day 2021. This is right after COVID, so you still have to wear masks and stupid shit. Point being, it was the day before Valentine's Day. I made reservations well ahead of time. It was packed as a motherfucker. Manager comes. I forgot what it was, but however, the front house manager, I luckily ran into. I was talking to him. And I was like, oh, yeah, I worked at the headquarters for Fogo is in DFW. It was at the Addison location. Now it's in Frisco, if I'm not mistaken. So the headquarters, like the main, for Fogo I was there. I was working at the main hub for Fogo. And I was like, yeah, I work for Alejandro. And he was like, oh, Alejandro. Immediately, I was like, fuck yeah. I'm so like, he was like bigwig. Because he was bigwig, our manager at our store. Then he worked his way up even higher into Fogo. Because I brought up his name. You know Alejandro? I'm like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, oh, he's such an awesome guy. And he's like, then next thing you know, he's like looking at the waiters and waitresses, like, take care of this fucking table. He's like, whatever's on the house. And I'm like, that's fucking not like the food, but a dessert. And he got both of us drinks because we were for Valentine's Day, in the trip. So we had like 2 drinks for free and a dessert for free, which we always get. Tres Leches, we love Tres Leches, but anyway, it's such a cool. It was so cool that Avery was like, "You got call and quit, like now, just now, call quit." She's like, "Yeah, you'll get the stock trading down." This was real cool. So she's a baller, she's a beast. That's why I wanted to repay that. I got to the point where I was like, "Babe, quit, you're done." We all talked about that for years. Like, when is Avery finally gonna quit? She quit. She ain't had a job in a year and a half. No job. No. Oh, the camera. Maybe put the camera back on. There's the camera. Hey, everybody. It's me. It's me. Let's see here. But yeah, so I got a lucky one too as well. Plus, she's really hot. Kogu, thank you, brother. Lone Wolf, what's up? We can't. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, guys. I had to turn it back on this side. Here, you want to see me? Oh, you want to fucking see me? You want to see me? There we go. I could have been an actor, you think, right? I could have been an actor, I think. I'm a little too smiley, though. It's hard for me to get serious and stay serious. Like, I can fuck with Avery, and she'll think, like, I can fuck with Avery, and she's like, oh. Then I start smiling and laughing. I can't hold, like, it's really hard for me to, like, hold seriousness. Oh, man, I love it. All right, we got Mike. How we doing? It's been a long journey. Yes, it is, Mike. It's a long one. Louie, what are we doing? Louie King. There we go. That's wild. So there we go. All right, cool. Any last questions you guys have for the day? At least for the morning. Oh, look at the bounce play. I know Ollie. I always call her Ollie. Oh, baby girl. I called this out. Fred. Where's Fred Austin Trader? Anyone that was listening earlier. So right now, I'm going to call it. I am 3 for 4 today. And really 3 for 3. I called the breakout. I called the bounce play. I said 24-5. It didn't really bounce there, but it kind of did. And then I told you this was the best one. It's down here. I said, if this hits, it's going to bounce. If this hits, it's... Futures, you fucking better watch out, okay? Because I'm bringing the AK-47 with a sniper on it, all right? I got the little sniper, whatever that shit's called. Okay, I got you in my sights. And I'm zoomed in, baby. I'm going to knock you out. Because my AK-47 has turned into a big, powerful rifle. Yeah, that's right. You want to know what kind of rifle it is? Here we go. I can't stay serious for like 30 minutes. What's the most powerful sniper rifle in the world? This bad mamma jamma. I'm coming in with a 20mm Anzio. That's right. Featuring extreme cannon caliber destructive power for practical military. This is what I'm coming in at you. Is there any cool videos? Yeah, here it is. There it is. Let's go to this guy. Holy shit! That thing's as big as him!
Boom! What is that?
What is that?
20mm sniper rifle. Pull out all of my 20mm rifles.
Holy shit! I want to see you fire this son of a bitch. Come on,
We're ready
baby.
to go. Here we go.
Come on. Woo-hoo-hoo, baby. Watch it. Look at that grass just shatter. All right, I want to see you shoot something big and bad. What's this? What's this right here? Oh, that's a... Whoa, God! Explosion of the head! Headshot! Headshot! I mean, what? What is that? That's like a fucking bomb going off. That's not a fucking sniper rifle. That turned into a missile launcher.
Zombies, if you could get them just all kind of in one straight line, that
Literally, look at that hole. I mean, he just killed 20 zombies.
was pretty spectacular. If you take a look right here, we actually painted the entire side of it with a 20 mil sniper. Also, it seems I still need to make some adjustments on my scope. We actually did not even have a direct hit on the zombie.
I mean, God. I just want to shoot. Can I see you shoot a car? Does a car explode? Yeah, I want to see you shoot a car. Oh, no, he's just running tables over now. I want to see you shoot the car, though. Shoot the truck. Does it explode? Come on. Anyway, options. I'm coming for you with a 20 millimeter Anzio, or whatever you say. That's nasty. That's nasty right there. See, that's kind of close. That's crazy. Last sniper rode target. Let's see. 30 feet away. That's how they killed Godzilla, yeah, right? God bless. I will say there's a moment in the Miami Vice. Have you the new? I think they're gonna make another one, but the one with Jamie Foxx and Colin Farrell. There's a couple of scenes, like the first of the movie and the end of the movie, where they have that, like, they're snipers. I mean, they're just blowing people's bodies apart too. If y'all remember that scene, I was like, God, I cannot believe they make sniper, like, I'm just thinking like, boom, kill him. I mean, head explosion. What? God. I want one, yeah, right? King Lion, holy mother of Lord. Let's see, PLY. Oh, that's from yesterday. That's from yesterday. PLYX. That's from yesterday. PLX, whatever it is. PLXY, right? Was it PLXY? Oh, no, PLYX. It is PLYX, okay. All right, team. BIAF is just dead out to the right here, so we're going to at least put PLYX up on watch. I love the dip buy right back down here around 550. And again, we can look at dip buys. 6 down to 540. Right, 540, 550. So if this goes up to around 650 and we're almost there, $6 becomes the bounce play for PLYX. Boom! Hey, we did love today. Today was gorgeous. Getting over and looking at futures, MNQ, NQ doesn't really matter. Same essential chart. Right to the dot of what we talked about. Downtrend break didn't hold. Did get a bounce off of it right here. Did go a little lower than I wanted for the bounce at 25 or 24.5, but did get a pretty substantial bounce off of it. Cracked down to here, getting another good sized bounce, but boy, oh, our baby girl's about to be banking even more, and she's looking like she's going to get that $5,000 profit target that she wanted even lower. And where that's going to is right here in the bottom of that downtrend level, and that's, I think, was pretty close to where her target was at for the day. Yes, I am. Yes, King Lion, I am. Yep, I am. I'm not going anywhere today. Avery's coming home. I've already cleaned most of the house. I'll do a little bit of tidying up, but most of it's already clean. But yeah, I'll be chilling here all day, just waiting for my beautiful wifey to get her ass home. Listen, I love to smack ass, okay? Not men's ass. Oh, God, gross. I mean, I would love to know how many times, it's probably like, throughout the years, I bet I average 3.7 ass smacks a day to Avery. No lie. 3.7. I have no idea what the number is. It's a lot. It's a lot, though. Let's see here. King Lion had to bank run and make okay was witness. I'll keep it on. Cool. Sounds good, brother. Sounds good. Yeah, I'll be here all day long. I'll be here all day long. I love my wife. She's hot. She's cool. She's fun. She's a lot like me. We're both dorks. We get a lot, like all this stuff we like, from music to food. There's just so much we have in, like, crazy how much we have in common. So a lot of common ground. That's always good and fun. And yeah, I mean, she's smoking. I mean, you'd want to have your wife think that, and I think I would imagine a lot of husbands feel that way. But that's just me. I don't know, you know. I get a wife. It's kind of like, hey, you know, it's like, hey, this is my wife. She's mine now. You know, I'm hers. She wants to, and she smacks mine every once in a while. But I'm like, that's my ass. That's my ass. That's my fine ass booty over there. I'm gonna smack that shit. I'm smacking the base, slapping the base there. Kogu, AIFF, missed 270 resistance. Do you think 280 or 290 for a short? Ooh. Yeah, that floor at 280 into 275 is strong. I don't know that she gets over that today, Kogu. Just looking at the chart. What I really love is 310. I like that there's so many wicks and candles and resistance at 310. That would be your favorite one, in my opinion. Is 310, 315. 310 to 315 would be my favorite. It's building the head and shoulders right now, getting a little of that archy look to it. So that's what I don't think it gets over 275, 285. That, you know, that area we were just talking about. I don't think it gets higher than that. So good call on the resistance, buddy. Good call. Love to see your progress too, as well, from the, you know, over in the Discord, joining the live stream today. Absolutely appreciate you guys coming on over. Let's go to YouTube TV. You know what? It's that time of the year. It's that time of the day. Ooh, we got O State versus Michigan. Ooh, we got us a game to watch here during lunch hours now. Let's see, YouTube. What do you got coming up here? Got the Players Championship going on right now. So we got coming up. We got the Young and the Restless on. I think I'm going to skip that. We do have on right now games or upcoming games. We got Kentucky and Florida at noon. Love it. We got Charlotte, Alabama, and Birmingham coming up here at noon. So I think the only one on right now, is the Big Ten tournament in 4K. Love that. Fox Sports 4K. Let's go to it. Ohio State.
The 8-9 game obviously is more difficult than the 10-7. Or the 10-7 is more difficult, but...
There we go. O State versus Michigan. All right. It's me, Arsh. All right, any last questions you guys have for the day or morning? Any last questions you guys have for the morning? I had about 50 viewers at one point, 150, 200 views overall for the day. Good little start. Better for me than usual. Mentioning futures, of course, having Pretty Girl on doesn't hurt when someone hovers over, I should say, the live stream, and it starts playing the live stream and they see her. Oh, it's a girl. And she's showing futures charts. Let's click on it. I don't eat lunch, actually. I don't eat everyday, Mike, until about 1. So I won't have food for another couple of hours. It's 11:20 Central Time. I probably won't eat until about 1 to 1:30, my man. What's for lunch today? I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to have. Actually, I do know what I have. Meatloaf sandwich. Have the rest of Ma's meatloaf. Actually had an extra meatloaf from the A-K&R that I froze. You can freeze meatloaf. Thawed it out, cooked it while Avery was gone a couple of nights ago. Tastes just like it. Mom cooked it. Tasted just like Mama cooked it. So I have a couple of slices left. Nothing better than a meatloaf sandwich, baby. Meatloaf sandwiches are fucking fire. Put a little slice of Swiss cheese on there. Oh, bro. Instagram, YouTube, trading pages. Here we go. Let's get to it. You need one-on-one help. This is what I talked about earlier. Ollie did it with me. I do one-on-ones with hundreds of people now. I've stopped keeping track at 500. I'm over 500. Yes, individual different traders that I've done one-on-one Zooms with. That what we just did through Zoom. That's how we do one-on-ones. You need help with charting. You need help with trading. Telling you the basics that she's now understanding that I taught her, a couple of years ago. The aha moments start to click. Sign up. You need help with your trading journey. There is nothing I'm trying to do more than to help you guys out. At all. So Prime Trading Investments, I don't know why that link is not working right there, but for some reason that link is not working. So here we go again. There we go. This one I know is going to work. I guess that link may be too old or something like that. But there we go. Head on over, book some lessons with me. No, I didn't. I copied and pasted. Yeah, that one does work. That one does work. This one does work. Yeah. So there we go. Morning alerts 30 a month. Live stream 70 a month. Morning pat or 6 months 350. For a year 700. For both 1,000. You need one-on-one help. I still haven't upped these from the start of the new year. So take advantage if you want to. Usually these are $400. Usually these are $600. Usually this is $900. Usually this is like $1,500 or $1,600. So the best two deals are these. Book more, you save. And of course, then there's some smaller ones if you just don't have that much money. They're hour-long Zoom sessions. We trade live together. We go over charts together. Again, even which I love recently, me and Aussie Chick have been trading in the morning. PLTR, short. Turb, TURB, long. Bounce play. So short at the top, went for a bounce play. Went long, went short. One large cap, one small cap. You need help. Start investing in yourself. Unfortunately, people don't like to do that. And again, the live stream information, the morning alerts, where I do have someone up millions of dollars. Absolutely bonkers. It's 30 a month. What? 30 a month. That's like signing up for a prop firm and saying, all right, I'll give you 1 month. Let's see if in 1 month you can actually make me a successful stock trader. And where did my... There it is. And then boom. My Instagram, my X, and my YouTube. And here where you can find all the great information that I post. Of course, on Instagram, they're going to have a little bit more of the fun stuff. You know, dogs, what we're cooking, Avery's beautifulness, etc. Some of me. Definitely stock trading. YouTube, TikTok, nothing but stock trading. Where to invest and what to invest in. Lessons, what I'm trading, my trades, everything else. Yes, Fred. Oh, I will. I'm going to get them scheduled for you, Fred. When you text last night, like I was saying earlier to whoever it was, Robert, I'm off. When you text me, I ain't doing nothing in my office. Like I'm going to book them today at lunch. Like I said, I'm not kidding. When it's 4+ and I leave this office for the day to like walk the dogs and then work, I'm done with stocks. I'm done with work. I've worked my 7 to 4. My shift is over. You're good, Fred. Thanks for I was gonna do that regardless, but yeah, you're like, man. But yeah, I'm not. Just so you guys know, that literally is like Fred's like, okay, Josh is telling the truth. I texted him. He said he'd do it. He didn't do it. He's like, he is truly off. He says he doesn't work after 4 or 5. He truly doesn't. He'll talk to you, but he ain't doing no work. Listen, I'm just again trying to be the disciplined person overall in life. Just like, listen, you set rules, stick to the rules. I just think if you do that in stock trading, then you start doing that in the rest of your life, you start living in, a little bit more in the moment, and I love that, you got to take in the present. Present's about to be gone. Every second, there it goes. Never get it back again, right? And so I'm always like that, looking forward to the next adventure. And I think that's one thing where you see that in people that, need to, that struggle, in my opinion, with stress, that struggle with getting by on a day in, day out basis without worrying about something. I don't live about that worry moment. I'm not looking in the past. I'm looking in the future and looking forward to those things of like, even like dinner tonight, cooking the white chicken, whatever the chicken white bean chili we're cooking tonight. I'm fucking excited I am about that. Avery Home smacking that ass, just that alone, building in that excitement. Like, oh yeah, it's Christmas tonight. Oh, it's my birthday tonight. Oh, I get to go to Wally World tonight, as in, vacation. I get to go to the Disney World. Do that. Do more of those. Find those little small things that you amplify and make them bigger and more fun. Like, I can't wait to cook. I love that. I love it. Basketball, just those small little things. Amplify the smaller things in life and live in the present more. Look forward to those things that you can then live the moment in. Like, I couldn't wait all week for Friday. I was all week looking forward to it, but I was living in the moment and getting through Monday through Thursday. Nothing too exciting there, but there's something exciting today for me, right? And so then I'll have something, the next exciting thing that I look forward to. Avery always, when she realizes that now, she used to always get on she'd kind of get on her nerves, and I was like, are you ready for whatever we're going to do? Like, that was coming up, and I talk about it a lot. and we got to do this, and I want to do that, and like whatever it might be. And she just, you always talk about it, like every day. And I'm like, well, yeah, because I'm looking forward to it. And now she gets that. Now that she doesn't work for Hollywood Feed, she doesn't have a boss and clocking in, and all these people bitching and complaining because she's a regional and all this good stuff. Cars, and I get like these texts that I love. Cars pretty much packed up. Can't fucking wait. Like yesterday, I couldn't wait for yesterday all week long because I knew it was gonna be cooler. In 0 to 60 times, I can get in on my BMW, like all that kind of stuff. Like I just, oh man. Which, by the way, let's go back to that right now. 0 to 60 extreme competition. I unfortunately filmed the first one upside down. Put in chat right now what you think. Unfortunately, some people already know, or they're kind of cheating the system here, or I would say I would do a giveaway. All right, ready? Here we go. Let's take a listen to it too as well. We'll pause the game. Let you guys take a listen in. Fastest 0 to 60 I got yesterday. I recorded the damn thing upside down. So maybe don't look at the road and just look at my numbers here from the Draggy.
30. 60.
Woo! Woo! I could only get 1/8 of a mile in on this stretch before I had to slow down. 0 to 60. 3.36 in a stock X5M competition. But do you know how much fun I had yesterday doing this for like an hour and literally wasted about 100 miles in gas? Like I started with I think it said 150 miles still empty. When I got done, my ding goes off and I'm like, oh my God, I already need gas. So when it gets to 50 miles, it says fuel reserve. The you need gas comes on for the BMW. It says fuel reserve. I literally just doing these launches over and over and over yesterday burnt. I went from 150 miles till empty. I'm at now in the 40s. I mean, it was just, I can't wait to get some quarter mile times in. But, oh, man, it was an absolute hoot yesterday doing that. Yeah, 3.36. 0 to 60. Cosmic Rays. Hey, Cosmic Rays, that was what it was. That was what it was until yesterday. And when I got 3.36, I went, damn, this thing fucking moves. Because here's a 3.4. It was running 3.4s nonstop. It was running 3.4s like it was going out of style. Like here's another 3.4.
30.
Whoa, only 1.44.
60.
There we go. Gotta load up. There we go.
30. 60.
And this is like a access road. The interstate's right here. It's just nice and flat. So imagine a real track that is really smooth and actually grippy for your tires. I mean, 3.44, 3.3s, 3.4s. BMW says it does 3.8, 0 to 60. And they always lying. This is faster than extreme competition. Like I said, yesterday was about the same speed I thought. I thought maybe it could be a little faster. I couldn't tell, but it was at least very similar. I never saw these numbers with Eval. Never saw those numbers with Eval. I mean, 7.4 in the 8th mile.
30.
And check out the G's here. Check out the G's. I'm trying to get it stuck at. Look at that. You're talking pulling 1.3 G's. 1.3 G's as you sit back and launch, bro. 6 miles an hour. 6 miles an hour, but 1.3 G-force. Boy, I can tell you something right now, there. That's a beast of a son bitch right there now. That's a beast. Such good advice. Need to appreciate. Yes. Appreciate the awesome. Exactly. I mean, that's why I can't believe my mom never heard this. But I told my mom whenever it was, I was like, Mom, that's why they call it the present. Because each day is a present. That's why when you say in class, present, back in the day, maybe
defending the rim. Big mismatch
like,
there.
Present.
The board misses.
Sorry, that TV was on. Someone in class, present, Avery, present, Ashley, present, right? Enjoy the present. It's called the present for a reason, because it is a present. You're not guaranteed the next day or the next day or the next day. You think you're guaranteed that. You don't know what's going to happen to you today. I have no idea. Draggy is so... Oh, yeah, King Linus, for sure. Love the ninja sound. Oh, yeah, Louis. V8, baby. 4.4 liter twin turbo, pushing out over 600 horsepower, almost 600 pounds of torque. And it really shows about 640 to 6. And when they're dynoed, and the dyno, because it has a dyno thing on it, it shows, which I have a video of that too as well, actually. So you can see a quick little video of this. Check it out. Watch well, why isn't that zooming in on it? What the heck? There we go. Boom. I'll try to get that. There we go. So this was when I just did a small launch to try to get the horsepower and the torque. We get up to about 640 horsepower. And when they've been dynoed, so you can see the horsepower and torque right here. When these are dynoed stock, people are getting like 640, 650. Some people have gotten a little bit higher. So, and then the torque is a little bit higher. BMW has always done that. They got to meet requirements, and they say it's this, but it's actually even higher, and you get faster times. It's a 6140 for me. Yeah. Well, you got to get on the interstate for that. And that's not even that. No offense, that's fun. Dude, like I said, nothing's more fun than a road track. It's the same thing. That's boring now to me. No offense. That's like NASCAR, driving in circles. Give me F1, give me Indy, give me turns, going a $120, going 90. That's where the fun's at, bro. No offense. I'm over the 60 to 140 or the 30 to 1, whatever it is, a 60 to 130. I'm over that. I've done that. Enough. Enough of that. Give me turns. Give me a road track. Or drifting. I'm done with I'm done with it, but it just gets old. You know what I mean? I do it for like yesterday. I do it for, I'm like, I want a track now. I'm tired of doing this. Just launch, waste gas, launch, waste gas. Oh, let's see here. Next, the thing Josh is going to be. So we happen to see a MiG-20. Yeah, I wish. Oh man, that was my first love of I wanted to be a fighter pilot. Going to Florida, going to Pensacola Beach, seeing the Blue Angels, and hopefully you guys have seen them, and I'll end with a couple of the last videos here. I mean, I don't know if you've kind of shown this off before. We'll go Blue Angels, over pier, and we just I've already typed this in before. Look at this video. I mean, check this out. Tell me this just isn't dope, right? Is this just crazy or what? Where's the guy at the pier that actually filmed? There we go. Check this out. So this is the other angle. So you saw the angle from the beach and all these hundreds of thousands of people over here. Woo! Woo! That's what I want right there. God, I want to be a fighter pilot so bad. Like that. Here's another view of it. I mean, ultra speed, baby. This is the speed of sound right there. Woo! 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 There we go. Gotta love these, breaking the sound barrier right here. Oh, here we go. Here it comes. That's breaking the sound barrier. So every time you see that, it's literally at the speed of sound. Moving at the speed of sound, baby. Now that fucking shit fires me up. Get me in one of those, baby. I want to go 700 miles an hour right now. I want to go fucking fast. Let's see, here we go, Mike, so I've seen ELPW. What's ELPW doing? Is that one spiking up right now? We'll get away from all this trade. We loved it. It was a great trade today. ELPW, is this one? Oh, yeah, it's just a slow little pooperoony. Yeah, could pop back up there. Yeah, the reversal possibilities here. Drove M5, M6 coupe with that setup with some, let me see that move. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I got. I mean, essentially the same thing as an M5, but it's in a 6,000. I mean, imagine that. 6,000-pound SUV. 6,000 pounds, 0 to 60 in the mid 3s, mid 4s, or mid 3.3s, mid 3.4s. Like I said, I've said this yesterday. I mean, imagine I pull up to that to old Ferraris and Lamborghinis that they were maybe high 3s, low 4s. We're talking all the way up into the 2000s, like 2005, 10, 7, 8. and I pull up in an X like that SUV, I'm like, I'm gonna smoke you. Because that's what I was saying. Imagine if it was tuned, stage 2 tuned downpipe. We're talking stage 2 tuned downpipe, probably literally even after install, $2,000, $2,500 for both. Well, it depends on how good of a downpipe you get, but you don't have to get that nice of one. Regardless, you can be 2 to 3K in extra. That's it. And next thing you know, you're at 700 plus horsepower, running like 2.8s, 2.9s in the 0 to 60. Now you're getting up there with like the Porsche Turbo, 911 Turbo. You know, you're up there with now cars nowadays that barely, you know, it's crazy. This is crazy. It's all fun for me. Let's see. Definitely yourself in the middle of nowhere. That's so I get it. Gotcha. Yeah. Tracks are fun. I'm done with I like it, but I've just done that so much. The go fast, and then that it doesn't last that long. Is my point. It's too instantaneous for me. And I knew it. Like me driving, like and playing Gran Turismo, took it to a whole nother level. And then especially when I went out on the track in New Orleans. It's done. It's not even close. Going fast and getting up to 150 or whatever is cool. I like it, but the just nonstop hitting the turns, nonstop. Oh, that is where it's at for me. Like I wish I had a track that was like 10 miles, like Nuremberg, over in Germany. It's like 8 miles. Give me that any day of the week over just straight on go fast. Because you have the straightaway there where you do go fast at the very end. Oh, I love the turns. I love it. Getting in and out of gears. It's not just, let's just smash it. Just smash it. It's like being Iron Man versus being Hulk, right? Hulk, just smash it. That's all he does. He has one way to win. It just uses his brute strength and just hammer shit around. Iron Man's got to use his brain a little bit. You know, he's got those technicals that are going on there. It's not just smash everything. Oh, yeah, same. I always want to be out. That's why I fly tunnel. Yeah, that's funny. Me too. I wanted the F-14 because it's probably Top Gun and whatever. And then I wanted to be in an F-18 because of the Blue Angels. Yeah, man. Fucking be so cool. God, it'd be so cool. Because then on top of the fact, anytime I'd be in an airplane, I'd never be scared anymore. I'd be like, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to control this plane just fine. Don't you worry. I'd be getting in there like, hey, don't worry. I'm a better pilot than that guy up there. He's all right. I can fly this plane with my toes. And my eyes closed. Oh, man. PLX here, get into the $6 bounce area. PLYX. Yep. I like this area more. This is the area I like more. This is the area I would go to more so in this. But this area, you can see it's going to try to hold up here. I like 550 more. I still have BIAF at 2. And then we have AIAFF, essentially the same spot, right at 2. Kogu, sorry if I missed your levels. Can you go over? Yep. So BIFF, B. All these. If I can type. All right. Levels on the way down, handsome. Levels on the way down. 220. 2. 180. On the way up. And we're kind of talking about this. Or no, this was AIFF. Same thing. AIFF almost in the same price area, price action as each other. AIFF and BIAF. So getting me fucked up with these AIF plays. Or whatever. And I think that's why I keep going BAIF because of AIFF over here. Resistance on the way up heavy. Same portion. 260 to 270. It's a little bit lower for BIAF. Now on the way up, another one of these 52-week low plays. I should not have actually done that. I just have to zoom in a little bit more here. Yeah, and that's what this is. Same thing. There's this 250-ish area that we're pretty much holding up for the day. It did go a little higher than that. That's going to be hard to get back over this 245, 250 area. And then you can see where this 275 area is coming into play. And then your really strong resistance up top, like AIFF, I think is at 310. This one is at 350. We'll just go back to the 4-hour too, just to see if I see anything differently to change my opinion there. And no, yeah, you can see there's that strong resistance through this area, 350 into 4. There's your 245.50 area. There's your 275.80 area. And there you go. There are your levels for BIAF. BIAF. Got it there, Kogu. Remember those old Yahoo commercials. Wasn't it called Yahoo? Those milks that you could get? Those little with the yellow labeling? Alrighty. Alrighty, team. Alright, cool. Got the live stream going. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Yep, yeah. Yeah, I forgot what it was. Yoo-hoo. I was like, it couldn't be Yahoo because Yahoo's Yahoo. I don't think it could be Yahoo. I remember those, though. Yoo-hoos. That's what they were called. I drank one a year ago. Oh, they're still around. They are gross. They are gross. Oh, it's hilarious. They were good when I was a kid. Colored water. Yeah, exactly. They're colored water. That's hilarious. It's funny because Lone Wolf, you love chocolate milk. And like we all say, if you're going to make chocolate milk, get you some damn Hershey syrup. Get you some milk. Make you some chocolate syrup, okay? Or make you some chocolate milk. That's the best way. That's the best way. Get you some Hershey's syrup. Real deal penny stock. Just about, yeah, like sub $1. I know, Merlin. I'll take the break off the mic. Guys, great day. Great day. Had a good stream, the dual stream interview with Ollie. I might actually... I'm trying to think about what to post today. Oh, that's right. I'm going to do that post today on... I'm going to do the drive-in experience. So, we do have BIF. I'm going to do this. We're going to put BIAF here. BIAF. Why am I putting buyer? BIF here. We're going to put all the stocks kind of tight. Merlin, stop. You keep getting... Oh, you're so annoying. This guy. This goober. He's a owner surrender kind of rescue. So we're still working with this big goober over here. It doesn't matter over here because what I'm about to do is this. What I'm about to do is this. I know you guys are gonna love this right here now. This is what I'll be posting today. The shortened version of this, and not all the chit chat at first, but I'll let you guys take a little watch of the track and the drive from the AKNR and exactly what I was talking about just a couple of minutes ago to King Lion. And this right here. This is the real deal. Speaking of real deal, you'll get your straightaway to go fast. You'll see the cars zooming by here in a minute. But, taking the turns. And that's why I wish this track was longer and bigger. That sounded kind of weird and gross. Probably something a woman has said today. Anywho, I will be back here. We're going to do, as always, there's your 6 bounce. It's coming down a little bit, came a little bit lower there. But it is trying to bounce at 6. I'm going to take a break off the mic. Probably get some stuff done around the house. Get the house tidied up a little bit more. Finish laundry, too. I want to do some laundry. Wash some covers and some sheets and shit. Make our bed smell good. I have been sleeping with dogs all week, truly. Not only myself being a dog. A good dog, no. But I had multiple dogs sleeping in bed with me, so I'm sure their sheets are hairy and probably don't smell as good as after they come right out of the washing machine. Saline girl, you heard that. You said that before. They get bigger and longer. I'm tired of dealing with these little shrunkettes. You add a me in the other chat. See, I'm in. There you go. You gotta see me in the other chat. I mean, that's hilarious. Later. Yep. Cool. I'm out, team. I'm gonna play this for fun so you guys can watch a little track experience. I will be back here probably right around an hour and 15 minutes from now. 2 p.m. Eastern. I'll jump back on the mic to see what we got moving, if anything. Stay live. Go live about 15, 20 minutes or so. Jump back off the mic for a little bit, and then come back and do some power hour fun. See if we have anything moving. Maybe just talk stocks, get ready for Friday night stream. The Traders Anonymous. I hope you guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend if you're out. I hope you enjoyed the day for any of those that are still here. I know some have already obviously moved on from here earlier. I appreciate every one of you joining today. It's an honor to do this. Like I said, I love doing this. This is trying to teach you guys, and so you guys can learn something, whether it's one thing or maybe multiple things every day. Maybe it's something you haven't heard before, and you got to go back and rewatch it over and over and over, or just those little tidbits. Like I said, hey, make every day a happy. Find something like Salem was like, yeah, find those little things to look forward to. It's those things that make your life even better and happier. So hope you enjoyed the stream. Again, thank you all for coming over here. Try to do these every Friday for free. Some Fridays will be free, some Fridays won't. And if you ever see me finally live later in the day, what I usually do, of course, I already have the links out there. I'll put them out there again when I'm done yapping. I have my live stream. It's a paid stream, $70 a month. $350 for 6 months, $700 for the year. $700 for a full year. It's really cheap. At the end of the day, I go live, but I put it public. So it goes from unlisted to public. So that way you guys can then actually go watch it that don't have the paid live stream. So you can rewind and see what I traded for the day or what we went over, what lessons I did, and try to soak it in. You know, it's hours and hours of the work to put in. You know, it's going to school, which is going to the stock market, finding your time of the day of when you go to school. You know, you didn't go to school back in the day. You had a certain, all day, right? You had a certain time you went to school. Find that time you go to school. You did homework in grade school pretty much every day for the most part for years on end. Track, journal, chart, do homework. Then do all the extra work if you want to get better. You know those kids that push and strive to get a little bit better, especially when it comes to sports. They're hitting the gym when it's not practice. They're going in when they don't have an allotted time that they have to be there. They're doing it because they want to do it. They want to be in there. They want to get extra time in. They want to get the studying and learning in. That's what I'm talking about. We're going back and watch, you know, you're tracking, your journaling and charting. We'll put my live stream on. Let's just go listen to what Josh did today. Saline, yes, you're welcome, Mike, as well. Futures, there you go. Hey, I knew some of you would love it because the future's into things. I knew some of you would love it. You got it, Cosmic Rays. William Edwards just popping in. Just say what's up. Oh, it's Will I Am. From Washington, the state of Washington. You know, that's one thing I've never got of when people are like, where are you from? And they say Washington, and people ask D.C. They would say D.C. if they're from D.C. People from Washington, D.C. don't say they're from Washington. And you just know the people that ask that have got to feel like complete morons, and I don't know how you wouldn't. Well, which one? The state. D.C.'s D.C. You don't say fucking Washington, you just Washington. You say Washington, D.C. Oh, I never get, when people say that, I'm like, I want to look at them and be like, you an idiot. What's 5 plus 5? You know it's 10, right? But what's up, Will I Am? Been around for a minute. Been around for many a years, Will I Am has been. Thank you for coming over, bud. It's the end of the day. Rewind. The dual stream was great. It's a slow day in the small caps, and the large caps had the big dumperoonie, which we were going over with the futures trader, and she killed the short. And then we talked about the bounce play, which was also really good. All right, so I don't want these on both of them since we actually can put both charts there. Let's just see if the SPY and everything continues to go down for the day because it does look like we want to chase down and go for new lows. So we'll keep that on watch right here. Let's get the track. This is me at the AKNR. Guys, if you want to learn from me in person, I will be putting together another AKNR really soon. I've done 3. One last January, one last August, and I just did one in February. The first one was in Arkansas and Hot Springs. The second one in August of last year was in Dallas, Texas. This one was in New Orleans, Louisiana. Spreading them out, traveling, going to different places, just for, you know, for fun of it, to make things a little bit different, but also just because there's different things to do in those different states or cities. If you want to up your stock trading game and learn from me in person, which again, especially this last one was very beneficial because we really did more hands-on getting with them at their trading setup type of work, it's by far the best experience you're going to get. Besides doing one-on-ones live with me, as in doing the Zoom sessions, watching someone live is like, okay, my morning alerts and people giving you levels to trade here. Watching someone stream live, you know, takes it to like right here. And then doing one-on-ones takes it to like right here. You know, it's that much better for you. And then, of course, then in person, right, it's the best. So if you need help, I will put information out soon. I just want to tease that I will be doing at least 2 of these a year, if not definitely more. I'll have another one later on this year. We're still trying to figure out dates and location and etc. But that will be coming up for sure. Cosmic Rays, Mike, Saline, Will I Am, Kogu, Lone Wolf for coming over, handsome brother. I was trying to hook you up there, Lone Wolf. She's a pretty girl, love her. She's a good girl too. She's sweet. She can cook. You know, she's got a little that zesty, feisty little Mexican side in her that she loved to mention, right? She's a good girl. She's a good girl. I was trying to hook you up. King Lion for coming on over. Thank you guys for coming today. Fred, Mr. Austin Trader, Aussie Chick, if you're still out there. Anyone, of course, I'll go way back in time to where I can't go back any further, which actually is just about an hour ago because we've had that much chat today. Louie the Lightning Bug coming over. F. Carey coming over today. And you guys chatting it up, which I absolutely love that today. Y'all were chatting it up big time. Not only just while she was talking, just keeping the chat going and fluid. It looks like I had a lot of motherfucking people here today. Lone Wolf, yes, you know, hey, y'all, because she didn't want to mention. She went through went through a bad breakup. You know, it's like, you know, it was perfect for y'all, but y'all both been through some struggles. You know, stock trading, relationships. You know, you're like, damn it, y'all deserve each other. I was like, y'all are perfect for one another. Yeah, she's a cool girl. I like her a lot. But yeah, I started doing one-on-ones with her like July, August of 2024. And to see that growth is so beautiful. It's so cool to see. Yeah, just to listen to her talk earlier, I felt like I was listening to a different, it was just like, it was so cool. It was so awesome to hear her language and etiquette and the overall stock trading where it's got to, and the terminology is just, wow, love it. King Lion, my other Florida boy. My Florida boys, a lot of you that are on the live stream from Florida. You guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. I will see you all back on Money Monday for the paid live streamers. For the free guys, try to do another one of these dual streams next Friday so you can tune in. And still, those sticking around, because I'm not going anywhere. I'm about to put some jams on for you guys. Actually, first I'm going to play this badass clip of me going around the track at 354 miles an hour. Then I'll put on some jams for you so you have something to listen to during lunch hours. Be back here at 2 p.m. Eastern for a lunch Brizzy Breaky Downy. Lost boys, lost girls. I'll see you then. Funny, look at the term when I say lost boys, lost. Look at the dogs get up. Look at all the doggos. Look at them. Oh, as soon as they lost boys, lost girls, they know. Like, all right. When I say the all right, got the little ones getting up. It's so funny. They're like, all right. Uh-oh. Someone took a shit. I can smell it. I gotta pick up a shit. All right. I guarantee you I'm gonna come back in here and I said, yep, I just picked up a shit. God dang it, son of a bitch.
In that car. Everything is the same as your first drive. Double yellows lift, red's braking. I'll tell you when to release the brakes. The orange L-shaped cones tell you to turn in your side or my side. That green cone does not mean go. It just represents the middle of the turn. 3 feet inside the track line on both sides at all times, and 3 feet away from the cones and the curbs. If you hear me say watch that track edge, that just means you're getting a little close to the track edge.
Sorry if I do sometimes. I'm always with doing, like I said, playing those the Grand. Hey, no shit. Someone just farted, and I think it was Merlin. If you have dogs, you know that burnt almost. It's like someone took a shit. Whew. It still was lingering in here when I look. As soon as I walk out of the office, it usually should get stronger because I'm getting closer to it. And then as soon as I walked out, I didn't smell anything. I was like, yes, thank God. It's someone just farted. All right, anyway, I just want to update you. I got lucky there. See you guys back in a bit. Charisma on all those little racing simulator games. I try to get as close as I can. I was like, oh, 3 feet. Oh, man, I'm burning those, sometimes, But,
absolutely. 3 feet for us, though, gives us a little bit of wiggle room.
Yeah.
If for some reason the back wiggles and we're 3 feet inside that track line, nothing bad's probably going to happen. But if we're within a foot and we wiggle and drop one in the dirt, bad things are going to happen.
Yeah. I feel like you're saying, like we were saying with, like you were saying with Lambo, but, which like Cassandra's even saying, she's like, yeah, it's pretty much the same thing you did. And I was like, man, that's cool on the straightaway, but I just want to handle those turns more. Like it's so fun to get in those turns and really hammer it. And you're like, wow, like we did the ride along and how he was hammering in the Hellcat, and I was like, this handles way better than I thought it would in those turns.
For it to be such a big, heavy car, it does well. You can definitely see why a lot of people that are inexperienced crash those cars, and why they get stolen a lot.
Yep. Yeah, for that price, you're getting a lot.
You really are. You got back seats, you got a trunk. It's a really fast grocery getter.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So do you travel to all these or just certain ones? How do y'all do this?
Certain ones. So we're all of us instructors are independent contractors. We pick and choose the ones that we would like to go to.
How many do you usually? How many a year do you do?
Me, about 25 per year.
But
I retired a couple years ago, so this is just a retirement job for me.
Yeah, a fun one.
Absolutely. My son's an instructor out here with me, so that's cool. Awesome. We get to travel together.
Yeah, that's cool.
Kind of very cool since he moved out. This is a way we can kind of keep in touch.
And see each other.
Absolutely.
That's awesome. Where's he at? Where's he live now?
He actually lives here in Baton Rouge. His wife is in a grad school program there at LSU, so I'm staying with him while I'm in town and eating a lot of good food around here.
Yeah. So I told the people that I'm with, we're doing, like I said, a stock trading event, and I was like, hey, should have weighed ourselves before we got here, and how much we weigh when we leave.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I know I put on some weight. Yeah, it's good stuff, good food. And yeah, this is such a good time. This is kind of how we're into the week, and we leave out tomorrow, so this was a...
Oh, awesome. What a great way to finish your work week.
Yeah, literally, right? Get out and have some fun, then go down to Bourbon Street, French Quarter District, get some good grub.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
But to have you as my teacher, my man.
Yeah, I'm glad to be with somebody that's keeping me safe out here. Like I said, we never know what we're gonna get. So
I know,
appreciate
yeah.
that.
That's even one of my guys was like, man, they don't check your background or nothing. How do you know they just had 50 wrecks, you know?
Absolutely, pretty crazy. I have customers getting the call all the time. I'm like, hey, are you a little nervous? Yes. I'm like, you're not as nervous as I am. I promise you that.
Yeah, my palms aren't even sweaty. Like,
Yeah.
I love doing this. I'm like, yeah, I can't wait. Yeah. So yeah, this is, and yeah, I mean, as much as I'd want to use those paddles, just until you even know that course, that it handles so well. Like the instructor, the teacher was saying in the training video, like they drive so well on auto. You don't even need to be worried about doing pedals and slowing yourself. Because I'm doing that already in my the M5 or whatever competition. You always want to kind of slow yourself down, but because I'm like, no brake dust, no brake dust.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
But yeah, no, it's crazy how these handle.
They do everything better and faster than we can with the technology they have built in them.
Yeah.
It's pretty phenomenal.
Y'all have personal competition of who has the best track time and lap time on these?
No, not really. I mean, we're just an experience center. We're not a racing program, unfortunately. So, I mean, we have to treat these cars with respect, just like you all do. I mean, if something were to happen and I was out there pushing the limits and took this car off track, I'm either going to pay a lot of money or lose my job or both. So it's just not worth it.
Or again, lives have always are at stake there too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Awesome. We're going to roll out with 17 and create our gap as we roll.
So don't stop, just go, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We'll get about a 5 to 7 car gap. That way we have some room to play.
See how because you're looking. I was naturally wanting to do this.
Absolutely. Yeah, if you're used to it in your private car, absolutely.
Yes, yeah.
So once he gets the last car on track call, he will pick up the pace.
Okay.
We'll roll on a little bit of power here. We've got a white 88 on the other side of the track that's going to trickle in. We're going to maintain your side of the track all the way down to that orange L. Good deal. You can just maintain this speed to the orange, turn back into the green. Staying on my side of the track all the way to the next orange L. Nice and smooth all the way down my side. Working back into the green on your side. We are back on track in a Ferrari 488. All the way down to the orange L on your side. Just let it roll at this speed back into the middle of the track. Beautiful. Nice and smooth. Start wide, come back tight to green my side. I'll let you know when he makes that call. Back out wide, rolling on a little power. Accelerate to the yellows. Lift power back into the green. Lift power. He's still waiting on the call.
All right.
Back into green, your side. Rolling on power, your side. Beautiful. Back into green, mine. That is super smooth. My side of the track to the orange. Working back into the green. Rolling on some power here, accelerate. Working out to your side. Nice, going down to the orange. Grab a little brake. Release, back into green. Beautiful. My side to the orange. And back into the green. I have not heard last car on track, but he should be picking up his pace. Add a little bit. Orange, back into green, my side. Working out wide to orange. We'll lift power back into green, my side, nice and tight. Start unwinding that wheel, rolling on a little power. As much power here as you like, all the way to the yellow. Very well done. My side of the track to the orange L. Nice and smooth. Back into green. Your side, add a little gas. Your side of the track to the orange. You're going to grab brakes here. Release. Back into the middle of the track. Little maintenance throttle here. Maintain. Back into my side. You have walked away from everybody, my friend. Your side. Rolling on power. Accelerate to the yellow. Lift power. Orange. Back into green. Staying on my side to the next orange. We'll lift power. Go back into green. Nice and smooth. Tighten it up on your side. back into the green. Working out wide. Beautiful. Nice and tight back to my side. As we pass this green, start working out to your side. Rolling on power. Unwind that wheel. More power. Follow my friend. Follow the yellow. Off of it into the green, my side, tons of grip here. My side of the track to the orange. Working back to the green, add a little bit. Nice. Your side of the track to the orange. L, we're going to grab brakes in the red. Squeeze those brakes. Release. Middle of the track here. Patient on power, working back tight to my side, and then out to your side of the track. Add that power. Unwind that wheel, full throttle to the yellow. Good power, back in the green. My side of the track all the way to the orange. Nice. Smooth to the green. And a little bit. Your side. Back in the green. Mine. Add a little bit. Nice. Done. Orange. Back in the green. Accelerate with this kick here. Out wide to your side. Orange. Grab brakes while we're straight. We'll bleed off of them into the green. Add a little bit. Beautifully done. We're going to follow this Hellcat into the pits.
Oh, let me go 10 more, baby. Come on.
I know, it never gets old. You crushed that, my friend.
My goal was because I ride along the guy, there was a Lambo behind us, so impressive to him. He actually kept up like I did, and so that's my goal. I want to do what I just did, and so.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Thanks
you
to an
crushed
instructor
that.
like you, bro.
There's nobody behind us forever. Nice drive,
bro. Yeah, that's why I was like, I want that again. I know I'm gonna kill it more again. Back to like I would play that game, and I played it. And you get 3 laps in, you get 5. Now I can start passing people because now I know a track. Oh, yeah. I need 20 of these.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a snooze fest, Louie. I told you today was going to be that way. I was hoping we'd get a pullback and a bounce on BIF. I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. I haven't canceled them yet, but I am going to now. I don't want to have to sit here and babysit it even into power hour because I'm going to start doing more stuff around the house here in the next coming minutes. But it might get a bounce off that 2 area. I wanted it like here earlier. Crack. Go 275. Get a bounce off 2.4. Go back to 265. Okay, so we're getting 20-25 cent bounce plays. Then come down, crack this, and come to 2, and then go back up, get a 25 cent bounce play or so. And maybe make it roar back up to maybe the 260s or so. But it didn't come to fruition. We've just been sitting in this downtrend ever since. It's become. Because it really was slow. 540 bounce almost happened. This was by far the best one, though. I didn't leave orders in on PLYX. I probably should have. I don't know if I would have been filled, but this was the one that actually did sweep down and move back up to 620. So that had end up having from top to low about 70 cent bounce play. It really relatively could have gotten probably about 35 to 50 out of it, though, for sure. Other than that, large caps finally did slow on down. We did see that pullback, which was nice in reversal in the dual live stream earlier. You know, she took advantage of that, and I would imagine probably starting to lock up some shares or trade or her contracts as it's down toward the very bottom there. Oh, sweet, I forgot he texted yesterday. Uh-oh, check it out. Who's ready for this? The 10 commandments of stock trading. Which one you... Oh, that's right, I told him to do 2. So I told him to do 1 that was for like TikTok and Instagram. What do y'all think about that right there? Huh? What do you think about that? Joshua turned into Moses. It's Joshua, the leader after Moses. Is it me parting the sea or me holding the money bag? I think it's me holding the money bag. I think it's going to be me holding the money bag. This one's dope though too. That's pretty dope. Look at this. I will tell you where it will go. You listen to me, and I will tell you. Oh yeah, bro. Does this look right? Oh, good job, King Lion. Yeah, that was the only play really since I've left that did anything was that. Oh fuck yeah. I can release this on Sunday now. What a great day to release it on Sunday too. Only thing I like. Look, I like the way I look here versus the way I like here, but I guess it's got the lightning and stuff. I don't know. I like me. This looks a little more like me. It looks like me, but it looks a little less like me than this one does. Oh man, I may reach out to him like, hey, can you make this? Like, I want this one, but I want this face. Anyway. Oh, and this one's money. That one really looks like me. That one, I might even say because that one looks the most like me. But yeah, I'm like, that one looks really like that. That's definitely fitting some Josh mold right there. Yeah, I thought that was great. I forgot he sent those to me already, and I meant to look at them. All right. Who's ready for that? Let's see. Yeah, right. Dude, that's pretty badass. All right, here we go. I'm going to get rid of TTP. Here's what we are going to do. Where drafts at? All right, so now we get to determine one thing and one thing and one thing and one. I say one thing and one thing only. BW, where are we at? Oh, took a hit back down. All right, so BW is my play here, team. For a small cap ticker. Where do I go long or short on BW? I'm going to have to redo this on Saturday or Sunday again. Because what I was looking for was 1, 2, and a third break, and it really to overextend here. This is breaking structure hard. But it does make me want to go long because I feel that BW gets, if anything, now can get bounce plays in this area. Because don't forget, the tournament starts on Monday. The Market Madness Trade the Pool tournament. Plus 60 day, Josh kind of slow. Oh yeah, for sure, it's all good. So this is my small cap pick. I'm gonna go short. I mean long. I'm gonna go long. That's a done deal. Next, I went light. Do I go long or do I go short? Because it's just for the week. And here's the thing, and what sucks about this, the stocks right here that I'm looking at, you have to determine if you want to go long or if you want to go short. And it's for the week. So Monday morning, boom, we got to go long or short out of the gate, and then it closes the position out at the end of Friday. So what I'm really going to want to do is see the gap. What do we do on Sunday with a lot of these tickers? That I think is going to be the key for me. Do we get it gap down and so the shorts already happen? Okay, so there's light. What else do I have here? I got big movers. I got big stuff that can move, you know. App can move in a week. You know, you're talking about, you know, this week to, you know, look where we're at in a week. We go from 367. It closes out, I know, a little low, right? So it's like, this week would have been a good short. I've got to see where we come on Sunday, because look, on Sunday here, we get these big gap downs right here. No, actually, that was just out of nowhere. Where's Sunday at? There we go. So here's 9, 10, 11, 6, 9. 6, 9. So there's a gap up. Not much, but there is a gap. So this one may not play as much of the gap factor. I just have to look on. I think Sunday will be key. And really Monday morning, I'll have to come in here early. I have MU on long and a squeeze here. I do have MU long. I don't think that's going to change. I'm not going to try to short this top. I'm gonna say MU squeezes and goes from. But that's the one thing about a lot of these. It was either A, I want something that's moving, or B, it's in a chart that there's good trades to be had. I mean, I could go heavy short here and get the reversal back on down. Man, but my brain tells me long, but that could be a good short up top. And then IBM. I had to pick a mega cap, and there wasn't a lot out there because I was literally the last fucking draft pick at 12. And I don't know why they did it the way they did it, where you pick, and by then it wouldn't have mattered because I would have tried to get all of my picks would have been if we would have done the round robin like you're supposed to. But this one can move in a week. You know, if you look at it week in, week out, you go to the weekly here, because this is what I was doing. I was going to the weekly chart. We'll go to the weekly here. I was going to the weekly chart here. And you can see, I mean, there's some good moves. I mean, that week right there, there's a range of 41 buckaroonies. Not as much this week, but most weeks there's some pretty good range most of the time. I'll have to get on that. Woo! And PLYX, new high of day. There you go, King Line. And who called that bounce play out? Who said that they like the 540 area the most? Bounces, baby. That's all. They call me Mr. Bounce. Mr. Bounce. Yeah, that was out of nowhere there, eh? That was out of nowhere there, eh? All right, so on the way back on down, had a little downtrend break. Downtrend break there, baby. Little downtrend break right there. Nice little downtrend. Squeeze a Rooney. There's your most tight recent downtrend break. Massive, massive, massive volume candle on the day right there. Pretty much almost the same size as their biggest one. What's the battle 216 versus 2? Biggest 3-minute candle of the day. Oh, you didn't get filled. That sucks. Yeah, it's one of those quick sweeps down. What was the low there? 551. Yeah, it sucks. That was the play right there, bro. Like I said, that was it. I would say trade the top of the channel. The top got a bounce. Try to get another bounce, right? You can see there. Trying to get bounces off of them. I didn't go up high enough. So that's why I always tell you guys, if you want to get a good bounce, you want it to go higher. The higher it goes, the better the bounce. Think of a basketball. If you slam a basketball on the ground, that first bounce back down, right? That's why I like it here. That has more room to come down, has more room to go up. Sexy, sexy, sexy sauce. That is literally the only thing moving right there. got the draft picks up. All right, I'm going to go eat a little lunch here real quickly, team. Any questions you have? Any questions? I know you guys are probably good. Bounce play back now, to me, would be back down at 6 again. Now that we've gone up high enough, 6 would be sexy. Although we'll have to see how long and how high we stay up here. We may only come back down to 640, but right now we're not too far above it. What? You're good. I love you. I love you. Here, boogers. It's like having a kid that can't talk. It's so funny. She's such a sweetie. Just the way she looks at you. You can just touch like, Dad, I love you. I love you so much. I was sleeping and I woke up and you weren't on the couch anymore. Oh, got them boogers in there, girlfriend. You keep them eyes nice and tight. Them big little skull of yours. I love you. All right, cool. Here she goes. Okay, baby girl. Look at her squeeze a Rooney. All right, baby girl, back at it. Hold on, LL, don't do that. Don't do that. All right, well, we know she's got let's call it 690-ish or so resistance, and then 740. All right, nice. Up 2p. Up 2p. I meant to put up top. All right. Taking the break. Go get me a little lunch in my belly. I'll jump back in here on the mic. Here in just a bit, I'm gonna do the racing post today too. Get some posts out there. Do the damn thing. Ooh, she's going. She looks like she wants to hit that 690 mark. She's really soaking into 6.9 right now, team. 6.9's coming into play. I'd say watch for a bounce off 630 into 620s. This music. All right. Looks like she's soaking into 6.9 because she's out of her mind. Look for a bounce play back around 620s, my friend. 617, 627. Stop loss of 6. Stop loss of 6. Back in a bit. Gonna get some lunchies.
17 and create our gap as we roll.
So don't stop, just go, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We're going to roll out with 17. With 17 and create our gap as we roll out with 17 and create our gap as
Got a good little run there from AIFF. Nothing too bad for the day overall on it. You know, nothing crazy, but 50% movers here, 37%. You know, I told you this play would probably make one more run to new high of day. Went higher than I thought it would. Called it out, though. I would have been filled here. I actually would have been filled. Maybe trying to get on my 5-10 cents here before. That's exactly why I canceled my orders. It's just too little too late there for BIAF. Did get some good uptrend movement right here from PLYX. And then again, their Aussie chick. Hopefully you're scaling out there toward the end of the day. Probably going to die off here in after hours. I doubt we see much big spiky movement in after hours, honestly. But I'm here if anyone has any last questions that you guys want to go over. Any last questions? Finally, I don't know why I didn't post the first time around on X. Cool. Link working right there. Got that. Sweet. Cool. Getting the post out. Oh, anyone still around? Aussie chick, Sailing Girl, King Lion, Louie from earlier. Is everyone done and gone? I'm just in the background for some random traders. Will stopped in for half a second, and Lone Wolf was there earlier as well with Mike. Had a few players and traders at lunch when I came in over at 1, though. It was just King Lion and Louie. Anyone still around? Or are we done and dead for the day? Closeout orders should be happening anytime soon for TTP. On top of the fact you guys that have been trading all day or looking at trades needed to stop it. Head into the weekend. Take your green. Movie on. Good dual stream Friday earlier with Alejandra. Of course, she is amazing. Their little journey in the futures market has been fun. Aussie chick. I don't know if you saw this earlier. This is a great Aussie. You got to check this out. You're going to love this Aussie right here. I don't know if you saw it earlier. Check it out. The thumbnails. The Moses thumbnails for the 10 Commandments you kept asking about. There we go. Now I can release the post. I'll release that on Sunday. The 10 Commandments of stock trading. Moses, Joshua. Joshua, Moses. All into one. So I don't know if you caught that earlier. Check it out, though. That thumbnail. That's cool. Right. I want to start getting these made to make my posts look a little bit better. But yeah, I thought this was cool. You know, the 10 Commandments, my friends and family. I am here. I have the scripture. I will show you the way. Well, that's cool. He did a good job, actually. I'm happy. I'm proud of that. It's pretty cool. It was perfect, too, for the first one. Like, oh, this will be easy and awesome for him, you know. He can probably work with that. And he did. Love it. Absolutely love it. All right, any questions you guys have? Anything you want to go over? Aussie, oi, oi, oi. Anything at all? Oi, 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 oi. We good to go? I just want to jump back on the mic. I'm going to go mow the backyard. It's needs to get mowed, honestly. That time of the year when we get the rain and then it really starts to want to grow back with the sun. All the dog shit I need to pick up anyway. I like the beard. She says, I like the beard. You look sexy in that beard. You look sexy in the beard. Avery's not a big beard guy. You know, she likes me more like the stubble to like this. She likes it like this or I say clean shave, not fully clean. Yeah, she was just never a big fan of the beard. And of course, when we're trying to, you know, go to sexy time or whatever, girls, it's, yeah. I mean, I'd get it. Trying to make it, unless you get used to it. And that's what's crazy when you see the guys and they're just always bearded out, you know? And I'm like, I can't believe girls are just like, they must not, well, I don't want to get into specifics and basics, but see, I'm good going for a swim. Oh yeah, bloody scorcher. Oh man, is it hot out there, huh? Yeah, today it's only 68 degrees here. 68 degrees here. We saw the temperature yesterday in Voltron. Man, I still can't believe I ran 336, 3.4s. I thought I'd get maybe 3.5s here and there, 3.6s for sure. And then a lot of 3.6s, a lot of 3.7s, maybe a couple of 3.5s. I cannot believe that. And that's what I would get with Elvira. Elvira was usually 3.6s consistently. Bad times, 3.7s. Best times in the 3.5s. I never saw 3.4. I'm pretty sure I never saw 3.4. I know I never saw 3.3. Like, never saw 3.3. And I did a lot. This was my first time. I probably did it about 10 times in Elvira with the draggy from, 0 to 60s and quarter mile. Then there was no point. It's like, what's the point? It's just going to be I know what the times are. There's no point to get the draggy out. I'm not getting any faster, So it's like one of those things you do it in different temperatures. How long it's been since it's rained. I always would do that, like a stock trade. I'm like, okay, it's been this long since it's rained. It's this the temperature. And I notice about like right now when it hasn't rained in a couple of days, it's not like super dry out. And then when it's cooler, when you get to that 50, 40s, 50s, 60s. But anyway. I was very surprised I ran the 3.3s. I was like, damn, I cannot believe this has 3.3s stock on it. That's dope. Makes me, I don't want to do it yet, but it does make me down the line want to tune it, get a stage 2 tune, and do some stuff to it, like I've been talking about doing. God, they get that and some like that thing could sound nasty. Like get the downpipe stage 2 tune, do exhaust, do a couple of other things, not too much, but oh man, spend less than 10K for sure. You would in the end, and it would the horsepower would be up to like 800. 770 to 800 was what I've seen for most of them. Some have a little over 800. 0 to 60s and like the 2.7s, the 2.9s, depends on how much I did do. Oh man, oh boom, and sounds so good. Like when you get the exhaust, like you do the stage 2 tune, downpipe, get the exhaust done, yada yada. Oh my god, you think it sounds good now? Oh whoa, it sounds so like when you start it up, like the exhaust notes on it, dirty. Yeah, dining, yeah, dining stuff, yeah. There's just so many name brands out there anymore. It's just. Nice move there to the basket, got fouled. But yeah, I mean, oh yeah, that's the thing. It's like, they remind me of Jeeps. Tuning BMWs. I mean, Jeeps definitely way more options. Jeeps are like, it's like the Jeep Wranglers, I would say that's got to be one of the most modifiable vehicles, and how much shit is out there for a Jeep Wrangler. Replace your light bulbs with different colors, and I mean, just that kind of stupid shit, like, I mean, there's just so much shit you can do in a Jeep Wrangler. That much size of mirrors, oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm not really too worried about ever spending, because they're all too pricey for me, because I've seen like guys that, like, I'm not about getting name brand stuff when I do that. I think it's a waste of money in my opinion, because I like on the last BMW, like I would just look at the cost price, and then as a guy that tuned my vehicle in Dallas, Cedar Performance is what it's called, but I got a buddy that owns a place that does all that shit, and but yeah, he was like, you don't have to do name brand. You're buying Polo. You're buying the Polo sign. You're buying the Tommy Hilfiger sign. You're buying the Gucci. You're buying the Burberry. You're buying you don't have to. I was like, you're gonna get the same performance out of stuff that's costs half as much. And I'm like, sign me up. He's like, the main thing usually with those is just the tuning. Who's doing your tune and how it gets tuned. So I would never. I'm not gonna spend money on dining. No offense. I'm not gonna. Those people that, I gotta have this name brand. You go do. You know what I want? What really matters? Having Michelin tires. That's a little bit better than Pirellis or, yeah. I mean, there's where I'm gonna spend money. My rubber for sure, because there's definitely a difference there. I want my Michelin, my PS4s or PS2s. What the hell they're called? PS2s, I think. They'll probably be up to PS3s or 4s by the time I get anything on this. Well, I'm gonna have to replace those rear tires again, like I did on Elvira, especially as much as the way I drive that shit. Yeah, it's crazy because like when I first got stuff done to the first BMW, how much things cost. I'm like, hold on a second. I'm like, why does this downpipe cost $500 and this downpipe costs $2K? It's like, it depends on the size of it, but if it's the same size, you're just buying the name brand. But if it's bigger, there's a reason for it. But yeah, it was crazy when I started looking at that stuff. I'm like, Jeeps really don't have that. They'll have some name brands that are a little bit more expensive than others, but there's so many brands now that they've all kind of had to like not be able to up their prices. Again, tires would be about the one thing, and maybe wheels where you're going to pay a little bit extra for what you want. Tires for sure. Tires are key. Tires are huge. Tires make such a big difference. It depends on what you're driving, but like a sports car, especially off-road car, and how well it drives, how smooth it drives, how loud the tires are, all that shit. Tires are the key. Yeah, crazy how price. Cause yeah, I looked into it and I was like, holy. And he's like, man, I promise you, just get this, this, and this. Let me tune it for you. You'll be fine. Yeah, it's crazy how those name brands want crazy expensive prices for some of their shit. I'm like, yeah, I don't need all that, because there's so many brands out there now that are coming out with, like Armor Motorsports. It's called Armor Motorsports. Look them up. They're in Florida, and they specialize now in Beamers and all that European kind of, I say European, but well, European, mostly German stuff. And their downpipes, the intercoolers, and they have badass intercoolers. They have like a gold one. They have I almost got the gold one, but they have different colors and the intakes to. There's a lot of those companies, and that's where I go to. I'm like, fuck all those high brand, name brand. They want X amount of money. I'm gonna go to these new companies that, kind of like shopping local, so to speak. Instead of going to Chili's tonight, I'm gonna go to a local restaurant that there's only one of, because they're gonna put their heart and soul into that food, and that's keeping it local and money in their pocket. James, love Bounce Plays this week with me. I'm telling you, James, that's where it's at, brother. Hopefully you got that. Bounce Plays is where it's at, where it's been at for me since, not almost said 1998, since 2018, 17 really. But it's been Bounce Plays is it. Bounce Plays the shit. Bounce Plays it. Bounce Plays the shit. What's up, Michael? Ring that bell. Yep, I'm about to head out, team. I just want to step on the mic for a minute. Talk a little stock. Not really a lot going on here. Probably really going to slow down as we get into after hours. I don't expect too much today because we haven't had too much anyway to begin with. I hope you guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. I'm going to hit Kevin tonight and see. I'm going to text him right now if he's hosting tonight, if he wants to host. See if Kevin gets that going tonight. Any questions you guys have? Any last questions for the day, the week, the weekend? Anything else? I'll put this out there for you guys. I did just post this. The Extreme Experience Full Track Edition in the Ferrari. Go watch and like this. Go like, comment, say, wow, that's awesome, Josh. You went really fast. You did good driving. This is getting the algos. But anyway, there's that. This is the post. I finally put it out here. Oh, yeah, baby. In the heat of what are you on? The small account. Like, it's just right around 450, James. Right around 450, James. 450. Like, it's like 467 or something like that. 460s. Something around that number. Something around that number. Hey, I would have, I would have gotten a bounce play there, but it would have liquidated me before probably my 10 cents there, maybe, possibly. And there's that 2 finally coming down to bounce. I canceled my order just because I knew we were going to die out of volume by the time. Too little, too late, as I just said. Too little, too late. So somewhere right around that mark, James. I don't have a lot of trades, though. That's the thing. I didn't trade a lot this week. Didn't do a lot of trading. Didn't do as much trading. But yeah, bounce plays are money. Bounce plays are absolutely, I like some bounces. Nice, yeah, slow and steady, my man. Let's just take our way to the victory lane. Then get a funded account, do the same thing. It'll just be like, essentially, I'm gonna trade bigger here and there on my funded if there's something that I really want to bank. But for the most part, most of these trades I'm just gonna do on the prop firm, grow it to a funded account, then get a funded account, do the same thing to show you guys how you can do it slow and steady. To get funded, you don't have to race to get there. And then when you get funded, it's not a race to make money. It's just the same damn thing and doing all over again, and you just keep doing that, and keep building that account up, and then start getting payouts and build a buffer, etc. So it's going to be a good learning experience, so to speak. And then, like I said, I'll be able to go back and do essentially elongated post of it the process of, you know, doing this. Any last questions you guys have for the day? Any last questions you guys have for the day? I am going to release the 10 Commandments on Sunday. So I am going to release the 10 Commandments on Sunday. I had a guy reach out to me. I've been waiting to hear back from him about getting some thumbnails made so I can make my maybe a little more attractive viewer-wise. You know, maybe they'll get more clicks having a thumbnail like that. And Studley Moses with the beard there, Mr. Joshua. Right? Or the thumbnail for Instagram and the TikToks of the world. The 10 Commandments of Stock Trading. Alright, so we're going to play that for you guys, which is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Pretty good stuff. Let's go into it real quickly. Any last questions? James, thanks for coming over. Michael, pay attention tonight, team. Hopefully I hear from Kevin Avery and we get a live stream going. I'm going to keep mine going till later, at least till about 5 to 6 p.m. Eastern. So I'll keep it going for another couple of hours for you guys. I'll put this lesson. Oh, there's Kevin messaging me right now. Kevin says 9 o'clock work. So cool, yeah. So Kevin's ready to rock and roll tonight. Sweet. So look for Kevin's live stream. I'm going to keep mine going, maybe kind of lean into his. So I'll keep this going till that's right before the Razorback game starts, which is awesome. So get ready tonight, 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern. 9 Eastern, 8 Central. See you guys later on. I'll get back on the mic. I'm going to go. I still have to feed the pack and mow. And Avery gets home in an hour and a half from right now. So I have to feed the pack. And after I feed the pack, I'm going to go mow the backyard and pick up some dog dung. It's a beautiful day outside. Not a cloud in the sky. Now up to 70 degrees for the day. Oh, good. Have a super weekend with you. Hey, Ingrid, you're not going to join tonight? You got plans tonight? You going to be in the pool till then? Let's see. Pushing 90. Wow. Still lightning quick for a Oh, yeah, for sure. 3. That's crazy. 336 for that beast. I mean, not only do you get luxury. First off, not only do you get a badass looking aggressive SUV. Plenty of room. It's big enough. For 4 people, right? You know, for everyone's got plenty of leg room, very comfortable, beautiful interior, luxury out luxury, massage sheets, heated and cooled seats, you named it, right? It has it. Beautiful, beautiful ride. But then you get massive, crazy speed. 0 to 60 in 3.3 to 3.4. I mean, that's nutso. 600 plus horsepower. Man. It's funny, it was probably in the low 500s, the X5M, because they didn't have competitions back then. But I wondered what, I have to go look it up. And let's just do that, and I'm going to jump off the mic. A 2011 X5M. We'll do 0 to 60 first off. 4 to 4.5 seconds, 555 horsepower. Okay, so the first one I ever drove was a 2011, had 555 horsepower. Then I really loved the 2018 era, which was like a next step up. And that's when it went from 3.8 to 3.2 with 567 horsepower. And then the new generation, which I'm into right now, has, which they say 3.8, 3.7, 0 to 60. And then horsepower is now 600 plus. What is it? I think it's 6. They list it 617. 617 and 0 to 60 and 3.8. Well, I just proved that wrong. It's all the time I was in the 3.4s, if not 3.5s, and then I hit 3.3s. I'd say it's probably more around 640 to 650 horsepower and really close to 600 pounds of torque. Somewhere right around there. Badass beast of a beaster. Yes, I'll be there for sure. Okay, cool. Yeah, like, if you're still in the pool, you might want to check on me, Josh. I may have passed out and drowned. I don't know. Drank too much wine on a happy good week. Okay, let's do this. 1,500 last week, Aussie Chick. So Aussie Chick came to the AKNR where you can learn from me in person. We've been doing one-on-one. She's been in the live stream. 1,500 last week. What is it this week, Aussie Chick? What are we in the week up this week? How much you up? 1,500 last week. Well, how much you up this week? How much? And here are the 10, if you want to put that out there, Aussie Shake. But yeah, that's good back-to-back weeks. I know you had them. All right, I'm out of here. I will see you guys back here on Monday, or actually later today. If you're sticking around for tonight, later today, I'll see you later. If not, see you on Monday. What is up? How are you doing? The 10 Commandments are just below my head. I canceled my orders because here's what's going to happen. It's doing these liquidation sweeps down. See how they're doing little liquidation sweeps? What it's going to do, it's going to keep getting you filled and it's coming slowly back up. This is just like GXAI yesterday, even worse in my opinion. So I don't want to worry about this lesson here. I will keep it up for you guys to watch. But the 10 Commandments are definitely going to be below me on this nice and slow day. And I just canceled them. I would be filled right now 500 shares at 151. And this is what I'd be working with right now, right? It's just, meh. This is not the dip I want. This just is not it anymore, in my opinion. 10 Commandments. This is huge, team. So write this down. Take a screenshot of it. We'll start recording. Hold on. All right, I want to get into the 10 Commandments of stock trading. If you are struggling, you have been struggling, you've been doing this for a year plus, or you just started and you need some help. You need a game plan every single day, a plan, essentially, a rules, guideline to set by, what you can do every single day to help yourself out to be a better trader. This is it, right below my head right now. Take a look. The 10 Commandments. Did this at the AKNR. Thank you, Aussie Chick, for making this really beautifully written so you can see it clearly. Because if I would have written it, I would have had to type it. Let me just tell you. Let me just be honest. Number 1, make a watch list. Discord, TTP, whatever live streams you're at, whether it's mine, the scanners you use, Dex Lobby, you're still at Tradecast, you got a lifetime membership there. You're over at Warrior Trading for a free day or a month, or you're on different lives. You find a watch list. You got to create a watch list, right? What you're looking at for the day. And in that watch list, what you're going to start doing in step 2 and 3, which is put your lines in, your levels in to determine what ticker looks juicy. Because within you doing 1, 2, and 3 in game plan of what's ABC is in, oh, this looks good, I like that, that's okay, and now I'm not touching that, or that's a back burner play. And you've got to decipher the difference between what looks good to your eye set. What is a meh, and what is I'm going to keep that on watch for later. For like me, like say, you know what, maybe later in the day PRSO squeezes and goes to new high of day to 220, 225, and I would love a bounce play back off of 175 to 185, somewhere in this area, right? Old resistance, new support, maybe some big volume pours back in, we go to new high of day, right? Hey, maybe if JZXN squeezes back over 160, okay, I'm going to watch this, because if it does, I could watch for a double top at 2, or then even a bounce play back at 160, old resistance, right? Back burner plays. Or even earlier on in the morning, we can go back to yesterday, or plays that spike up real good in pre-market. I go to VCIG, we got previous plays that are spiking up. They look real good. Some look better than others, And so you got to start to decipher in pre-market what looks good and what doesn't. And you got to do that with a watch list. So that's why every day I do the morning alerts. Sign on up, primetradinginvestments.com. They're $30 a month. I'm letting you know every morning what looks good in the small cap sector, giving you levels, from high and low, where it could go to, bounce plays and resistance areas. But you need to start putting lines in and trading them, right? So putting lines in. So you come in, and let's just say it's pre-market or any time of the day, we'll do any of these tickers and put your lines in. So you're going to come in here and go, okay, it's pre-market, I'm coming in. Where do I see support and resistance? Well, I did see this old trend line up right here. There's an old trend line. Okay. And then I see this old trend line. Oh, cool. Wow, look at that cool uptrend channel. Look when it cracked. Nice, good trend crack right there. I see support and resistance levels at, I don't know why I'm trying to mimic someone's voice. Here, and then I see, let's see here. I see some support right there that turns into resistance. I also see right now, at least for the time being, some resistance that was created right there that was also support. And then I see this bottom boot heel down here right around 140. And then we watch to see how those play out. And I say put your lines in and trade them. And wowsy woozy wowsins. Look at that, how you could have gotten bounce plays back down here at 140, reversals off 160, a bounce off 140, reversal off 160, a bounce off 140, more reversals off 160, more bounce plays off 150. Put your lines in. Then you can go trade them, right? So you put your lines in pre-market just like I just did, and you can go trade these lines. That's exactly what I do every single day. If it's already been running like this, and I come in at this time of the day, I can just go find these areas and trade those areas. Now, then, if you want to, you can extend those out to the left and then go see how they work on a 1 year, 1 day chart, right? To see if those levels work out from what has been, has been running. Go to an hourly, see if those levels work out, right? Extend it to the left, and see how well these may work out, which this has just been running from Wednesday. So what you do is you go to like a 5-day minute time, go to this right here and go extend to the left. Boom. Check that out, You go down here and extend this one to the left and see if you get anything that starts to work. Right? It's not always about the day of, but look at that. Boom, 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 right? Then you extend to the left and see how well they worked before. But this is what you're doing every single morning in the pre-market. You're coming through, putting lines in. You're making a watch list. Like, ooh, JZXN's up today. I see this one's up. Then what you do is you go put your levels in and you make a game plan. Is this A? No, probably PRSO would have been A. It was probably up the most and looked the sexiest to start the day. But A maybe not always works out. Now, a day is really slow. But a lot of the times what will happen is this is your back burner B or C play, right? And then B or C then rips and takes off. And you're like, and you have to make that watch list to determine and put the levels in to trade them. So the first thing you come in, make a watch list, whatever I'm looking at and I'm alerting, whatever the Discords are saying, whatever, and whatever different live streams you're at or different YouTubes, whatever, right? X pages you follow, whether it's large cap or small cap, make a watch list. Then go chart the watch list. Right? Make the game plan. Go, okay, I've made a game plan, or I've made a watch list, right? I made a watch list. I've now put my lines in, and now I've gone, I like this one. This one looks good. Or it could be, days, there's some days, I don't know, I don't really like it. Well, then you just have a bunch of B's and C's, and so you're just sitting back and waiting and watching. Most days you'll have an A, maybe even a couple days, maybe a A, B, C, right? So that's what I always did. I'd write it down, I'd journal everything on paper. You do it how you want to do it. But essentially go in, make a watch list, go chart them. Because I now, you know me, I come right on and go, I don't like that one. I wouldn't trade that. Maybe watch for this, right? Or this is it, watch for this. Or then there are a lot of days, oh my God, we've got there's still a lot to watch for. But make a watch list. Most days, 70% of the days will be like today. Slow and steady, normal, maybe a little bit spikier for sure, but not crazy. And you can go in and make yes, that looks good. I put my line, you went and made a watch list, put your lines in, and again, make the game plan. What's the A, what's the B, what's the C? What's your, like us today out of the gate, I wanted PRSO to come down in one of these candles and fill us at 145. This old support area, put it in a 1 minute time frame. It's very elongated. It's about 30 minutes, 35, 40 minutes long, even to the 150 mark for a bounce. Now, again, this is what I'm talking about, and then you're finally getting it. But again, I only would have been filled here. I wanted more shares. And it ends up being a C play. Ends up being very slow, very choppy, not a lot of profitability zone. We got that across the board today. Everything became about B's to C's. You'll have days where C's become A's, B's become A's, A's become B's, A's become C's. 1 second. We'll take a quick pause so I can get a dog in here. Margo. Good girl. Lay down. In the middle of a lesson, beautiful. Have patience. Now after that, you just sit back after the opening bell. Have patience. Or in pre-market if you want to trade it. Ma'am, will you please lay down? Thank you, baby girl. Lay down. You lay down. Say, I'm doing a lesson. Stay. Gotta have patience. Like I did today. Sitting back. Just sitting, waiting. You just sit back and wait for the play to come to you, right? Yeah, Margo, he says, I have a hard time with that, Dad. I have a hard time with patience. A lot of people do. Have 14 dogs, 2 cats, 2 turtles, and now we're only unfortunately down to 1 bunny. We had 3. But have patience for yourself for the play to come through. A lot of traders want to trade. It's JG Wentworth with my money. I need it now. I want to trade. I'm at the casino. No, this isn't. This is you want to put the odds in your favor. Casino, whatever you'd call it. If you want to put the odds in your favor, you sit back and wait for those trades. You wait for those setups. And then if an A play becomes a B or C play, but you still want to take it like today, like I was talking about this with PRSO, just lower your shares go to half. You want to go 2,000 shares, go to 1,000. You want to go 1,000 shares, go 500. You're going to go 500 shares, go 250. Don't be ashamed to have that game. There's no shame in that, right? You got to challenge yourself. You got to figure out, if you have that discipline and patience, or just say, I'm just going to watch it. I'm going to give a lesson today. Journal it though. See how it worked out. Don't just go, nope, I'm out of here. It's not going to work. No, okay, well, let's see how it does work out. We've got to do this journaling. That's going to come in later. But have patience. Wait for trades to come to you. After trading, journal and in depth. Whether you did or not take this trade. Say you took it. You say, I only got filled 500 shares. I wanted to get filled here, here, and here. My target was this. My stop loss was that. going for a bounce play. Here's my entry time, entry, all that stuff. So you can go back through and go, you knew when you got in, how you got out, what size you got in, what size you got out, what time, all that stuff. The price. You can see how long you held, what share size you got in, didn't get filled full, had other orders down there, just didn't work out, ended up being a choppy or slow play. Target was here, stop loss was here, have multiple targets you need to. See how it worked out. And then if you didn't take the trade, still go write it down. Say, I want to take a bounce play here. Didn't like it. It was slowed down. And journal it. So you can go back through at the end of the day and go, what happened here? Try not to do too many trades in a day. Do 4. Do 5. Don't do more than 6 or 7. You're going to not to want to journal at that point. I know newer traders or traders that have been struggling need to start doing this and don't do this or don't do it properly, because this is the biggest thing you'll do. Go ask people that have been doing this for 20, 30 years, like Michael Noss over at Trade the Pool, who has a CMT. Go try to find people that have those. And he's worked at prop firms to hedge funds to you name it and ran them. So he knows how to trade. He now pretty much creates bots to trade for him, right? That guy's pretty damn good. Well, it's all he talks about is that. And to have multiple strategies. And that's why, I kind of put up the red flag yesterday and said, hey, don't forget. And he knows. He knows when we first started, it's so hard to have even one. But you got to start with one. But it all comes with journaling and tracking. What happened? Why did it happen? Why did that not bounce? Why did it become slower? Why did it become choppier? Why do these plays happen? That's why I love the upper and lower VWAP band. Plays like this, upper and lower VWAP band trap the plays, boom, shakalaka, and then just traps the play. Just is what it is. You start to understand and see that. It just comes with the journaling and tracking and going back over the play. So point being, start with the watch list. 2, go chart those trades. 3, create the game plan of what's A, B, C. You're going short here, you're going long there, breakout of this, or short here of this, bounce play there. Have patience, wait for that to come to you. What you said you were going to wait for at number 3. 4, patience. 5, journal. You trade or don't trade. You got to journal what you got to hold yourself accountable. I was going to take this trade, I didn't. Got a little scared. Going to take this trade, slowed down, I didn't like it, but still want to see how it happened. Was going to take this trade, I took it. That's how you become a better and a master of what you're doing. Figuring out how it works out. 6, that's Vegemite. That's a little Aussie chick term. Take a break. You got to get away from the computer. You can't be here all day long. Go take a walk. Go take a walk. There will be times where Avery doesn't want to take a walk. She's not feeling good, blah, 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 blah. She deals with mental stress a lot. Anyway, whatever it might be, having a headache, I'm like, let's take a walk. I promise you, we'll take a walk. And then some days she doesn't. But the days that she does, like, see, don't you feel? And she does. Then she wants to go maybe work out a little bit more. Take a walk. If it's nice out, if it's 40 degrees, put some layers on. 50, put some layers on. 60, 70 should be less layers, enjoying that beautiful sun. If it's rainy or snowy, I get it. But get out and get some fresh air. Get out of the house. Take a walk. Just get away from the computer. If you got a big house, walk your house. Walk your dogs, of course, if I would. Go touch your dogs. Go touch your pets. Go relieve stress. It's so therapeutic, right? That's why I say get some damn animals for real. Go spend time with your kids. It's very therapeutic. Find something that's therapeutic in a different way than stock trading. Find something to get your mind off of it to where in 5-10 minutes of you doing it, you're not thinking about stock trading anymore. You're going, oh, wow, hadn't thought about a trade. Right? Get to that feeling to where I don't always have to trade. It's my money. I need it now. You have to pull yourself away from that somehow, some way, and that's the way to do it. Get out of the house. Get out of the house. Get out of the office is the main thing. Number 7, after taking a break, let's go back to essentially to number 1. Let's get back to the afternoon, right? You go back to the afternoon. You want to see what's moving. You want to try to get some trades in. Maybe, possibly. I did that early on. I get it. Because what you're going to do is you're better in the afternoon. It's slower. I have traders that I like to trade the afternoon session. It's slower. All that afternoon or morning rush is crazy. Come back and trade then. But you start back at 1. Start back at 1. Whatever that damn song by Brian McKnight. I don't want to get copyright from him, but hopefully he would make me make a stock trading turn. Oh, wait. Brian McKnight, back at 1. Start back at 1. Oh my gosh, Brian McKnight, come on, let's do it. Stock trading album, me and you. You can produce it. I don't have much money. I got a little money to go in there. I'll go 20, 50K. Anyway, make a watch list, right? Then we're right back at 1. Make a watch list. Okay, I like these tickers. I've already got them charted. Ooh, I like this. I haven't charted this all day. They're talking about this. This is running now. Afternoon runner here, right? Same thing from 1 all the way through to 5. And then we're going to go right to number 9. Finish day, painted picture, go back and rechart everything, right? So we're going to do this real quickly. Actually, I did this yesterday. On, gee golly, was it TMDE possibly? I think maybe it was TMDE. I can't remember if it was or was that earlier with you guys. Regardless, we'll go back to yesterday. Painted picture. I don't care if it's really late at night, right after a closing bell. This did move a lot. This is a different picture here. Battle Wow, oil plays pulling back. Let's go to let's go to GXII. Let's go to that one there, because it didn't move a lot then after I was there a lot, you know. But what you'd want to do is just come back through for the day and do the same thing. I already have lines in, but you'd come through, closing bell, like, okay, it's not moving much, it's pretty dead now. And you put your lines in, go, okay, I see a trend line. And I'd always zoom into the opening bell area and start putting support resistance lines in. And I know this is toward the end of the day, so this one's in later. And I think this is actually a forever line. Edit line. I want to activate. I want to edit. Yeah, I had that instance when it ran in February. So let's just take this with a grain of salt, and I'll move this. So I'll move it. But you'll come in and go, okay, after hours right here, right? It's painted picture, okay. But what I'll do is I'll zoom in to pre-market at first and go, okay, if I was going to trade this from earlier in the morning, I'll go to a 1 minute time frame, because I always like 1 minute when these plays first start spiking, kind of zoom in here and go, okay. See this uptrend channel right here, and I'll go boom, and I'll put a trend line in, and I'll say, okay, boom, this really has like a nice, pretty nice uptrend, kind of ascending wedge there forming. And then this is a forever line in I've had in since October, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, October. And that's why I made it so big, because it's been so prevalent, and you can see we failed at it. And then, so that's where when you start doing this enough, you can then start making lines fatter, or color them like that. When I see a really thick blue line, I know this is a good support resistance line. I don't want to make it red or anything close to the chart. Blue really blow, like, right, you can see that. When you see it, you're like, whoa, yeah, I see that line. It's usually going to work. And then we actually get a bounce play off of it. And then what I know as a trader as, okay, we got a bounce play off 210, but it only went to 230. Reversal was 250 down to 210. So if that's 40-cent reversal for a 20-cent bounce, that's a 1-to-2 ratio, not a 2-to-1 ratio, right? Or at least a 1-to-1. So a lot of the time what I like to see is a bounce play 40 cents and back up. So now I know bounce plays so far 20 cents at the VWAP area. Not good. And you go through the rest of the day and you can see here if we're above the VWAP, look at the bounce play 210 to 2, right? So you don't get bounce plays above the VWAP. Find the trends within the trade. This is what I mean by going back and charting at the end of the day. If you don't go back and do this right here and find trends within trades, you won't be that good of a trader in the end, because you won't know how to trade it when you actually want to take the trade. You won't know how big the bounce play is possible. You won't know how big the short could possibly be. You got to understand those things, right? Like just say to start the day off, if you want to take a short, 210, we go down to 170. That's about 40 cents. If I take it at 250, or if I find the top, then about 40 cents, 250 till we find the bottom at 210, and then you get a bounce. Now, does it crack for more? Yes, but do you know that at first? No, we don't know that it's not going to bounce at 210 and go back up to 250 plus, right? Anyway, and so that's where you'd want to take most of your profit. So find the trends within the trade. And then you overall see that, then if you go back through, and then you just start putting lines in, right? And I could see this uptrend channel, it started off of there, and I already have the trend line in, right? So boom, and then boom, and you can see there ends up being your uptrend channel in market. Support, 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 resistance, resistance, resistance. Now, if you want to go in and put more horizontal lines in, as in if you want to put one in at 230 and then one at 235, you can, but then you have too many lines. So that's why I generally say when I see all this failing at 230 into 240 and then even in 250, this is a forever line. So then I have a forever line in here from back in February. It splits the difference between failing at 230s into 250. We know the difference. Hopefully, if you know math, 230 bottom, 250 top, the middle is 240. And so I just left that line in, and then boom, shakalaka, look how we've actually ended up failing it perfectly in market. This is what I mean, again, by putting the lines at the end of the day. Just going back through and find the trend within the trade. Find where the uptrend channel is. Find the uptrend channel resistance area. So that way, even if you don't have that forever line in like I do, and you don't know exactly where it's going to be at, you should at least by fail 1 and fail 2 with candlestick confirmation. I know it's a 1 minute time frame. Clean that up in a 3 or 5 minute time frame. Then you can see where you would short. Hey, every time it gets to this uptrend channel, this is just traders were doing this GXAI all day long. Was just in this uptrend channel or sideways action where trying to get filled at 190, and then because you go out through the rest of the day, we then get filled down here a little bit lower, but it gets again then to another channel. Go long, go short, go long, go short, go long, right? Find your trend on the trade. So then you'd come down here and then you could say, okay, well, I have lines in for, kind of forever lines in. They're working okay, but this is where if you want to add those lower lines or just adjust it however you feel fit, you do that. That's up to you and your discretion of where you want to move. These are forever lines for me. I'll leave them in. They're close enough. Do you want to add one more in here like at 2? Do it. That's fine. As far as charting for yesterday and to see the channel, got it. Leave it in. Let's see if it works. But we know, and as I would teach, having lines this close, 180 or 70, 185, then 2, then 210. Which one's it going to be? You start doing that. And so the more lines you have in, the more you start questioning which lines are going to be. But the more you chart like myself, I'll know which ones I'm leaving in. The ones that have worked the most, the ones that used to work forever ago and that really worked for the most part yesterday, right? And this is it. You do this every single day. Track, journal all your trades, right? So you go back through. We've already talked about how to track and journal. Journaling, we know what journaling is. Tracking, we go back through. You'll go, man, I'm glad I didn't take, like me, I canceled my orders. I want to give this less. I'm like, man, I'm glad. I was right. This was weak. This was sideways. Bounce play at most wouldn't have given you much anyway. I'm glad I canceled it. Good job there. Check mark. Win. I put a check mark or an X. Check mark was just to let me know. Win was a win, but a check mark was you didn't take it, but good job you did. Good job, from the teacher, kind of, so to speak. And then you just do that over and over and over. You go through and you always write down what you for sure trade, what time, what share size, yada, 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 what time you got in, what time you got out, what time you traded, or where you traded of the day that you want to go back and look at it. Multiple, no matter where you trade, it should keep track of that for you. That even if you can't do it, I usually always do this after the trade. I would wait for the trade's over, think or swim, as I traded at first, even TTP. It shows you what time you get in. It lets you know what time, when you get out. It lets you know to the dot. What, like 42 seconds or 42 after and 42 after and 3 seconds, right? When you can go back and find it. You just got to go do the homework. Yes, there's if you want to use TradeZelle or all those tracking systems that do it for you, fine. You just got to do the due diligence, though. Please, those they do the homework a little bit for you. So a lot of the traders that do that, I see them. It takes them a little bit longer than people that make a PowerPoint and physically type it in and go back through it every single day, or myself make essentially a PowerPoint or what's it called, a spreadsheet. I did a spreadsheet writing it down. I wrote everything down. But some, like CR Trader, do the computer, right? Which I just want to write it down. But it's the same thing. You're making a spreadsheet. The people that do that, you can see where CR Trader has gotten. And that's what I got. I just noticed that people that write it down, do a spreadsheet, they kind of start doing it and picking it up faster. But however you do it, you got to have something to go back over. When did you get in? What time? How many shares? And you got to go back through that every single day. Here's where I got in and why. Why did I get in here? Why didn't I wait? I had a line in here, but I got in 2 minutes later and waited for it to actually confirm and go way over. Why am I waiting on confirmation and then I'm getting a bad entry? And then I'm getting less profit and then I get a little scared because I'm too high up and whatever it might be. Or why did I get out too soon? I had a stop loss of, 11.35. My target was to short it down to 10.50. I took it at 10.85. My entry price was 11. Why would I got out? I got in at 11. Stop loss was 11.35. Target was down to 10. Whatever. You'll start to go back and go, why did I get out? I was too chicken. Or man, I was too big a share size. I got to stop. I got to go a little bit smaller. I'm going too big, and that's why I'm chickening out. I'm getting a little too nervous. Or I'm not. I am going small share size. I'm like, I just got to let these run. Why am I? Every time I get in the profit, I get fro. I got to take my quick 100. I got to take my 50. You got to start setting these rules and sticking to them. Think of everything you had in life, any job you ever had, anywhere you've went and done in life. Your parents have created rules. To school had rules. Everyday law has rules, right? You have rules everywhere you go. We stick to them. The ones that don't get in trouble usually, right? Create the rules and stick to them. Create a plan and stick to it, as I've always said. Here's the watch list, or the 10 commandments one more time. Do this every single day. I think this, I've explained it enough that I'll ask a couple of questions to put that in the recording. But this, to me, if you do this every single Monday through Friday, this is where you're going to become a better, successful trader. I still don't have extreme patience. Any questions though about it? Okay, did you get filled on PRSL? Yeah, James, no, I canceled the order. I just went through that. Hopefully you got that. Yeah, I went through that in the lesson here. Just went over that in the lesson. Literally. This is it, team. Do this every single day. Every day. This is it. You've got to refine your skills. And this, I'm telling you, I think the biggest thing is doing it right, which is this. Doing this every single day. And the biggest thing is there at the end of the day is going back at the end of the day when it's a painted picture and putting lines in and charting plays that you didn't chart. I'm going to go back through and chart plays that I didn't look at today. Whether you trade large caps, look at other large caps. You traded Tesla and maybe Meta for the day, go look at Apple, AMD, Google. There's plenty of other charts to go look at. MUs, other word, you go just any chart that has decent volume, go pull it up. Go chart it. Where was, pre-market high, pre-market low? Did it break it? How far did it go? Where was high of day, low of day, and why? Go back and find it on the 4 hour, the 1 year, 1 day, wherever it is that you got to find it on the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Where were levels for that day? Where's the support and resistance that you see? Putting trend lines in and down trend lines in. Chart. And the other big thing is journaling and then tracking it. Journal it down. Write down all the main criteria. Not too much, but just enough that you can go back through it later and go, where did I trade? Why did I trade? And what was the reason for it? If you do that, the more you do it, the better you're going to get at this. Finding who you are as a trader, But yeah, no, back to that again, James. I canceled them because of it just being a slow mover. And like I called here, I'll cancel that or stop that recording. This just small trades. I will only, still would have been my 150 shares, or no, 500 shares. I didn't like it, so I lessened it to 250 on my allotments to go from 500 to 250. So A would have been only really 250 shares right now. It just was too slow for me. Too slow, and it was dying off in volume and wasn't giving us the, go back to it. B-Fly. I want this right here. This is what I'm talking about. Waiting for see how this pushes up and we create a channel up here, but we have this old resistance to come back down to. And I know there are traders that would be like, man, how do you think it's not going to knife for more? And I'm like, well, I just, again, do what I talked about earlier, right? We saw an 80-cent move down. There's your bounce play, went 80 cents up. So my train of thought is, okay, we're seeing bounce plays. They're about an 80-cent reversal. We go to $5. $5 minus 80 cents is 420. Well, 420 is this old resistance area. So put orders into this area and get filled. And then boom. Now, did we get an 80-cent bounce? No, we got 40. We got half of it. But of course, we got half the volume that we got here earlier. The big, no volume in pre-market, but you know how that works. Got filled on PR service for small. Yeah. Good job. Yeah. And it's just small. I mean, it's what we got today. Yesterday is even worse. I mean, today's even worse than yesterday. Yesterday was like this. Today's even worse. The only one that's giving you big moves is Battle. And it didn't even get down to my 2250 mark yet, which I do like a lot for a bounce play. I don't know if it's going to get to with that lower VBOT band kind of flattening out at 23. This is one of these slower Fridays. And again, that's why I wanted to go live today, was give you guys a lesson. But then we have the Dual Stream Friday coming up pretty much right now. So I'm going to get the Dual Stream Friday pulled up. Let's go to... Oh my gosh, what's on my website? I gotta refresh it. Yes, James. Yeah, it's all good though, James. All right, let's get this going here. All right, boom. Now, the lesson, was that good, hopefully? Hopefully the lesson was money. The 10 Commandments, baby. I'm going to jump off the mic for 2 seconds. I'm going to text Ollie, see if she got the message about joining, or the email. If not, I'll text it to her. And then we have the Dual Stream Friday. So we'll say here, Dual Stream Friday, about to start. Joe, Florida Joe, One-Eyed Joe, he's the Homo sapiens coach. I'll be back here just a couple minutes. Sailing. Be right back. This is just like GXAI yesterday, even worse in my opinion. So I don't want to worry about this lesson here. I will keep it up for you guys to watch. But the 10 Commandments are definitely going to be below me on this nice and slow day. And I just canceled them. I would be filled right now 500 shares at 151. And this is what I'd be working with right now, right? It's just, meh. This is not the dip I want. This just is not it anymore, in my opinion. 10 Commandments. This is huge, team. So write this down. Take a screenshot of it. We'll start recording. Hold on. All right, I want to get into the 10 Commandments of stock trading. If you are struggling, you have been struggling, you've been doing this for a year plus, or you just started and you need some help. You need a game plan every single day, a plan, essentially, a rules, guideline to set by, what you can do every single day to help yourself out to be a better trader. This is it, right below my head right now. Take a look. That's beautifully written so you can see it clearly. Because if I would have written it, I would have had to type it. Let me just tell you. Let me just be honest. Number 1, make a watch list. Discord, TTP, whatever live streams you're at, whether it's mine, the scanners you use, Dex Lobby, you're still at Tradecast, you got a lifetime membership there. You're over at Warrior Trading for a free day or a month, or you're on different lives. You find a watch list. You got to create a watch list, right? What you're looking at for the day. And in that watch list, what you're going to start doing in step 2 and 3, which is put your lines in, your levels in to determine what ticker looks juicy. Because within you doing 1, 2, and 3 in game plan of what's ABC is in, oh, this looks good, I like that, nah, that's okay, and now I'm not touching that, or oh, that's a back burner play. And you've got to decipher the difference between what looks good to your eye set. What is a meh, and what is I'm going to keep that on watch for later. For like me, like say, you know what, maybe later in the day PRSO squeezes and goes to new high of day to 220, 225, and I would love a bounce play back off of 175 to 185, somewhere in this area, right? Old resistance, new support, maybe some big volume pours back in, we go to new high of day, right? Hey, maybe if JZXN squeezes back over 160, okay, I'm going to watch this, because if it does, I could watch for a double top at 2, or then even a bounce play back at 160, old resistance, right? Back burner plays. Or even earlier on in the morning, we can go back to yesterday, or plays that spike up real good in pre-market. I go to VCIG, we got previous plays that are spiking up. They look real good. Some look better than others, And so you got to start to decipher in pre-market what looks good and what doesn't. And you got to do that with a watch list. So that's why every day I do the morning alerts. Sign on up, primetradinginvestments.com. They're $30 a month. I'm letting you know every morning what looks good in the small cap sector, giving you levels, from high and low, where it could go to, bounce plays and resistance areas. But you need to start putting lines in and trading them, right? So putting lines in. So you come in, and let's just say it's pre-market or any time of the day, and we'll do any of these tickers and put your lines in. So you're going to come in here and go, okay, it's pre-market, I'm coming in. Where do I see support and resistance? Well, I did see this old trend line up right here. There's an old trend line. Okay. And then I see this old trend line. Oh, cool. Wow, look at that cool uptrend channel. Look when it cracked. Nice, good trend crack right there. I see support and resistance levels at, I don't know why I'm trying to mimic someone's voice. Here, and then I see, let's see here. I see some support right there that turns into resistance. I also see right now, at least for the time being, some resistance that was created right there that was also support. And then I see this bottom boot heel down here right around 140. And then we watch to see how those play out. And I say, put your lines in and trade them. And wowsy woozy wowsins. Look at that, how you could have gotten bounce plays back down here at 140, reversals off 160, a bounce off 140, reversal off 160, a bounce off 140, more reversals off 160, more bounce plays off 150. Put your lines in. Then you can go trade them, right? So you put your lines in pre-market just like I just did, and you can go trade these lines. That's exactly what I do every single day. If it's already been running like this, and I come in at this time of the day, I can just go find these areas and trade those areas. Now, then, if you want to, you can extend those out to the left and then go see how they work on a 1-year, 1-day chart, right? To see if those levels work out from what has been, has been running. Go to an hourly, see if those levels work out, right? Extend it to the left, and see how well these may work out, which this has just been running from Wednesday. So what you do is you go to like a 5-day minute time, go to this right here and go extend to the left. Boom. Check that out, You go down here and extend this one to the left and see if you get anything that starts to work, right? It's not always about the day of, but look at that. Boom, 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 right? Then you extend to the left and see how well they worked before. But this is what you're doing every single morning in the pre-market. You're coming through, putting lines in. You're making a watch list like, ooh, JZXN's up today. I see this one's up. Then what you do is you go put your levels in and you make a game plan. Is this A? No, probably PRSO would have been A. It was probably up the most and looked the sexiest to start the day. But A maybe not always works out. Now a day is really slow. But a lot of the times what will happen is this is your back burner B or C play, right? And then B or C then rips and takes off. And you're like, and you have to make that watch list to determine and put the levels in to trade them. So the first thing, you come in, make a watch list, whatever I'm looking at and I'm alerting, whatever the Discords are saying, whatever, and whatever different live streams you're at or different YouTubes, whatever, right? X pages you follow, whether it's large cap or small cap, make a watch list. Then go chart the watch list, right? Then make the game plan. Go, okay, I've made a game plan, or I've made a watch list, right? I made a watch list. I've now put my lines in, and now I've gone, I like this one. This one looks good. Or it could be, days, there's some days, I don't know, I don't really like it. Well, then you just have a bunch of B's and C's, and so you're just sitting back and waiting and watching. Most days you'll have an A, maybe even a couple A's, maybe an A, B, C, right? So that's what I always did. I'd write it down, I'd journal everything on paper. You do it how you want to do it. But essentially go in, make a watch list, go chart them. Because I now, you know me, I come right on and go, I don't like that one. I wouldn't trade that. Maybe watch for this, right? Or this is it, watch for this. Or then there are a lot of days, oh my God, we've got so much, there's still a lot to watch for. But make a watch list. Most days, 70% of the days will be like today. Slow and steady, normal, maybe a little bit spikier for sure, but not crazy. And you can go in and make yes, that looks good. I put my line, you win, made a watch list, put your lines in, and again, make the game plan. What's the A, what's the B, what's the C? What's your, like us today out of the gate, I wanted PRSO to come down in one of these candles and fill us at 145. This old support area, put it in a 1 minute time frame. It's very elongated. It's about 30 minutes, 35, 40 minutes long, even to the 150 mark for a bounce. Now, again, this is what I'm talking about, and then you're finally getting it. But again, I only would have been filled here. I wanted more shares. And it ends up being a C play. Ends up being very slow, very choppy, not a lot of profitability zone. We got that across the board today. Everything became about B's to C's. You'll have days where C's become A's, B's become A's, A's become B's, A's become C's. 1 second. We'll take a quick pause so I can get a dog in here. Margo. Good girl. Lay down. In the middle of a lesson, beautiful. Have patience. Now after that, you just sit back after the opening bell. Have patience. Or in pre-market if you want to trade it. Ma'am, will you please lay down? Thank you, baby girl. Lay down. You lay down. Say, I'm doing a lesson. Stay. Gotta have patience. Like I did today. Sitting back. Just sitting, waiting. You just sit back and wait for the play to come to you, right? Yeah, Margo, he says, I have a hard time with that, Dad. I have a hard time with patience. A lot of people do. Have 14 dogs, 2 cats, 2 turtles, and now we're only fortunately down to 1 bunny. We had 3. But have patience for yourself for the play to come through. A lot of traders want to trade. It's JG Wentworth with my money. I need it now. I want to trade. I'm at the casino. No, this isn't. This is you want to put the odds in your favor. Casino, whatever you'd call it. If you want to put the odds in your favor, you sit back and wait for those trades. You wait for those setups. And then if if an A play becomes a B or C play, but you still want to take it like today, like I was talking about this with PRSO, just lower your shares go to half. You want to go 2,000 shares, go to 1,000. You want to go 1,000 shares, go 500. You're going to go 500 shares, go 250. Don't be ashamed to have that game. There's no shame in that, right? You got to challenge yourself. You got to figure out, if you have that discipline and patience, or just say, you know what, I'm just going to watch it. I'm going to give a lesson today. Journal it though. See how it worked out. Don't just go, nope, I'm out of here. It's not going to work. No, okay, well, let's see how it does work out. We've got to do this journaling. That's going to come in later. But have patience. Wait for trades to come to you. After trading, journal and in depth. Whether you did or not take this trade. Say you took it. You say, I only got filled 500 shares. I wanted to get filled here, here, and here. My target was this. My stop loss was that. I was going for a bounce play. Here's my entry time, all that stuff. So you can go back through and go, you knew when you got in, how you got out, what size you got in, what size you got out, what time, all that stuff. The price. You can see how long you held, what share size you got in, didn't get filled full, had other orders down there, just didn't work out, ended up being a choppy or slow play. Target was here, stop loss was here, have multiple targets you need to. See how it worked out. And then if you didn't take the trade, still go write it down. Say, I want to take a bounce play here. Didn't like it. It was slowed down. And journal it. So you can go back through at the end of the day and go, what happened here? Try not to do too many trades in a day. Do 4. Do 5. Don't do more than 6 or 7. you're going to not to want to journal at that point. I know newer traders or traders that have been struggling need to start doing this and don't do this or don't do it properly, because this is the biggest thing you'll do. Go ask people that have been doing this for 20, 30 years, like Michael Noss over at Trade the Pool, who has a CMT. Go try to find people that have those. And he's worked at prop firms to hedge funds to you name it and ran them. So he knows how to trade. He now pretty much creates bots to trade for him, right? That guy's pretty damn good. Well, it's all he talks about is that. And to have multiple strategies. And that's why, I kind of put up the red flag yesterday and said, hey, don't forget. And he knows. He knows when we first started, it's so hard to have even one. But you got to start with one. But it all comes with journaling and tracking. What happened? Why did it happen? Why did that not bounce? Why did it become slower? Why did it become choppier? Why do these plays happen? That's why I love the upper and lower VWAP band. Plays like this, upper and lower VWAP band trap the plays, boom, shakalaka, and then just traps the play. Just is what it is. You start to understand and see that. It just comes with the journaling and tracking and going back over the play. So point being, start with the watch list. 2, go chart those trades. 3, create the game plan of what's A, B, C. You're going short here, you're going long there, breakout of this, or short here of this, bounce play there. Have patience, wait for that to come to you. What you said you were going to wait for at number 3. 4, patience. 5, journal. You trade or don't trade. You got to journal what you got to hold yourself accountable. I was going to take this trade, I didn't. Got a little scared. Going to take this trade, slowed down, I didn't like it, but still want to see how it happened. Was going to take this trade, I took it. That's how you become a better and a master of what you're doing. Figuring out how it works out. 6, that's Vegemite. That's a little Aussie chick term. Take a break. You got to get away from the computer. You can't be here all day long. Go take a walk. Go take a walk. There'll be times where Avery doesn't want to take a walk. She's not feeling good, blah, 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 blah. She deals with mental stress a lot. Anyway, whatever it might be, having a headache, I'm like, let's take a walk. I promise you, we'll take a walk. And then some days she doesn't. But the days that she does, like, see, don't you feel? And she does. Then she wants to go maybe work out a little bit more. Take a walk. If it's nice out, if it's 40 degrees, put some layers on. 50, put some layers on. 60, 70 should be less layers, enjoying that beautiful sun. If it's rainy or snowy, I get it. But get out and get some fresh air. Get out of the house. Take a walk. Just get away from the computer. If you got a big house, walk your house. Walk your dogs, of course, as I would. Go touch your dogs. Go touch your pets. Go relieve stress. It's so therapeutic, right? That's why I say get some damn animals for real. Go spend time with your kids. It's very therapeutic. Find something that's therapeutic in a different way than stock trading. Find something to get your mind off of it to where in 5-10 minutes of you doing it, you're not thinking about stock trading anymore. You're going, oh, wow, hadn't thought about a trade. Right? Get to that feeling to where I don't always have to trade. It's my money. I need it now. You have to pull yourself away from that somehow, some way, and that's the way to do it. Get out of the house. Get out of the house. Get out of the office is the main thing. Number 7, after taking a break, let's go back to essentially to number 1. Let's get back to the afternoon, right? You go back to the afternoon. You want to see what's moving. You want to try to get some trades in. Maybe, possibly. I did that early on. I get it. Because what you're going to do is you're better in the afternoon. It's slower. I have traders that I like to trade the afternoon session. It's slower. All that afternoon or morning rush is crazy. Come back and trade then. But you start back at 1. Start back at 1. Whatever that damn song by Brian McKnight. I don't want to get copyright from him, but hopefully he would make me make a stock trading. Brian McKnight, back at 1. Start back at 1. Oh my gosh, Brian McKnight, come on, let's do it. Stock trading album. Me and you. You can produce it. I don't have much money. I got a little money to go in there. I'll go 20, 50K. Anyway, make a watch list, right? Then we're right back at 1. Make a watch list. Okay, I like these tickers. I've already got them charted. Ooh, I like this. I haven't charted this all day. They're talking about this. This is running now. Afternoon runner here, right? Same thing from 1 all the way through to 5. And then we're going to go right to number 9. Finished day, painted picture, go back and rechart everything, right? So we're going to do this real quickly. Actually, I did this yesterday on, gee golly, was it TMDE possibly? I think maybe it was TMDE. I can't remember if it was or that earlier with you guys. Regardless, we'll go back to yesterday. Painted picture. I don't care if it's really late at night, right after a closing bell. This did move a lot. This is a different picture here. Battle Wow, oil place pulling back. Let's go to let's go to GXII. Let's go to that one there, because it didn't move a lot then after I was there a lot, But what you'd want to do is just come back through for the day and do the same thing. I already have lines in, but you'd come through, closing bell, like, okay, it's not moving much. It's pretty dead now. And you put your lines in, go, okay, I see a trend line. I'd always zoom into the opening bell area and start putting support resistance lines in. And I know this is toward the end of the day, so this one's in later. And I think this is actually a forever line. Edit line. I want to activate. I want to activate. I want to edit. Yeah, I had that instance when it ran in February. So let's just take this with a grain of salt, and I'll move this. So I'll move it. But you'll come in and go, okay, after hours right here, right? It's painted picture, okay. But what I'll do is I'll zoom in to pre-market at first and go, okay, if I was going to trade this from earlier in the morning, I'll go to a 1 minute time frame because I always like 1 minute when these plays first start spiking. Kind of zoom in here and go, okay, see this uptrend channel right here. And I'll go boom, and I'll put a trend line in. And I'll say, okay, boom, this really has like a nice, pretty nice uptrend, kind of ascending wedge there forming. And then I would have, this is a forever line in I've had in since October, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, October. And that's why I made it so big, because it's been so prevalent, and you can see we failed at it. And then, so that's where when you start doing this enough, you can then start making lines fatter or color them big like that. When I see a really thick blue line, I know this is a good support resistance line. I don't want to make it red or anything close to the chart. Blue really blow, like, right, you can see that. When you see it, you're like, whoa, yeah, I see that line. It's usually going to work. And then we actually get a bounce play off of it. And then what I know as a trader as, okay, we got a bounce play off 210, but it only went to 230. Reversal was 250 down to 210. So if that's 40 cent reversal for a 20 cent bounce, that's a 1-to-2 ratio, not a 2-to-1 ratio, right? Or at least a 1-to-1. So a lot of the time what I like to see is a bounce play 40 cents and back up. So now I know bounce plays so far 20 cents at the VWAP area. Not good. And you go through the rest of the day and you can see here if we're above the VWAP, look at the bounce play 210 to 2, right? So you don't get bounce plays above the VWAP. Find the trends within the trade. This is what I mean by going back and charting at the end of the day. If you don't go back and do this right here and find trends within trades, you won't be that good of a trader in the end, because you won't know how to trade it when you actually want to take the trade. You won't know how big the bounce play is possible. You won't know how big the short could possibly be. You got to understand those things, right? Like just say to start the day off, if you want to take a short, 210, we go down to 170. That's about 40 cents. If I take it at 250, or if I find the top, then about 40 cents, 250 till we find the bottom at 210, and then you get a bounce. Now, does it crack for more? Yes, but do you know that at first? No, we don't know that it's not going to bounce at 210 and go back up to 250 plus, right? Anywho, and so that's where you'd want to take most of your profit. So find the trends within the trade. And then you overall see that, then if you go back through, and then you just start putting lines in, right? And I could see this uptrend channel, it started off of there, and I already have the trend line in, right? So boom, and then boom, and you can see there ends up being your uptrend channel in market. Support, 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 resistance, resistance, resistance. Now, if you want to go in and put more horizontal lines in, as in if you want to put one in at 230 and then one at 235, you can, but then you have too many lines. So that's why I generally say when I see all this failing at 230 into 240 and then even at 250, this is a forever line. So then I have a forever line in here from back in February. It splits the difference between failing at 230s into 250. We know the difference. Hopefully, if you know math, 230 bottom, 250 top, the middle is 240. And so I just left that line in, and then boom, shakalaka, look how we've actually ended up failing it perfectly in market. This is what I mean, again, by putting the lines at the end of the day. Just going back through and find the trend within the trade. Find where the uptrend channel is. Find the uptrend channel resistance area. So that way, even if you don't have that forever line in like I do, and you don't know exactly where it's going to be at, you should at least by fail 1 and fail 2 with candlestick confirmation. I know it's a 1 minute time frame. Clean that up in a 3 or 5 minute time frame. Then you can see where you would short. Hey, every time it gets to this uptrend channel, this is just traders were doing this GXAI all day long. Was just in this uptrend channel or sideways action where trying to get filled at 190. And then because you go out through the rest of the day, we then get filled down here a little bit lower. But it gets, again, then to another channel. Go long, go short. Go long, go short. Go long, right? Find your trend on the trade. So then you'd come down here and then you could say, okay, well, I have lines in for, kind of forever lines in. They're working okay, but this is where if you want to add those lower lines or just adjust it however you feel fit, you do that. That's up to you and your discretion of where you want to move. These are forever lines for me. I'll leave them in. They're close enough. Do you want to add one more in here like at 2? Do it. That's fine. As far as charting for yesterday and to see the channel, got it. Leave it in. Let's see if it works. But we know, and as I would teach, having lines this close, 180 or 70, 185, then 2, then 210. Which one's it going to be? You start doing that. And so the more lines you have in, the more you start questioning which lines are going to be. But the more you chart like myself, I'll know which ones I'm leaving in. The ones that have worked the most, the ones that used to work forever ago and that really worked for the most part yesterday, right? And This is it. You do this every single day. Track, journal all your trades, right? So you go back through. We've already talked about how to track and journal. Journaling, we know what journaling is. Tracking, we go back through. You'll go, man, I'm glad I didn't take, like me, I canceled my orders. I want to give this less. I'm like, man, I'm glad. I was right. This was weak. This was sideways. Bounce play at most wouldn't have given you much anyway. I'm glad I canceled it. Good job there. Check mark. Win. I put a check mark or an X. Check mark was just to let me know. Win was a win, but a check mark was you didn't take it, but good job you did. Good job. From the teacher, kind of, so to speak. And then you just do that over and over and over. You go through and you always write down what you for sure trade. What time, what share size, yada yada yada. What time you got in, what time you got out, what time you traded, where you traded of the day. That you want to go back and look at it. Multiple, no matter where you trade, it should keep track of that for you. That even if you can't do it, I usually always do this after the trade. I would wait for the trade's over. Think or swim, as I traded at first, even TTP. It shows you what time you get in. It lets you know what time, when you get out. It lets you know to the dot. What, like 42 seconds or 42 after and 42 after and 3 seconds, right? When you can go back and find it. You just got to go do the homework. Yes, there's if you want to use TradeZell or all those tracking systems that do it for you, fine. You just got to do the due diligence, though. Please, those they do the homework a little bit for you. So a lot of the traders that do that, I see them. It takes them a little bit longer than people that make a PowerPoint and physically type it in and go back through it every single day, or myself make essentially a PowerPoint or what's it called, a spreadsheet. I did a spreadsheet writing it down. I wrote everything down. But some, like CR Trader, do the computer, right? Which I just want to write it down. But it's the same thing. You're making a spreadsheet. The people that do that, you can see where CR Trader has gotten. And that's what I got. I just noticed that people that write it down, do a spreadsheet, they kind of start doing it and picking it up faster. But however you do it, you got to have something to go back over. When did you get in? What time? How many shares? And you got to go back through that every single day. Here's where I got in and why. Why did I get in here? Why didn't I wait? I had a line in here, but I got in 2 minutes later and waited for it to actually confirm and go way over. Why am I waiting on confirmation and then I'm getting a bad entry? And then I'm getting less profit and then I get a little scared because I'm too high up and whatever it might be. Or why did I get out too soon? I had a stop loss of, 11.35. My target was to short it down to 10.50. I took it at 10.85. My entry price was 11. Why would I got out? I got in at 11. Stop loss was 11.35. Target was down to 10. Whatever. You'll start to go back and go, why did I get out? I was too chicken. Or man, I was too big a share size. I got to stop. I got to go a little bit smaller. I'm going too big, and that's why I'm chickening out. I'm getting a little too nervous. Or I'm not. I am going small share size. I'm like, I just got to let these run. Why am I? Every time I get in the profit, I get fro. I got to take my quick 100. I got to take my 50. You got to start setting these rules and sticking to them. Think of everything you had in life, any job you ever had, anywhere you've went and done in life. Your parents have created rules. To school had rules. Everyday law has rules, right? You have rules everywhere you go. We stick to them. The ones that don't get in trouble usually, right? Create the rules and stick to them. Create a plan and stick to it, as I've always said. Here's the watch list, or the 10 Commandments one more time. Do this every single day. I think this, I've explained it enough. I'll ask a couple of questions to put that in the recording. But this, to me, if you do this every single Monday through Friday, this is where you're going to become a better, successful trader. I still have extreme patience. Any questions about it? Okay, did you get filled on PR? So yeah, James, no, I canceled the order. I just went through that. Hopefully you got that. Yeah, I went through that in the lesson here. Just went over that in the lesson. Literally. This is it, team. Do this every single day. Every day. This is it. You've got to refine your skills. And this, I'm telling you, I think the biggest thing is doing it right, which is this. Doing this every single day. And the biggest thing is there at the end of the day is going back at the end of the day when it's a painted picture and putting lines in and charting plays that you didn't chart. I'm going to go back through and chart plays that I didn't look at today. Whether you trade large caps, look at other large caps. You traded Tesla and maybe Meta for the day, go look at Apple, AMD, Google. There's plenty of other charts to go look at. MU's other word, you can go just any chart that has decent volume, go pull it up. Go chart it. Where was, pre-market high, pre-market low? Did it break it? How far did it go? Where was high of day, low of day, and why? Go back and find it on the 4 hour, the 1 year, 1 day, wherever it is that you got to find it on the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Where were levels for that day? Where's the support and resistance that you see? Putting trend lines in and down trend lines in. Chart. And the other big thing is journaling and then tracking it. Journal it down. Write down all the main criteria. Not too much, but just enough that you can go back through it later and go, where did I trade? Why did I trade? And what was the reason for it? If you do that, the more you do it, the better you're going to get at this. Finding who you are as a trader, But yeah, no, back to that again, James. I canceled them because of it just being a slow mover. And like I called here, I'll cancel that or stop that recording. This just small trades. I will only still would have been my 150 shares or no 500 shares. I didn't like it, so I lessened it to 250 on my allotments to go from 500, 500, 500 to 250. So A would have been only really 250 shares right now. It just was too slow for me. Too slow, and it was dying off in volume and wasn't giving us the, like, you know, go back to it. B-Fly, I want this right here. This is what I'm talking about. Waiting for a, like, see how this pushes up and we create a channel up here, but we have this old resistance to come back down to. And I know there are traders that would be like, man, how do you think it's not going to knife for more? And I'm like, well, just, again, do the like what I talked about earlier, right? We saw an 80-cent move down. There's your bounce play, went 80 cents up. So my train of thought is, okay, we're seeing bounce plays or about an 80-cent reversal. We go to $5. $5 minus 80 cents is 420. Well, 420 is this old resistance area. So put orders into this area and get filled, and then boom. Now, did we get an 80-cent bounce? No, we got 40. We got half of it, but of course we got half the volume that we got here earlier. You know, well, that the big no volume in pre-market, but you know how that works. I got filled on PR service for small. Yeah, good job. Yeah, and it's just small. I mean, it's what we got today. Yesterday is even worse. I mean, today's even worse than yesterday. Yesterday was like this. Today's even worse. You know, the only one that's giving you big moves is Battle. And it didn't even get down to my 2250 mark yet, which I do like a lot for a bounce play. I don't know if it's going to get to with that lower VBOT band kind of flattening out at 23. This is one of these slower Fridays, and again, that's why I wanted to go live today, was give you guys a lesson. But then we got the Dual Stream Friday coming up pretty much right now. So I'm going to get the Dual Stream Friday pulled up. Let's go to... Oh my gosh, what's on my website? I gotta refresh it. Yes, James. Yeah, it's all good though, James. All right, let's get this going here. All right, boom. Now, like, the lesson, was that good, hopefully? Hopefully the lesson was money. The 10 Commandments, baby. I'm going to jump off the mic for 2 seconds. I'm going to text Ollie, see if she got the message about joining, or the email. If not, I'll text it to her. And then we have the Dual Stream Friday. So we'll say here, Dual Stream Friday, about to start. Joe, Florida Joe, One-Eyed Joe, he's the Homo sapiens coach. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Sailing. Be right back. This is just like GXAI yesterday, even worse in my opinion. So I want to worry about this lesson here. I will keep it up for you guys to watch. But the 10 Commandments are definitely going to be below me on this nice and slow day. And I just canceled them. I would be filled right now 500 shares at 151. And this is what I'd be working with right now, right? It's just, meh. This is not the dip I want. This just is not it anymore, in my opinion. 10 Commandments. This is huge, team. So write this down. Take a screenshot of it. We'll start recording. Hold on. All right, I want to get into the 10 Commandments of stock trading. If you are struggling, you have been struggling, you've been doing this for a year plus, or you just started and you need some help, you need a game plan every single day, a plan, essentially, a rules, guideline to set by, what you can do every single day to help yourself out to be a better trader. This is it, right below my head right now. Take a look. The 10 Commandments. Did this at the AKNR. Thank you, Aussie Chick, for making this really beautifully written so you can see it clearly, because if I would have written it, I would have had to type it. Let me just tell you. Let me just be honest. Number 1, make a watch list. Discord, TTP, whatever live streams you're at, whether it's mine, scanners you use, Dex Lobby, you're still at Tradecast, you got a lifetime membership there. You're over at Warrior Trading for a free day or a month, or you're on different lives. You find a watch list. You got to create a watch list, right? What you're looking at for the day. And in that watch list, what you're going to start doing in step 2 and 3, which is put your lines in, your levels in to determine what ticker looks juicy. Because within you doing 1, 2, and 3 in game plan of what's ABC is in, oh, this looks good, I like that, that's okay, and now I'm not touching that, or that's a back burner play. And you've got to decipher the difference between what looks good to your eye set. What is a meh, and what is I'm going to keep that on watch for later. For like me, like say, you know what, maybe later in the day PRSO squeezes and goes to new high of day to 220, 225, and I would love a bounce play back off of 175 to 185, somewhere in this area, right? Old resistance, new support, maybe some big volume pours back in, we go to new high of day, right? Hey, maybe if JZXN squeezes back over 160, okay, I'm going to watch this, because if it does, I could watch for a double top at 2, or then even a bounce play back at 160, old resistance, right? Back burner plays. Or even earlier on in the morning, we go back to yesterday, or plays that spike up real good in pre-market. I go to VCIG, we got previous plays that are spiking up. They look real good. Some look better than others, And so you got to start to decipher in pre-market what looks good and what doesn't. And you got to do that with a watch list. So that's why every day I do the morning alerts. Sign on up, primetradinginvestments.com. They're $30 a month. I'm letting you know every morning what looks good in the small cap sector, giving you levels, from high and low, where it could go to, bounce plays and resistance areas. But you need to start putting lines in and trading them, right? So putting lines in. So you come in, and let's just say it's pre-market or any time of the day, we'll do any of these tickers and put your lines in. So you're going to come in here and go, okay, it's pre-market, I'm coming in. Where do I see support and resistance? Well, I did see this old trend line up right here. There's an old trend line. Okay. And then I see this old trend line. Oh, cool. Wow, look at that cool uptrend channel. Look when it cracked. Nice, good trend crack right there. I see support and resistance levels at, I don't know why I'm trying to mimic someone's voice. Here, and then I see, let's see here. I see some support right there that turns into resistance. I also see right now, at least for the time being, some resistance that was created right there that was also support. And then I see this bottom boot heel down here right around 140. And then we watch to see how those play out. And I say put your lines in and trade them. And wowsy woozy wowsins. Look at that, how you could have gotten bounce plays back down here at 140, reversals off 160, a bounce off 140, reversal off 160, a bounce off 140, more reversals off 160, more bounce plays off 150. Put your lines in. Then you can go trade them, right? So you put your lines in pre-market just like I just did, and you can go trade these lines. That's exactly what I do every single day. If it's already been running like this, and I come in at this time of the day, I can just go find these areas and trade those areas. Now, then, if you want to, you can extend those out to the left and then go see how they work on a 1-year, 1-day chart, right? To see if those levels work out from what has been, has been running. Go to an hourly, see if those levels work out, right? Extend it to the left, and see how well these may work out, which this has just been running from Wednesday. So what you do is you go to like a 5-day minute time, go to this right here and go extend to the left. Boom. Check that out, You go down here and extend this one to the left and see if you get anything that starts to work, right? It's not always about the day of, but look at that. Boom, 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 right? Then you extend to the left and see how well they worked before. But this is what you're doing every single morning in the pre-market. You're coming through, putting lines in. You're making a watch list, like, ooh, JZXN's up today. You know, I see this one's up. Then what you do is you go put your levels in, and you make a game plan. Is this A? No, probably PRSO would have been A. It was probably up the most and looked the sexiest to start the day. But A maybe not always works out. Now, a day is really slow. But a lot of the times what will happen is this is your back burner B or C play, right? And then B or C then rips and takes off. And you're like, and you have to make that watch list to determine and put the levels in to trade them. So the first thing, you come in, make a watch list, whatever I'm looking at and I'm alerting, whatever the Discords are saying, whatever, and whatever different live streams you're at or different YouTubes, whatever, right? X pages you follow, whether it's large cap or small cap, make a watch list. Then go chart the watch list, right? Then make the game plan. Go, okay, I've made a game plan, or I've made a watch list, right? I made a watch list. I've now put my lines in, and now I've gone, oh, I like this one. This one looks good. Or it could be, days, there's some days, I don't know, I don't really like it. Well, then you just have a bunch of B's and C's, and so you're just sitting back and waiting and watching. Most days you'll have an A, maybe even a couple days, maybe a A, B, C, right? So that's what I always did. I'd write it down, I'd journal everything on paper. You do it how you want to do it, but essentially go in, make a watch list, go chart them. Because I now, you know me, I come right on and go, I don't like that one. I wouldn't trade that. Maybe watch for this, right? Or this is it, watch for this. Or then there are a lot of days, oh my God, we've got so much, there's still a lot to watch for. But make a watch list. Most days, 70% of the days will be like today. Slow and steady, normal, maybe a little bit spikier for sure, but not crazy. And you can go in and make a, yes, that looks good. I put my line, you went and made a watch list, put your lines in, and again, make the game plan. What's the A, what's the B, what's the C? What's your, like us today out of the gate, I wanted PRSO to come down in one of these candles and fill us at 145. This old support area, put it in a 1 minute time frame. It's very elongated. It's about 30 minutes, 35, 40 minutes long, even to the 150 mark for a bounce. Now, again, this is what I'm talking about, and then you're finally getting it. But again, I only would have been filled here. I wanted more shares. And it ends up being a C play. Ends up being very slow, very choppy, not a lot of profitability zone. We got that across the board today. Everything became about B's to C's. You'll have days where C's become A's, B's become A's, A's become B's, A's become C's. 1 second. We'll take a quick pause so I can get a dog in here. Margo. Good girl. Lay down. In the middle of a lesson, beautiful. Have patience. Now after that, you just sit back after the opening bell. Have patience. Or in pre-market if you want to trade it. Ma'am, will you please lay down? Thank you, baby girl. Lay down. You lay down. Say, I'm doing a lesson. Say. Gotta have patience. Like I did today. Sitting back. Just sitting, waiting. You just sit back and wait for the play to come to you, right? Yeah, Margo, he says, I have a hard time with that, Dad. I have a hard time with patience. A lot of people do. Have 14 dogs, 2 cats, 2 turtles, and now we're only unfortunately down to 1 bunny. We had 3. But have patience for yourself for the play to come through. A lot of traders want to trade. It's JG went with my money. I need it now. I want to trade. I'm at the casino. No, this isn't. This is you want to put the odds in your favor. Casino, whatever you'd call it. If you want to put the odds in your favor, you sit back and wait for those trades. You wait for those setups. And then if an A play becomes a B or C play, but you still want to take it like today, like I was talking about this with PRSO, just lower your shares go to half. You want to go 2,000 shares, go to 1,000. You want to go 1,000 shares, go 500. You're going to go 500 shares, go 250. Don't be ashamed to have that game. There's no shame in that, right? You got to challenge yourself. You got to figure out, if you have that discipline and patience, or just say, I'm just going to watch it. I'm going to give a lesson today. Journal it though. See how it worked out. Don't just go, nope, I'm out of here. It's not going to work. No, okay, well, let's see how it does work out. We've got to do this journaling. That's going to come in later. But have patience. Wait for trades to come to you. After trading, journal and in depth. Whether you did or not take this trade. Say you took it. You say, I only got filled 500 shares. I wanted to get filled here, here, and here. My target was this. My stop loss was that. It's going for a bounce play. Here's my entry time, all that stuff. So you can go back through and go, you knew when you got in, how you got out, what size you got in, what size you got out, what time, all that stuff. The price. You can see how long you held, what share size you got in, didn't get filled full, had other orders down there, just didn't work out, ended up being a choppy or slow play. Target was here, stop loss was here, have multiple targets you need to. See how it worked out. And then if you didn't take the trade, still go write it down. Say, I want to take a bounce play here. Didn't like it. It was slowed down. And journal it. So you can go back through at the end of the day and go, what happened here? Try not to do too many trades in a day. Do 4, do 5. Don't do more than 6 or 7. You're going to not to want to journal at that point. I know newer traders or traders that have been struggling need to start doing this and don't do this or don't do it properly, because this is the biggest thing you'll do. Go ask people that have been doing this for 20, 30 years, like Michael Noss over at Trade the Pool, who has a CMT. Go try to find people that have those. And he's worked at prop firms to hedge funds to you name it and ran them. So he knows how to trade. He now pretty much creates bots to trade for him, right? That guy's pretty damn good. Well, that's all he talks about is that. And to have multiple strategies. And that's why, I kind of put up the red flag yesterday and said, hey, don't forget. And he knows. He knows when we first started, it's so hard to have even one. But you got to start with one. But it all comes with journaling and tracking. What happened? Why did it happen? Why did that not bounce? Why did it become slower? Why did it become choppier? Why do these plays happen? That's why I love the upper and lower VWAP band. Plays like this, upper and lower VWAP band trap the plays, boom, shakalaka, and then just traps the play. Just is what it is. You start to understand and see that. It just comes with the journaling and tracking and going back over the play. So point being, start with the watch list. 2, go chart those trades. 3, create the game plan of what's A, B, C. You're going short here, you're going long there, breakout of this, or short here of this, bounce play there. Have patience, wait for that to come to you. What you said you were going to wait for at number 3. 4, patience. 5, journal. You trade or don't trade. You got to journal what you got to hold yourself accountable. I was going to take this trade, I didn't. Got a little scared. Going to take this trade, slowed down, I didn't like it, but still want to see how it happened. Was going to take this trade, I took it. That's how you become a better and a master of what you're doing. Figuring out how it works out. 6, that's Vegemite. That's a little Aussie chick term. Take a break. You got to get away from the computer. You can't be here all day long. Go take a walk. Go take a walk. There'll be times where Avery doesn't want to take a walk. She's not feeling good, blah, 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 blah. She deals with mental stress a lot. Anyway, whatever it might be, having a headache, I'm like, let's take a walk. I promise you, we'll take a walk. And then some days she doesn't. But the days that she does, like, see, don't you feel? And she does. Then she wants to go maybe work out a little bit more. Take a walk. If it's nice out, if it's 40 degrees, put some layers on. 50, put some layers on. 60, 70 should be less layers, enjoying that beautiful sun. If it's rainy or snowy, I get it. But get out and get some fresh air. Get out of the house. Take a walk. Just get away from the computer. If you got a big house, walk your house. Walk your dogs, of course, if I would. Go touch your dogs. Go touch your pets. Go relieve stress. It's so therapeutic, right? That's why I say get some damn animals for real. Go spend time with your kids. It's very therapeutic. Find something that's therapeutic in a different way than stock trading. Find something to get your mind off of it to where in 5-10 minutes of you doing it, you're not thinking about stock trading anymore. You're going, oh, wow, hadn't thought about a trade. Right? Get to that feeling to where I don't always have to trade. It's my money. I need it now. You have to pull yourself away from that somehow, some way, and that's the way to do it. Get out of the house. Get out of the house. Get out of the office is the main thing. Number 7, after taking a break, let's go back to essentially to number 1. Let's get back to the afternoon, right? You go back to the afternoon. You want to see what's moving. You want to try to get some trades in. Maybe, possibly. I did that early on. I get it. Because what you're going to do is you're better in the afternoon. It's slower. I have traders that I like to trade the afternoon session. It's slower. All that afternoon or morning rush is crazy. Come back and trade then. But you start back at 1. Start back at 1. Whatever that damn song by Brian McKnight. I don't want to get copyright from him, but hopefully he would make me make a stock trading turn. Oh, wait. Brian McKnight, back at 1. Start back at 1. Oh my gosh, Brian McKnight, come on, let's do it. Stock trading album, me and you. You can produce it. I don't have much money. I got a little money to go in there. I'll go 20, 50K. Anyway, make a watch list, right? Then we're right back at 1. Make a watch list. Okay, I like these tickers. I've already got them charted. Ooh, I like this. I haven't charted this all day. They're talking about this. This is running now. Afternoon runner here, right? Same thing from 1 all the way through to 5. And then we're going to go right to number 9. Finish day, painted picture, go back and rechart everything, right? So we're going to do this real quickly. Actually, I did this yesterday on, gee golly, was it TMDE possibly? I think maybe it was TMDE. I can't remember if it was or was that earlier with you guys. Regardless, we'll go back to yesterday. Painted picture. I don't care if it's really late at night, right after a closing bell. This did move a lot. This is a different picture here. Battle Wow, oil plays pulling back. Let's go to GXIR. Let's go to that one there, because it didn't move a lot there and after I was there a lot, But what you'd want to do is just come back through for the day and do the same thing. I already have lines in, but you'd come through, closing bell, like, okay, it's not moving much. It's pretty dead now. And you put your lines in, go, okay, I see a trend line. And I'd always zoom into the opening bell area and start putting support resistance lines in. And I know this is toward the end of the day, so this one's in later. And I think this is actually forever line. Edit line. I want to activate. I want to edit. Yeah, I had that instance when it ran in February. So let's just take this with a grain of salt, and I'll move this. So I'll move it. But you'll come in and go, okay, after hours right here, right? It's painted picture, okay. But what I'll do is I'll zoom in to pre-market at first and go, okay, if I was going to trade this from earlier in the morning, I'll go to a 1 minute time frame because I always like 1 minute when these plays first start spiking. Kind of zoom in here and go, okay, see this uptrend channel right here. And I'll go boom, and I'll put a trend line in. And I'll say, okay, boom, this really has like a nice, pretty nice uptrend, kind of ascending wedge there forming. And then this is a forever line in I've had in since October, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, October. And that's why I made it so big, because it's been so prevalent, and you can see we failed at it. And then, so that's where when you start doing this enough, you can then start making lines fatter or color them like that. When I see a really thick blue line, I know this is a good support resistance line. I don't want to make it red or anything close to the chart. Blue really blow, like, right, you can see that. When you see it, you're like, whoa, yeah, I see that line. It's usually going to work. And then we actually get a bounce play off of it. And then what I know as a trader okay, we got a bounce play off 210, but it only went to 230. Reversal was 250 down to 210. So if that's 40-cent reversal for a 20-cent bounce, that's a 1-to-2 ratio, not a 2-to-1 ratio, right? Or at least a 1-to-1. So a lot of the time what I like to see is a bounce play 40 cents and back up. So now I know bounce plays so far 20 cents at the VWAP area. Not good. And you go through the rest of the day and you can see here if we're above the VWAP, look at the bounce play 210 to 2, right? So you don't get bounce plays above the VWAP. Find the trends within the trade. This is what I mean by going back and charting at the end of the day. If you don't go back and do this right here and find trends within trades, you won't be that good of a trader in the end, because you won't know how to trade it when you actually want to take the trade. You won't know how big the bounce play is possible. You won't know how big the short could possibly be. You got to understand those things, right? Like just say to start the day off, if you want to take a short, 210, we go down to 170. That's about 40 cents. If I take it at 250, or if I find the top, then about 40 cents, 250 till we find the bottom at 210, and then you get a bounce. Now, does it crack for more? Yes, but do you know that at first? No, we don't know that it's not going to bounce at 210 and go back up to 250 plus, right? Anyway, and so that's where you'd want to take most of your profit. So find the trends within the trade. And then you overall see that, then if you go back through, and then you just start putting lines in, right? And I could see this uptrend channel. It started off of there, and I already have the trend line in, right? So boom, and then boom, and you can see there ends up being your uptrend channel in market. Support, 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 resistance, resistance, resistance. Now, if you want to go in and put more horizontal lines in, as in if you want to put one in at 230 and then one at 235, you can, but then you have too many lines. So that's why I generally say when I see all this failing at 230 into 240 and then even at 250, this is a forever line. So then I have a forever line in here from back in February. It splits the difference between failing at 230s into 250. We know the difference, hopefully, if you know math, 230 bottom, 250 top, the middle is 240. And so I just left that line in, and then boom, shakalaka, look how we've actually ended up failing it perfectly in market. This is what I mean, again, by putting the lines at the end of the day. Just going back through and find the trend within the trade. Find where the uptrend channel is. Find the uptrend channel resistance area. So that way, even if you don't have that forever line in like I do, and you don't know exactly where it's going to be at, you should at least by fail 1 and fail 2 with candlestick confirmation. I know it's a 1 minute time frame. Clean that up in a 3 or 5 minute time frame. Then you can see where you would short. Hey, every time it gets to this uptrend channel, this is just traders were doing this GXAI all day long. Was just in this uptrend channel or sideways action where trying to get filled at 190, and then because you go out through the rest of the day, we then get filled down here a little bit lower, but it gets again then to another channel. Go long, go short. Go long, go short. Go long, right? Find your trend on the trade. So then you'd come down here and then you could say, okay, well, I have lines in for, kind of forever lines in. They're working okay, but this is where if you want to add those lower lines or just adjust it however you feel fit, you do that. That's up to you and your discretion of where you want to move. These are forever lines for me. I'll leave them in. They're close enough. Do you want to add one more in here like at 2? Do it. That's fine. As far as charting for yesterday and to see the channel, got it. Leave it in. Let's see if it works. But we know, and as I would teach, having lines this close, 180 or 70, 185, then 2, then 210. Which one's it going to be? You start doing that. And so the more lines you have in, the more you start questioning which lines it's going to be. But the more you chart like myself, I'll know which ones I'm leaving in. The ones that have worked the most, the ones that used to work forever ago and that really worked for the most part yesterday, right? And this is it. You do this every single day. Track, journal all your trades, right? So you go back through. We've already talked about how to track and journal. Journaling, we know what journaling is. Tracking, we go back through. You'll go, man, I'm glad I didn't take, like me, I canceled my orders. I want to give this less. I'm like, man, I'm glad. I was right. This was weak. This was sideways. Bounce play at most wouldn't have given you much anyway. I'm glad I canceled it. Good job there. Check mark. Win. I put a check mark or an X. Check mark was just to let me know. Win was a win, but a check mark was you didn't take it, but good job you did. Good job, from the teacher, kind of, so to speak. And then you just do that over and over and over. You go through and you always write down what you for sure trade, what time, what share size, yada, 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 what time you got in, what time you got out, what time you traded, or where you traded of the day that you want to go back and look at it. Multiple, no matter where you trade, it should keep track of that for you. That even if you can't do it, I usually always do this after the trade. I would wait for the trade's over, think or swim, as I traded at first, even TTP. It shows you what time you get in. It lets you know what time, when you get out. It lets you know to the dot. What, like 42 seconds or 42 after and 42 after and 3 seconds, right? When you can go back and find it. You just got to go do the homework. Yes, there's if you want to use TradeZelle or all those tracking systems that do it for you, fine. You just got to do the due diligence, though. Please, those they do the homework a little bit for you. So a lot of the traders that do that, I see them. It takes them a little bit longer than people that make a PowerPoint and physically type it in and go back through it every single day, or myself make essentially a PowerPoint or what's it called, a spreadsheet. I did a spreadsheet writing it down. I wrote everything down. But some, like CR Trader, do the computer, right? Which I just want to write it down. But it's the same thing. You're making a spreadsheet. The people that do that, you can see where CR Trader has gotten. And that's what I got. I just noticed that people that write it down, do a spreadsheet, they kind of start doing it and picking it up faster. But however you do it, you got to have something to go back over. When did you get in? What time? How many shares? And you got to go back through that every single day. Here's where I got in and why. Why did I get in here? Why didn't I wait? I had a line in here, but I got in 2 minutes later and waited for it to actually confirm and go way over. Why am I waiting on confirmation and then I'm getting a bad entry? And then I'm getting less profit and then I get a little scared because I'm too high up and whatever it might be. Or why did I get out too soon? I had a stop loss of, 11.35. My target was to short it down to 10.50. I took it at 10.85. My entry price was 11. Well, why would I got in at 11. Stop loss was 11.35. Target was down to 10, whatever. You'll start to go back and go, why did I get out? I was too chicken. Or man, I was too big a share size. I got to stop. I got to go a little bit smaller. I'm going too big, and that's why I'm chickening out. I'm getting a little too nervous. Or I'm not. I am going small share size. I'm like, I just got to let these run. Why am I? Every time I get in the profit, I get fro. I got to take my quick 100. I got to take my 50. You got to start setting these rules and sticking to them. Think of everything you had in life, any job you ever had, anywhere you've went and done in life. Your parents have created rules. To school had rules. Everyday law has rules, right? You have rules everywhere you go. We stick to them. The ones that don't get in trouble usually, right? Create the rules and stick to them. Create a plan and stick to it, as I've always said. Here's the watch list, or the 10 Commandments one more time. Do this every single day. I think this, I've explained it enough that I'll ask a couple of questions to put that in the recording. But this, to me, if you do this every single Monday through Friday, this is where you're going to become a better, successful trader. I still don't have extreme patience. Any questions though about it? Okay, did you get filled on PR? So yeah, James, no, I canceled the order. I just went through that. Hopefully you got that. Yeah, I went through that in the lesson here. Just went over that in the lesson. Literally. This is it, team. Do this every single day. Every day. This is it. You've got to refine your skills. And this, I'm telling you, I think the biggest thing is doing it right, which is this. Doing this every single day. And the biggest thing is there at the end of the day is going back at the end of the day when it's a painted picture and putting lines in and charting plays that you didn't chart. I'm going to go back through and chart plays that I didn't look at today. Whether you trade large caps, look at other large caps. You traded Tesla and maybe Meta for the day, go look at Apple, AMD, Google. There's plenty of other charts to go look at. MU's other word, you go just any chart that has decent volume, go pull it up. Go chart it. Where was, pre-market high, pre-market low? Did it break it? How far did it go? Where was high of day, low of day, and why? Go back and find it on the 4 hour, the 1 year, 1 day, wherever it is that you got to find it on the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Where were levels for that day? Where's the support and resistance that you see? Putting trend lines in and down trend lines in. Chart. And the other big thing is journaling and then tracking it. Journal it down. Write down all the main criteria. Not too much, but just enough that you can go back through it later and go, where did I trade? Why did I trade? And what was the reason for it? if you do that, the more you do it, the better you're going to get at this. Finding who you are as a trader, you know. But yeah, no, back to that again, James. I canceled them because of it just being a slow mover. And like I called here, I'll cancel that or stop that recording. This just small trades. I will only still would have been my 150 shares, or no, 500 shares. I didn't like it, so I lessened it to 250 on my allotments to go from 500, 500, 500 to 250. So A would have been only really 250 shares right now. It just was too slow for me. Too slow, and it was dying off in volume and wasn't giving us the, like, you know, go back to it. B-fly. I want this right here. This is what I'm talking about. Waiting for a, like, see how this pushes up and we create a channel up here, but we have this old resistance to come back down to. And I know there are traders that would be like, man, how do you think it's not going to knife for more? And I'm like, well, I just, again, do the like what I talked about earlier, right? We saw an 80-cent move down. There's your bounce play, went 80 cents up. So my train of thought is, okay, we're seeing bounce plays. They're about an 80-cent reversal. We go to $5. $5 minus 80 cents is 420. Well, 420 is this old resistance area. So put orders into this area and get filled, and then boom. Now, did we get an 80-cent bounce? No, we got 40. We got half of it, but of course we got half the volume that we got here earlier. You know, well, that the big no volume in pre-market, but you know how that works. Got filled on PR service for small. Yeah, good job. Yeah, and it's just small. I mean, it's what we got today. Yesterday is even worse. I mean, today's even worse than yesterday. Yesterday was like this. Today's even worse. You know, the only one that's giving you big moves is Battle. And it didn't even get down to my 2250 mark yet, which I do like a lot for a bounce play. I don't know if it's going to get to with that lower VBOT band kind of flattening out at 23. This is one of these slower Fridays, and again, that's why I wanted to go live today, was give you guys a lesson. But then we have the Dual Stream Friday coming up pretty much right now. So I'm going to get the Dual Stream Friday pulled up. Let's go to... Oh my gosh, what's on my website? I gotta refresh it. Yes, James. Yeah, it's all good though, James. All right, let's get this going here. All right, boom. Now, like, the lesson, was that good, hopefully? Hopefully the lesson was money. The 10 Commandments, baby. I'm going to jump off the mic for 2 seconds. I'm going to text Ollie, see if she got the message about joining, or the email. If not, I'll text it to her. And then we have the Dual Stream Friday. So we'll say here, Dual Stream Friday, about to start. Joe, Florida Joe, One-Eyed Joe, he's the Homo sapiens coach. I'll be back here just a couple minutes. Sailing. Be right back. All right, well, still waiting on her. She is West Coast. And she's always up late. She does like fitness training, and she does a few different things. Still waiting on her. I know a lot of people on the West Coast. They on Fridays they tend to sleep in, or they take it easier on Friday. My gosh, this is crazy. Like, I guess the annual mileage of what I predicted. So I always get these, your Jeep Wrangler vehicle car report from Carfax. I always get these, from the vehicle we bought, like the 392, the one I would talk about, the 392. This is our second one. We traded the first one in for this one, the final edition one. It shows, for whatever reason, I guess this is an anticipated mileage you're supposed to have at this point. We got it in the first day of June 2024. So 3 months, what's a year and 9 months we've had it. So we're 3 months out from 2 years. So, we've had it for essentially right at a year and 9 months. 22,332. I should have done a giveaway and shouldn't have told you that. That's the anticipated, I guess, mileage that they said we should be. What? But I go to this. I can look up my Jeep. So I can go to the first. Let's see here. Let's go to this. This is awesome. So I can log into the Jeep app. And I can still see where, like, Voltron, or not Voltron, Falcor is, the Jeep Grand Cherokee we used to have, even Godzilla, our first Jeep. So look, I can see where our first Jeep was at, the green guy. This is our first 392 we had. They've got 87 miles left in the tank. I can see right where it's at. I forgot, there's a way to see how many miles is on it. How do I do that? 20,000. So they're up to, we traded that in with, so they put 12,000 miles on, right around 12,000 miles on theirs in a year and a half. So 12,000 miles in a year and a half. We've put like 2,500, 2,700 on the one we have. So, but that's crazy. The anticipated one is 20. Who would have 22K? That's nuts. Anyhow, just me talking. What's up, Paul, if anyone's still around? No, we canceled them, Paul, or I did cancel them before I got into my lesson, so hopefully you'll watch the lesson, rewind it, and you can watch an amazing lesson, the 10 Commandments, as I would call them. Good lesson, though. Very good lesson. Oh, did 2250 finally get clipped? Nope, still not. Yep, yeah, no. Dang it. Just to see if that would work. Yeah, and it just died out. There's just nothing. Small caps died today. I mean, they really died out from yesterday into today. Like, bad. Absolutely bad. Yeah, I'm just like... Which I'm waiting to hear from the Dual Stream Friday. We were literally just talking yesterday about her joining today. SYNX curling back on up. This one from earlier. Oh yeah, it's trying to. Oh yeah, this one from the depths of the seas. Not that it's a big mover. Not bad. Dip by opportunity. I like this back at 140. Now it's kind of set in this old resistance support area from earlier in this boom right here. So 140 or 135 we'd call it. 135 not bad. 135 not bad. Yeah, it's just crazy how slow it's gotten today. Oil plays died out and really didn't do a lot. Cree was from earlier too. The one that's right. Cree was, I was looking at these old plays that are up on the day, but they're not doing anything. Yeah, it's gotten slow. It's gotten slow. Large caps, I'll go back and take a look at some of these since the large caps, small caps aren't doing a damn thing. Good red to green moves here, so that's what I figured we'd see today. I talked about that earlier in the morning alerts. We were just down so much. I mean, SPY was down from 682s, 683s, or whatever it was 683s. All the way down to then we got to 669. We hit essentially that 669 mark we talked about. So we literally hit essentially we hit Tuesday's low of day. So we essentially clipped right off for Tuesday's low. And now we've been up since it. Killer on the alerts today there. I know if people traded those, they killed it. I said watch for red to green moves. Margo, can you not lay down? Your sister's in here. Goober. Meta, they're all red to green. Everyone's red to green today. Red to green today. This is what I mean just going through some of these tickers, which here we'll go PLTR. This is what I mean by putting the lines in. Look at this. So this is, again, a forever line we have in the 155, 50-ish area. Beautiful. Yeah, small caps, this is absolutely bad. Absolutely B-A-D bad. I would be watching the lesson for sure. I like to take my time on the lessons. Tell you today, old school. Yeah, well, yeah, that's how I am about tracking and journaling. It's what I went over, which you'll hear that in the 10 Commandments is that's huge. Is writing stuff down. If you type it out, that's fine. But yeah, writing it out, journaling it essentially yourself. It just seems like you learn it much better that way. It's a little more painstaking. It sucks a little bit, but hey, you're just gonna learn it better if you do it that way for sure. Hopefully we get a parabolic play. I was hoping to throw, a nice good trade up for you guys today. It's just been so slow. I mean, absolutely slow. Hopefully at some point, Miss Alejandra will hit me up. Whether we do this now or I do this in a little bit, I'm going to record it regardless. Trying to keep her at 20 minutes because the post on YouTube, or what is it, not YouTube, but Instagram. I like to put the whole interview up, but they're like 20 minutes long or something, so we'll keep it short and easy. But she's got maybe some stage fright going on. I'm surprised I haven't heard from her yet, but it's all good. We'll get it done at some point today. I was hoping she would, because this was perfect timing on a day like today. I was hoping right now to do it. So we had my lesson in. We'll try to trade for a couple hours. Then get a lesson in, or about an hour, hour and a half. Then then get a lesson in, then get into this, and then call it a morning at about 30, 45 after in this hour. Oh, man. First weekend of March. Cannot believe we're already to March. Still just 2 trades in on my challenge here team. I'm up 290. The heck was that? 290 so far. So 290 is how much I'm up on my 2 wins. 290. That's it so far on the eval. Not much, but I only have to get to 1,500. Got to get 10 trades in. Don't see that being a problem. So up 290 on the eval so far. Average trade duration, 5 minutes and 27 seconds. I guess I have a really short one and I have that really long one. That's hilarious. Cool. Well, just waiting for her. I'll give her till about 30 after to see if it's almost 15 after. I'll give her about 30 after to see if she to do it this morning. If she wants to do it later today, we can, or a different time today. Maybe something came up on her end. I text her though. She's one to always keep them notifications on silence. Man, girl, you need to take those off. All right, questions you guys have about A, the lesson, or B, anything we went over today? Anything at all? Want me to chart a play? Want to go over a ticker or something that you traded for the day? I'm all ears. Joe again, for the Joe. Thank you for coming over. James, Sailing Girl, Paula. That's a good. Ingrid, Miss Saucy Chick, of course, as always. You guys, Fred. And then, of course, the Maxes of the world. Crow, Smoked Tuna was here earlier, joining the free day. No, ma'am, Margo. I don't need you to drool on me. Thank you, I appreciate it. Lay down right there. You got a bed to lay on, you goob. Santoro from this earlier on this morning, too, as well, was here. Well, got the draft in, which is a cool thing. Talk about that real quickly. The March Madness draft, which I think you guys can still get in. I think you guys can still join the madness, as you can see here. Have up until the first day, which starts Monday, March 16th. Right at the opening bell, you have to have either A, your coach picked. You're going to pick me. You're going to pick one of these other coaches. I don't know why all the coaches are on here. Build a team if you want to. Pick your coach, build a team. So here we go. Which coach you want to trade? And so some of them, that's why they wanted to load this up. So there we go. I'm not going to be long all these tickers, but they just went ahead and split up my 200K apiece. BW, I might keep that. I mean, right now, BW, this is looking sexy right there. But here are all the different coaches you can choose from. So they don't have pictures. Look, we got the no-face coaches. They got the no-face coaches to round it out right there. I got the last pick yesterday too, by the way. And luckily with the last pick, I got pretty much everything I wanted. I'm happy with my team. I'm happy with my team. I feel like it's fantasy football. Of course, I've always wanted to be a coach. I wanted to be a coach back in the day. Dad went to high school with Houston Nutt. If you know college football, Houston Nutt was a pretty good college football coach. Coached at Boise State, got them actually on the map. You know Boise State in football? He actually got Boise State pretty much back on the map in the late 90s. He then came to Arkansas. We had Danny Ford, which is actually an old-time great coach that used to coach at Alabama. He took our 3-2 his first season. We were actually 8-0 versus 8-0 Tennessee. They were number 1. We were like number 10. We were up 21-17, I think it was, late in the game. Could have ran the clock out. It was 21-3 or 21-10 at half. We just couldn't get it going in the second half. Of course, they're the number 1 team in the nation. We literally were trying to run out the clock. Less than 2 minutes left. Our quarterback anyway. He fumbles the ball. Quarterback fumbles the ball on his own. His last name's. He played for the Cowboys for a little bit and backup. His name is Sterner, Clint Sterner. And it's called the Sternover. It's very legendary. Anyway, he was a good coach. Point being, back in 2005, 2006, I always talk about the Catfish Show in Northwest Arkansas. They're like the caterer for and then like the head football coach does a show there every week, yada yada yada. They do all the sports athletics through the Catfish Show. They give them the goods, whether So depends on the coach. Like when Houston Nutt was there, they got fried food. When Petrino came in, it was all grilled food. They got no fried food. It was so funny, but. He came in once a week, and I was in 2005, 2000. It was right before Petrino, the whole firing thing. So it was 2005, maybe 2007. And I was still working at Catfish Show. I think it was 2007, I guess it was, right? Into that season. And I think it was. Anyway, it was when they fired him. But point being, I'll never forget this. So I was like, it was November-ish. I'm like, man, next time he comes in, I told my parents this. I was like, I want to be, I was like, hey, how do I want to be an offensive coordinator? Like, what do I have to do to join the staff? I'll work my way. I'll be a towel boy at first, but I was like, I want to be an offensive coordinator. Like, I don't know if I want to be a head coach, but I was like, there's no way I'll kill defenses. Like, just like me in stock trading, I just see things real quickly, and I'm like, I'd be great, and I'd be a great quarterbacks coach. I mean, just be one of those like coaches you see that are good quarterbacks coach, offensive coordinators, and eventually sometimes they do make it to head coach. Maybe down the years I would have done that. Anyway, regardless. I'm like, all right, next time he comes to Catfish. Anyway, I'll never forget that. Next time next time he comes in, I'm going to go talk to him. And there was never a next time he came in because they fired him. And now it was like a big thing too if you look at, especially for Arkansas. They were like flying, like the last game of the year we used to always play LSU for the battle for the boot. We still play them, but in the last game of the year anymore they're pushing to actually push that back because of how big the rivalry is. They SEC essentially and NCAA pushed a new rivalry on us in Missouri and moved our LSU game at the end of every year to not at the end of the game of every year to Missouri's the last game of the year. And we're like, fuck Missouri, that's no rivalry. We don't care about no Missouri. And we've been playing LSU for the longest time. Anyway, they were flying. It would be in War Memorial Stadium, which is in Little Rock. It's like an old school stadium, only holds like 50K. They only have one game a year there, and that's the game. Anyway, they were flying like the things you see in Florida where they're flying like banners around, like those little small planes are flying like a banner, like fire Houston Nutt. It was like a lot. It was like our fans were just having this huge backlash, and I'm like, and I get it. He'd been there for almost 10 years, and I'm like, guys, we couldn't beat SMU. And no offense, SMU, they had the death penalty. In the 90s, SMU fucking sucked. We couldn't beat them. We would get beat by SMU. Our first year we played SMU, we beat them by like 40 when Houston Nutt was coach. And I'm like, and I was like, and I said it. He took us from SMU to BCS because when we were on the threshold of playing in BCS games, which if you remember before we had the BCS championship, right? And I was like, guys, and then Petrino got us to a BCS game. I was like, guys, he took us from SMU to like, come on. Respect none. No fan bases are like that. You think they're loyal, but after only a certain amount of time. But yeah, he got fired, and I was like, no, man. But yeah, well, how cool it would have been if I would have done it earlier. A, I'm already on the staff. B, then Bobby Petrino comes in, who is essentially what I want to be. offensive-minded quarterback kind of coach. Throw it. A good running game for sure, but we're gonna kill you throwing the ball. And if not, I'm gonna have a ground game to go with it. I always look back at that. I was like, So I love my team. Back to my team here. I love it. It's exactly what I wanted. I'm loving the charts. I'm a chart trader. I'm not looking into logistics or even like some people are doing like certain sectors and just going big in certain sectors because they like that sector. I'm going with what big moves big, and I'm going to read the chart and say, in this week, here's where I feel it's going to go. But yeah, here we go, huh? Here we go. I like it. One-Eyed Joe with the FOMO Sapiens Dream Team. I'm going to change my name. I'll come up with a different name for now. But yeah, here we go. Bulls on Parade, little spin off of words from a song there from, oh gosh. What's her name? Oh my God, great band from the late 90s, early 2000s. The House. It's called The House. Coach Team, Team CLS. Rage, thank you, Joe. Thank you. Rage Against the Machine. Thank you. Bulls on Parade. I love them. They're great. Nothing but net profits. Okay. All right. We got here, of course, the FOMO Sapiens, the Rug Pullers Writing Team, Aura. Okay. The Dream Team, though. The Dream Team taking it back to the 90s and one of the best teams ever assembled. Featuring Michael Jordan, Charles Barkley, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, David Robinson, Patrick Ewing, among many others. And the one white boy on the team, Christian Laettner, the Rook. And I think also it was an ode of he was like just coming off that Duke run. Secondly, it was the first time having that we could actually, because remember in '88, 88 was the last time we would always put college players in. We didn't actually play our pros. We finally, fuck this, we're gonna put our pros in. And so '92, we're gonna put our pros in. We're gonna see how good you guys are now. Yeah, they got smoked. But secondly, Christian Laettner coming off and kind of paying ode to that, saying, hey, we need to put a Rook on the team, a college player, so to speak. Let's see. G. Delacour. Josh, what's up? Let's see here. Just got on. Drop family report. Nasty weather here. Oh, man. Nasty weather in Denver. Man, I'm sorry about that, brother. What's going on in Denver? Let's see. It's snowing? It's got to be snowing. There's no way you're getting like... Oh, yeah. I was like, it's got to be snowing. I was like, if y'all are getting like tornado, like heavy hail, rain, thunderstorms. Josh, how that works? So you are trading this live daily, or you guys have swing accounts? Yeah, just daily. Yeah. Yep. So like that B-Fly trade I traded last week. That's actually when I opened up the account. That was my first trade, and then my second trade this week. God, that was another bounce play that I took. But yes, I'm just like I did earlier. I'm just every day I'm over here. Oh, there goes SYNX. So yeah, every day, that's what I'm doing over here essentially is trading the Eval accounts. Because I'm trying to grow the 25K within the month. I want to grow it before the month's in. I would imagine I do that since this is the first week. Just got to get some more heat going here for sure. But again, I have a life, again, which I always forget to do this when I'm I always forget to do this. Always forget to do this. On my free days, I've got to start putting this stuff out there, my links for you guys. There's my Discord. Come join it. Of course, Instagram. I am on X now. I need to post more, which I'll post later today on X. And then my YouTube channel. Go follow me there. Go subscribe. Go hit the alert button. Go hit that little bell that says and lets you know when I go live. If you need help you need help. I do one-on-ones with traders. I've been doing one-on-ones. This is literally the 5-year anniversary. I've been doing one-on-one since March of 2021. I opened my website February to March. Had my first guy book like a 10-pack. He booked a big pack. So again, if you need any help, one-on-ones. They're Monday through Friday. I do one-on-ones. I do them at lunch. I do them at the opening bell. I do them in pre-market. I do them. Well, I don't do them at the opening bell anymore because of my live stream, but I do them in pre-market. I do them an hour or so after the opening bell. In market, after hours, power hour, going over your trades, trading live with me. So much we do in those one-on-ones. It's an hour long done through Zoom. So again, go follow me. Go subscribe to my channels. You need help on one-on-ones. Go book some one-on-ones if you need help with your trading. Again, those they're so helpful and beneficial for sure. They're getting photos for Val and Annette. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's cool. I kind of like the blacked out photos. It's kind of like, oh, who are these people? Because it reminds me of like Mortal Kombat, you know, or Street Fighter, where you have to go pick a character, you know, like on Street Fighter or all those games like those, you know, those one-on-one games like that. Who are you gonna pick? Yeah, I'll have to go back and look at these beforehand. All right, select the coach. Selected. All right, solo or group? Okay, group of 5. Each member gets double. Oh, whoa, okay. All right. I'll have to holler at the boys because a couple of my buddies have signed up and picked me. The guys that always do stock trading or whatever, my group chat that I'm in. That's awesome. Who are you gonna select? You've selected Mitch. Money Mitch. Man, why you got one? I love it says One-Eyed Joe. I think we should all come up with names. I mean, if we're doing this, if you're One-Eyed Joe, I think she's Airplane Jane. I mean, I gotta be AK-47. We need Steve the Achieve. We need Michael Katz with spelt like cats, C-A-T-S. Because he likes cats. Tony B, Coach Tony B, Coach TB. Chris, and I can't believe the guy said it on the stream, that Dave guy, because something about the ladies, because he's hung. Chris Hung, because you know I am. His name should be Chris Hung, because you know I am. Annette the Mess. Valerie, call on me. We'll keep going up here. Michael, the Nosinator. We got Kevin. We got Money Mitch though, but yeah, we got to come up with some. I love it. Mario, lay down. Why are you doing this, boo boo? I'm almost done. Kind of wind it down here. Lay down. That's your bed. Lay down. Lay. Gotta be like you can treat my kids. Let's go, coach. I got you. Let's go. Yeah. You can do groups too, which is cool. That's why I had to let them know, because one of my buddies then Keith texts back, because Jaron already did it. Then Keith was like, how do I do this? Can I? And so yeah, I'm like, y'all could be on a team. Y'all can do a group. 160 dip buy into 155 if you're looking to trade. 160 to 155 would be your first dip opportunity, and 135 your second dip opportunity. We will put SY and X up top. It is your top mover of the day. Everything else has died off, and I mean has died off. Very, 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 very slow today. Very slow. Just all these tickers I know haven't done anything. Not GXCI. All right, any questions you guys have? Any stocks you want to go over? Let me know. Look at that play. Just died out. She just died out. Straight died out. Any questions about the lesson? Any questions about anything? All right, we'll go to PLTR. Nice, good move today. We'll go through some large cap tickers because small caps are slow. This was mentioned by Veda, which was a good alert there on the Discord a little bit earlier. AAOI, good squeeze up. Good squeeze here today. Nice, good move up for the day. So good move from AAOI. I'll keep PRS over here on back burner watch list. Oh, we gotta go through them now. Apple. Let's go to Apple. We can look at it. We've got support at 256.90, then down here right around 256.35 into the low 256s. I think that maintains, but if it doesn't, we're gonna see a good crack. But does that then also go over here to SPY? Same thing. It's like if this doesn't hold, 73.50, then 72.50 won't hold, and then we'll see a good size pullback. And I would imagine Apple does the same thing. It looks very similar today. A lot of these charts are building this uptrend channel with this lower high pattern. You can see here across the board, no matter what ticker I go to, we're starting to form and look the same across the board. Now, Google does look a little bit different. We have support shelf right here at 98, that 875 rule coming into play. Crack of that down to 98. Under 98, watch for move down to right around 97.50. And again, you can see here, not a lot of movement for the day there for Google. Meta on the way down here, we do have support pretty flat, a lot like Google, but just in a different spot. Not up, but down, then back up. 45.80 area, 45.80 into 45.75. Crack of that, again, we have to worry about 44.50 or so. Just not a lot of room to run here today. We've been a little bit slower, a little bit choppier on the way back on up. Nothing too crazy. I do like PLTR, which we'll go over here in a minute to the right. PLTR Qs look very similar for the day, so both of those very similar. Watch for the break of high of day. Have a great double top here at 605.20. Watch for the next leg up. Same here at 155.50 for PLTR. Now, the only thing I would be worried about is what? Upper VWAP band flattening out, not too far above it. Not a good sign. Doesn't seem like it wants to go for more if it does. But both have this nice uptrend channel as we move on along. Now, over to AALI. Back under 109, watch for the Crackaroonie. Should see some good short opportunity there. Again, we look at high of day from yesterday. We've got a little ways to go down there. I think this back below this upper deviation channel will give that to you. Yeah, PRSO finally waking up there as I pull it off the main grid. You know, you gotta love it. Look. Gotta go look at PRS. I mean, look, this is where I had all my levels. I don't think I would have been fully filled there, possibly, because I had 140. I know I had 141 down low. Would have been filled, though, probably about 147, 148, somewhere in their average entry cost basis. And it's actually, and this is, but then you're finally getting it. That's why I say put your lines in and trust the levels. It's Friday. I'm not really worried about taking it. I'm kind of just dead from talking all week. Want to take a break from essentially just doing everything. This is what I'm talking about, though. This goes back to B-Fly. Don't like it as much as B-Fly, but why people kept asking if I was going to have my orders and do I have them in, and I did until I started my lesson. And then finally, after me getting filled and slowly getting filled and then being in this play for, what's this, over an hour, I finally would have been on TTP able to take profit as it gets over 160, you know, and been up just enough to get over that 10-cent rule to get about a 20-cent trade in. Shows you the day we're in. Very slow. Very slow. Got SPY. Q's coming back down just a little bit here as well. Energy oil plays really died off for the day. Had some decent movement early on. I'm starting to lose my voice here. But they have died out quite a bit. I'll put Battle on watch over here as it was the main one moving, bigger one for the most part. I'll put PRSO now back over here as it's trying to make this little U shape. See if it cups and handles. Strong resistance next, which we have a lot on the way up. 175 into 180, and then at 190 here. Good move. It's taken a while to do it. It's a slow mover for the day. You know, that's what we're getting in small caps. This is your best mover so far, at least in market for movement. Looking to try to hold this 160 to 155 area. If that cracks, watch for move back down to around 140 to 135. Very slow way to end the week. Very slow way to end the week. Oh, you bastard, PRSO. Man. Well, there she goes. Nice, good play there. Well, I know I didn't take it. I canceled my orders. I didn't like it. And I'm sure most of this thought process, it would probably keep going down. But this is what I'm trying to trade. Slow movers, easy plays, looking for bounce plays. This is exactly what we're looking for right here, you know. I would be out most, and again, I've only would have been filled small share size. Most likely 750 shares even on this one right here. But there you go. There's your move. You know, I'd have been out most probably 200, you know, 50 to 300 shares here minimum, maybe even up to 400 at this 165 to 175 mark, and just holding small shares for any new high I get. Now, I will say back down at this area looks good. If it continues to hold the mob and the volume here, it's not going to crack 145, 150 for the day. You know, this is what I called out all morning long. This is where you'd see the best bounce play. It just took forever to go, you know, because there was just dying volume. But this is also a good area again to take another one. Nice, Fred. Good job, Fred. Good job, Fred. Good job, Fred. Oh, wrong one. Dang it. Where's it at? Oh, this one. That one. Oh, good job there, Joe. Yep. Now, I would say stop loss would be 175 if you want to keep it tight. If you want to give it some room to run, I'd give it 160 again, because it cracks 160, you might as well just load back up at 145 again at that point, right? So, yeah, and I like it at 145. You know, I'll put some orders in again, honestly, right there at that area. See if it goes back on down. There's a working order. You can see I canceled those. So funny. Like, yeah, I don't really like it. It's just a little too slow. I got to get into this lesson. I'll just leave it alone. I don't want to babysit it. Well, I would have had to babysit it, but God, you. Well. Oh, you're going to halt up? No, you're not. You better not halt up. Oh my God, team. This is money. Just finished boot camp. Forgot how to trade a PSO. Yeah, Aussie chick. Aussie, start scaling out there a little bit. Start scaling out a little bit there. Called it, team. There you go. 145 was the bounce play all morning long. So I'd still put it at 150 from 210, really, if we go from, well, no, it's 190, 145, 190, 145, it's only 35 cents, so I'd surely put it at, let's see, 97, 87, 77, so about, yeah, somewhere in there. I wonder if it's going to hold this 75 cent mark, this old plateau right through there to start off with, and that's your first bounce. Oh, you can on your phone, man, that sucks. 193 out most and leaving with the rest of the fireworks till they come. There you go, buddy. Good play right there. Just took an hour for it to to go for you guys. Why these squeezes happen out of nowhere, it's really hard for me to say on a Friday, other than the chat room, Reddit, some kind of Discord, whatever kind of pumpish area. I don't know. It's a lot of volume, honestly, to come out of nowhere. I think you guys would agree with that. Why and where, I don't know why. But you got it. And so now just 145 is it. So yeah, I'm just going to go down there and... What was the low? Yeah, I wouldn't have been filled but 500 shares. I had... Well, no, it would have been... Yeah, no, it would have been just 500 shares. It would have been 250 at 151 and 250 at 147. Because I had another one at 144 and then another one at 141. So it wouldn't... So I'm going to go 147. Yeah. All right, so I have Orders in at 150, 147, and 152. So there we go. There are my 3 orders. 500 shares apiece. Sit back and wait forever orders just like last week. B-fly. Now that we went up that high, I'm good to go. I trust it yet again. Any questions you guys have? That was a beautiful call for the day. Beautiful call right there on PRSO. Anything else you guys want to go over? Josh, would you short it on the way back? Whew, man, I just, Fred, it could bounce at, like I was saying, this 175 mark. Now, I know what you're saying, like, well, if you want to get a bounce play here, well, let's short it to there. Well, I don't know that it's going to get to there. We got the doorbell. We got some packages getting delivered. So that's why I almost was going to put orders here up top at 175 to 180, just kind of seeing the retracement level, what it is for the day. It's about 35 cents for a full good bounce play, you know, and even shorter for the small bounce play. So that's where I would just wait to say, okay, I'm going to take it back down here if we get it back down here again. Package delivered. Yeah, I would just be careful with that. You know, like, yeah, I'm not a big fan of shorting the tops, and then you say, okay, you've already missed some of it, so, and then where is it going to bounce at? Is it going to be 175 before it goes back on up? Is it going to be the 160 area, which still gives you about 20 cents, but I just sit back down here and say, listen, if you come back down to me, come back down to me, and I'll wait for you. 160 bounce, I called this one out already for you guys ahead of time, working out. There's your 160 bounce on SYNX, so 160 bounce working out there. More of a tight area where we could put orders in at 163 down to 158, you know, 5 cent area. Again, what's going to happen as the volume declines? Yeah, maybe you get your 10, maybe 15 cents, and then you can start scaling out some. Best bet would be trying to get back up to high of day 190, 195. PLTR, Fred, here's your other trade to take, brother. Watch for this to squeeze here. This 155.50 breakout. Look at this, you know, 1, 2, 3 touch right at the same area. Guys, team, anyone out there listening right now, this is a gorgeous trade. You can see the higher low pattern. If this breaks out of this flat top, watch for the move up, and then watch for a bounce play back off 155.40. Bounce plays today, we can see, let's just do math here. We can go all the way back to this one. 153 down to 150.75. We'll call it 225. 154 down to around 151. So you can see there, another 225 reversal. 155.50 down to 153. So you can see most reversals are maybe $2.50. So what's that mean? You would want this play to go to 157, 157.50. Then you can look for a bounce play back at 155.50. Yeah, I would not take that one. If you take a bounce play now, it's back at this play where the VWAP was at 153, or you go down low in 152. You're not going to get 151, the one we talked about earlier in the day, unless we just see this huge sell-off for the day. I would be very careful with this one. And like we talked about the AKNR, it's the process of elimination. If I'm only going to trade the rest of the day, here's what I'm going to trade. We talked about this probably about a week ago right now. And so this would be it. Boom, boom, boom. If this breaks out and goes to 157 or a little over, now I know I've got to play at 155.50. Right? Especially if it gets to 157.50 to 158. Now you really know this is going to be juicy. Otherwise, you go, I'm going further down. I'm going to make it, if I get filled, I get filled. Either 153 or 152. Especially, which I think you are green for the day. Let's end the week green, especially on a Friday. Friday has not been that great, so you can see what I was saying so far here on the short on the way down. You just say, hey, if I get filled at 145, then that's going to be my trade. If I don't, then I will. Yes, the bounce, not the break, because you don't know how far this is going to go. And then not the bounce, because, again, if it only goes to 156.30, you got to be careful taking the 150, that bounce, right? It did work earlier, but you got, you didn't get too much out of it. You got a little out of it. 150, so you can see this old resistance, new support. So, it only went up, $1.20 before coming. It's like, boop, boop, and then boop, right back on down. And then it did go up, you know, slowly. But the bigger bounce came lower, right? And very quick. Pre-RSO's killing me right now. That was the bounce. 145, called it out from this morning. Literally almost an hour before the opening bell. I alerted that at about 50 minutes before the opening bell. PRSO 145 dip area. All right, we got PRSO probably looking to maybe even engulf this 205, 207 candle here. Past chart history, we saw this spike up recently. It's never been crazy, but 235 would be really your main resistance area up over high of day. 235. I don't realize what time it was. I'm freaking going through the day here. Oh, man. I don't know why I haven't heard back from her. It's weird. I think she got shy. She got stage fright. She got stage fright. EDSA's moving. Yeah, well, that's just that thing's been moving nonstop. It's just, I'm not surprised. It's kind of slow today, and yeah, it's popping up today. Nice little mover. Good little squeezer. Good little squeezer on EDSA. AAIO's kind of died out right here. So what we'll do, we'll put EDSA right down here as well. So we got a couple little movers here today. Got a 60% mover, a 40% mover, and this PRSO is now finally ramped up. It was a not so much of a mover, now is now up 140%. And, oh, okay, wow, but it's really right here and right here. There's the first good movement, and then we are just dead from here to here. You know, 2.5 hours and not a lot of movement. See if we get that 235 move on up. If it's a quick move up, it'd be a good short opportunity, to be honest. This squeezes real quickly through 235 as fast as it can. Ooh, got my steamer. Got my Jack and Rose Garment steamer. And some of my some nice new 7 Pro intensive whitening toothpaste. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Watch for this crack back through the VWAP here on SYNX. 140, 150, I should say. Target 1, target 2, 135. EDSA here. We're going to finally move through 5. We have 540 resistance really strong at 540. 540 resistance here coming up on EDSA. Slow right here on PLTR, but she is trying to move up this uptrend channel and squeeze. Still have actually more movement now, it seems like here. I'm about to be done thinking I'm done, like it's dead, great, got the lesson in, blah, 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 done for the day, dying out. Now, no, we see more movement in the 11 a.m. Eastern hour. Look at this, more movement in the 11 a.m. Eastern hour than we had pretty much all day. Like, what in the world? Where have you been all day long, and now you're wanting to come out and play? Now you want to come out and play. Ugh, it's a killing me. I love it though. I'm not. It's like, hey, Monday too. I'm ready for next week. There's 160 still holding there. So it's like my bounce plays are money. You know, 145. Boom. You got 50, 60 cents out of it. SYNX 160. You're getting your 10 now, 12, almost 15 cents out of it. Bounce plays are where it's at, and that's what we're gonna keep doing. You know, this is how I'm gonna grow my prop firm, essentially. My prop firm. How I'm gonna grow my eval this month. For the most part. I did, you know, may get a short. I say I did. I may get a short in here and there. I did short yesterday, or was it Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday. sure. All right, any last questions? I'll take this into the top of the hour. Into the top of the hour. There's our line too, Fred. We got one coming up at 156.65 anyway. Any questions you guys have? I'm still looking for a dip buy back at 145, 150 again on PRCO. Let's dip it again at 145, 50 area. If you're looking for dip buys on EDSA, we got 480, 460 into the 450 mark. Both of those would be great. And then SYNX, we already called out the 160 mark. Under that, the better bounce play is at 135. Any questions, Joe? We good, Fred? Aussie chick. Detmar, thanks for coming on over for a little bit today. Got the lesson rewind for the 10 Commandments lesson. Saline Girl, Mr. Giovanni for dropping in for just a minute. That's a good, James. Saline Girl. Everyone from earlier in the day, thank you for coming on over. Good stuff there. I mean, that was the play of the day for you guys. I mean, that was us. That's what we're looking for at the AKNR. We did it again today here with PRSO. Sit back, put orders in, get filled, let it roll, you know. Define a good risk-reward area, you know, where our risk here is 10 cents. I mean, that's it. You know, the reward's back up into here, so your reward's 20 cents, 30 cents, 40 cents away. This is what I'm looking for. You know, you risk 10 cents here to make some movement back up into here. EDSA's really gaining the mob right now. That 545 resistance from the other day is going to come into play, I would imagine, a little bit right here. So EDSA, if you're looking for a short and you like to short the top, here's a potential trade. 545 resistance. Now the bounce play, most likely, you can see the reversals today, 445 down to 4, so if that's 45 cents, that's as big as they've gotten. Most of them have been a lot smaller. I would imagine your bounce play comes from the top plateau. You can go to the bottom at 485, but I think this is where you see the next bounce play or the next pullback too. EDSA's really starting to take the mob. EDSA's taking the long mob. Yep. 10:30 Eastern. Yes, sir. That's when I started. Paul, appreciate it. Aussie chick, Fred. Daza is good. Let's see here. Sterling. Yes. But hey, play of the day so far. We found it. Now, we had a runner we missed. Thank you. Good job there, Mr. One-Eyed Joe. Even with one eye, he can find these some bitches. PRSO. Bounce play at 145. We kept the orders in. I did cancel mine because I want to get into the lesson. I was like, it's slow. I don't want to worry about a 5, 10, 15 cent mover. Well, if you held long enough, boom. But we called it out perfectly. I told you guys where to trade. We never saw lower than that. EDSA here still running up. So if you're looking for a bounce play, I'll put this. Let's go over some of these tickets. EDSA. Nice runner. Well above WAP. Let's go with 5 support into 485. Under that down to 4.6. Resistance at 545. Over that room to EDSA ripping right now, team. God, EDSA, what is going on? This biotech play has just been... I should have maybe added that to my small cap list. Five resistance area broke. See it. Support now. Then we got resistance at 6. I would say resistance strong at 6 and then 640. It's we got PRSO, already know levels. PRSO support at 145 million. And last but not least, hit team SYNX. We'll say support 1.5 to 1.6, nice. Then 135 that. Resistance at 175. Over 190 area, room to, oh, resistance really strong. Upper shadows from 2 to 215. All right, cool. We good? Questions you guys have? Any last questions, comments for the day? Any last questions? I think everyone's good to go. I'll put my links out there one more time for any people that do start or pop in after I am off the mic and done for the day. Again, thank you guys for coming over. Would have loved to get the dual stream Friday in. I mean, that's what I kind of was hoping. I'll have to give her a hard time when I hear back from her. I'm like, oh, you stood me up. Told everyone you're going to be there, and this is what you get. I see how it's going to be. But I love doing the dual stream Fridays, getting you guys on, and again, traders where you've heard of, or they're good and they have their own expertise. They're profitable, good traders. But then I want to get some of you guys on that are just every ordinary average, whatever. The ordinary average day Joes, right? Ordinary Joes, just the simple people, right? Just the simpletons of the world. We good? Sterling, Paula, Ingrid.
humma shina, humma shimmy go. Humma shina, humma shimmy go. Humma shimmy go. Humma shimmy go. Humma shimmy go. Humma